please come up on stage and take your seats. I request the speakers to kindly take your seats. Dr. Barbara S. Sangma is an associate professor in the Department of English, Don Bosco College, Tura. Her PhD focused on Achik Garo theatre. She has published several works, including String in a Lute and Achik Theatre, a case for Indian folk theatre. She has also co-authored, translated works, and contributed articles to various books, journals, and proceedings. Dr. Sangma has presented his research in numerous seminars, workshops, symposiums, national conferences, and radio talks. I now hand over the session to you, Dr. Barbara.
A very good morning, Shillong, and a very good morning, everyone. Special greetings to book lovers, literateurs from outside the region and from abroad. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shillong. Thank you, Literary Festival, for having given us this opportunity and this forum to express ourselves. Trungnam Gumaknan. At sekarang sawa sambing rango dungang ode gumaknan nam kapasalam ko anching naska. The living culture of the Garos. When we speak about this topic, I feel this particular topic manifests itself in two perspectives. The indigenous, traditional religion of the Garos and the Christian tradition, the current one, and the intersection of these two. And also the point of maybe divergence at certain point, and also accommodation, amalgamation, giving space, a kind of reconciliation of the indigenous religion and Christianity. Christians today among the Garos make up about 85 to 90%, and the rest still follows the Garo indigenous religion, which we call Songsarik. Though there is a debate on this, but generally we call it Songsarik. And then when we talk about the living Garo culture or living cultures from Garo Hills, we cannot but talk about this Garo indigenous religion, because most of the elements of Garo culture takes its root from this traditional religion and still bases itself or themselves on this particular religion. And Garos have been, I think, blessed with that folk wisdom to take the best from this indigenous religion and adjust it and accommodate it and somewhat reconcile it with the Christian belief. So some of the points that we will be looking at will be based around this, and there will be so much more. There will be so much to listen, so much to learn, so much to unlearn also. I think such a lot of things to avert, such a lot of things to opt for, to choose, and so much more. We are very happy that we are getting the chance to converse on this, the living culture from Garo Hills. And we have, I think, the best panel members here for this particular topic. We have with us from my right, I'm starting from my right, Sri Sambatus A. Sangma. He has been working to learn, practice, teach, and revive Garo traditional architectural and craft practices. He is, we can say, a folk architect, for which he has been recently awarded with the Tourism Award for Folk Architecture by the government of Meghalaya this year, 2023. He has completed his master's in Garo literature, and he has been instrumental in in conceptualizing and building a Garo Nokpanti, a bachelor's dormitory in a heritage village in Nagaland. And he is a painter to boot. He depicts folklore through his paintings. I think this much I will say about him now, because we've discussed already that we will not be talking too much about ourselves. We'll go into the conversation. Next is Professor Familin Kemarak. She is a professor in the Department of Garo, Nehu, Northeastern Hill University, Tura campus. She is, of course, a teacher, basically, but she is also a folklorist. She is a poet of great repute among the Garos. She is also a translator. And I'm very proud to say that Madam Familin, Sir Kolnate, and three of us have got together and we have compiled a book, and we have also translated. The title of the book is Midongka. So a lot more contribution is there. She is a member of Sahitya Academy also, and she has contributed a lot of articles, poems to many books and journals, edited books and all that. Last but not the least, we have got Dr. Kolnat B. Marak. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Garo in Don Bosco College, Tura. He is my junior colleague, and he is also a folklorist, a poet of really great repute and depth and understanding. And he has been recipient of award for his poetry. And again, I'm very proud to say that with Kolnat, we collaborate in Don Bosco College for certificate course in Ajak folk art, which is beginning to thrive. And that's about the panelists. Now, we will be conversing about the living culture from the Garo Hills. We will go bilingual. If at all there is anything necessary, maybe we will switch over to English. But basically, we will be talking in Garo. Let us begin. I have been talking so far. Ang asaksan daw ni tasinya kanina mo. Sekarang pa sungguh baram cakswa. Anjing menggan kusyo nga yan na bana. Royan nam gepa cholbau nga. Again anjing yan am begepa kata bichung kura en ban anjing golpo kaang na. Sekarang para siang ni akan gemen geta tao de sungsarik de 큰 바치 봉어 person takesa garo hilsok ngai nga ha mo Kristen rangan bang pata hindi ba yani gi sepon ang ni jongko pa sampatus ko skang pas chena skinga yani gi sepon achik songsarik ni tak bewal rang tangi tangani bewal rang ngoni ta alona kengkeng bai geparangara mo bai kam geparangara tanging geparangara mai rang mo akan ati maceng golpo kagrek na akan atna
Matala. dauroro ya anjing ya sungsare krang bangi jasan dungen cemomang ba ya cik jekon acu ambioni humaner paing ba dakpe orang nongya cem ya dakpe orang ko daalo na ba jarkani dungpe na jekai ya jarkani kan cing nikna ketamanna jereke ya gamagi enio anjing nikna ketamanna ya chama ba sunggamakan yan may ba nokmani nokmana rianggen ningnay no badia ko chana nanggen yarangko chameo nakin ya ngoba ya cikni ya mandir paing apa dakpel ko jakani jamano abachir anggen na aba upata ba atong jekon samsep pa nimna kana cem ya samsep ya aba upata ni koba nikna gen jekon anjing ya aba upata ni salo abe trangge ke gala ning na gana chum ya abe trangge jian ya chiring chisko bulung ko rakhinga chum wa ko ke gala ning na gana uphatani ko ya ko bada khoinga chonne we mungna ko samse pe mungna don bagen ning na walo mai jumang ko nika ona na mon jama ya naga bada ko ran ko nikna kata pan khoinga uni jamano ba nikna kata mangen watching ram khario denbul sia ninga pa ko mania ni ko nikna kata mangen ya denbul sia ni ba yan watching ramani somayo ya ko mania aro ya absen somayon ya denbel siani somayon ya banga biya prangon ya sungarka enga bakon ken sungarka ba asung rakhia enga bakon nikna kita mangen yan watching ramani somayo February ni chisku ba chisni yan nagba tarik rang ni somayo song ni ramao ya morang ko songe mengna ya salwarang ko songe mengna aro songni je mal bosu dunga warang ko nona chilange mengna songo sabisi napjana kita ya plak sabisi ko chelchak na kita rakemna nike ya namgi jaga pa meterang ko rki galsuani ko nikna kita mangen jeon ya badia ba songrang ode abri rang ode jeon ranggol ko mangen cem node ranggol ko songgamak changir memna kapak rangemna ko rama au kadang de dongen aro ni kashi ko rang kotte mengna ya smart chane mengna ni gen nare songona marang na paman apjonga ya nak pakon ya ni rang nonginga aro dalo ya ranggol ko na manjagen chema ba ya ranggol ni phal mat ko jakhalani ko nika aro mat ko ba daude manang jaing jok anangimna ya ni biapo gara rang ko me nike mania ni ko nikna man ko inga ya ndak ke ya chik jatni manre paing pa takpe ko nike pengani ko ya mania ni wan ching nikna kita maninga aro menggepen ya bangcha ko ba ya jeon sungsare krang dongkuing chem ya sungsare krang dongkuing ga pau ya bangcha ni ko da ka ro ya bangcha nga baba songo marang starang napchana gata ya namgi jaga ba materang korki gal so ani ko nikna gata mangen aro ya apsan somayan aba chinar emna aba oba mi misirang ko gachake siat ke parang ko namat na gata andake mania ni ko ya marang rekala ni ko nikna gata mangen aro uni jamarwa nikna mangen ya Mia amua nian ya me ba Jun jauh ngonga ba merako chana skang ngonga uni zaman nian merako ko changna kita manginok ya Mia amua ni ko ba ya mio napkapa jong gukrang ba makaron chin kita mangi jak ba mi ko gachake siat kapa aro ya goira ni walsarina ba mi ni gachake siang ni ko naljok suna kita goira go ni ko naljok suna kita ya Mia amua ni ko daka aro non jonggu krang napchana kita ba ya mia monio daka aro jeon ya mio jong napchana kita ya anchingkor ai mengna ya marang stareng ko anchingko mi gamak bobrap mengna aba gamak riru mengna ya marang stareng kor kegala aro ni jamano anching nikna kita mangin akal wan gala de ya de agos jarango ongang skajok ya akal wan gala ni ko ba ya dawa dakkuinga jeon ya mameng ko ba chagiza mi ko chana man kujani man mi gital ko chana man kujani man mamung ko ba chagiza do bipa chakora so temna wachi mania ning man no akgal wangala ne agana maina no mamung ko ba chana man kujani man mi abani ko chana man kujani akgal wangala nimna yakoba agana yakoba takhoinga aro abani mi ko benek plemna aba jamatan makhango ulwal lemna troka yanda ka ba troka ni ko ba anching ya mania ni rang ko anching nikna gata man khuinga aro menggepen ahaya de ya miak mana ni jamano jeon ya minima kiri rokome ya abani mi misran ko selat nama temna ya abaon ya minima kiri rokumira dunginga cham ne jenselo ya mi ko maiba bidango raso temna kaha unan miya minima kirima rokumira siahana uni man ya minima kirima rokumeni siani man bina kalnumani kita ya ahaya niko dakka aro ya ahayon ya anchini mandeni siao jara kata kata caca abauna ya abauniko sungona raon bagian yan mandeni sia baksa thuat ken simre jara kata caca ngacem aro sungona rabai meneko neke waka prango poteng na mi ko poteng na dongen yan mandeni jama janggi ko rar ke mengna ya mangona ni semoy rar ke mengna delango dona kita caca onga uni jamana anching nikna kita mangen ya wangala aude anching nixkana manginok ya anching mande baksa thuat kenchmode ya wangala de ya minima kirma rokomeni sia ko daman asimang nakana ya ahaya o ya mandeni jama jangi ko delangor arka kita caca dakemna dore mangana ya wangala ni sumoy de bonchot de ya minima kirma rokome ko bini jama jangi ko sagala mauna rekbok chigaona kusiong에 riangchina watata arunon mai sumay reba plan anggenchim ya reba plani sumayrang koba ya wangalani sumayon bina aganata andake ya ya abau mani arangna agre banching nikna manken ya salrak thata ba wachi thata nimna agana jekon anching ya belsi nammen salrak kaha mukha wagijane ko anching nikna kata manna ningna maingwana ya belsi selbal grejian 2 kilometer chibungarang chilacham wa biapo ya belsi ya wachi thata ba salak thata ne gana ningna bisong ya chiring wana jeon wachi mate dungacham wanona riang yemna bisong wachi thata ha ningna kamal ko chirang shupra ka damarang ba chi satap pemna namen kushing yemna mania aro ben bebe bisong ni mania ni jamanon salgat thamni jamanon mukha namen jamewa ha aranga belsiantin antir karkaran bisoni songkor ipaksmaya enon turao mkawaja ba aru gapan biya prango mkawaja genchmong ba ya selbal greve de ya belsi nammen belsi chol gemak mkawani ko nakna kata mana aro selbal greve ko jokpak paing ba chi jean rongram bazar ko jokpak acham ya chi gemak kan kmong smani ko nakna kata mana ya wachi tatane asel ya nagapa mkawasim smani rang ko ba nakna kata mana aro menggapan je khai ya mandesian ni somayo dakapa khaman ko ba anching nakna mana je kon mangar ka dana galani ya ganacham ya mandesio ba tahu anjing sungsare kerang banggi jasa nungai gencimo ba ya Malaysia o daka kamrangko ya anjing songrang o dakwing aje dake ya Malaysia o mandeho ganci gatte mena sogen je kai nokma sio de prap ko de nemna bol bigil ko keken mengna gancirken na nokma sio dan ke suan di ram mandene de bol bigil ko keki jaba nge ram bol rang ko de nemna suwa yan da kaparang ko bancing naman ko nga aro salga pano mandesya ni salga pano ya delang reke mangna khma thakani rang ko ban naman ko nga yan da ke ancing ya chekjat ni da ko rang sungsar kang bangija ungen chuma yan da kapa mania ni rang ko ancing thangi rakhiani ko nakna gata man ko nga aro atong joloba nakna man ko nga bisong ba mandesya ni jamano ya chogan mania ni ko bancing nakna gata man nga ya chogan ko ba ya atong rang ba dalaw na kang je bangija sungsar tunggen chuma ba bisong ba dakhoinga aro bisong salantri rerurana bisongni jakhaling ba reng ya reng ko solane somayo ba bisong ya enang ran ga ko daka jean anjing naman gen ya nordiso ya nagarang ni rapel ko je kai bisongni dama ko chela bia poni ko bol ko dengen chmo ba ya damana solgen chmo ba uko sukat pana jelma kushemna raba ga tacha ya enang rani ba reng ko ba chela bia poni ko bol na mako denne mangna salbagen aro ino git rengen saksa mungtum gen jelman ya bol ko studu bagen nekemna neke simsangchiona sokatemna wamang ya salantion thang ni rurana ya nake jakhala uni ngam anching garols kemak chikon yate ni kan chumuba ya ajik jat ni maning pa dakwe orang de thangi dongpinge nekna gataman gen
Metelbea ang ni jonggopa sambartusko belongen nambe akan nanga aro to tell the truth a great many of the scholars, including myself, we source a material from Mrs. Ambatus. And he has also been helping researchers from abroad like Gudrun, Frank Wisman, Eric de Marca from, one is from Germany, Another one is from Netherlands. He is truly an anthropologist, and I wish we could translate everything, but it's not possible. So I'll just give you a small gist. Somebody has been talking about um, elements of culture that are still alive among the Garos that are related to agriculture, which is associated with indigenous religion of the Garos, that is Hongsarek. He's talked about a lot of elements, but what struck me was um, the death of the mother goddess of paddy, who is known as Mima Kirirokme, which is akin to the book written by Fraser, uh, The Golden Bough, where he spoke at length about killing the god. I think killing the god, death and resurrection of the god, which is associated with death and resurrection of agriculture, is prevalent in almost all the communities around the world, farming communities around the world. And Garos do have a place in that belief. Garos also believe that the gods die. And then Mimakiri Rokme, the mother goddess of paddy, she goes back to the ocean, which I see as a symbol of self immersion. And she resurrects herself during the time of the first rain, when the seeds begin to sprout. And then the cycle of agriculture goes on. Then other than the elements that are related to agriculture, the culture of agriculture, Sambatu spoke about uh, the elements of culture that are prevalent in Garo here till today, that are associated with the death and funeral, which are very symbolic, very ritualistic, and very much alive among the Garos who practice indigenous religion. Then he also spoke about carving a boat from one whole tree, and how people come together and in a very ritualistic way, they push the boat to a particular bank, and from then only they begin to use the boat. Actually, it would have been very nice if we could understand our brother here at first hand, but then I've just tried to give you a gist. I wish there were more people to listen to, but then I think Garos are Epicureans in general. We enjoy a lot, we eat, drink, and make merry, but I think we are also Stoics. Personally, we don't we are not to be cowed down. No, we will not be discouraged by the lack of crowd. We will go forward, and then those of us who are here, I think we stand to gain something out of this. Yeah, thank you so much once again, Telbia. Now, Madam Family no ang skana. Madam Family da siya nga na ha bini thesis day major festival of the Garos. Bina agri ang atsanche research takken ba at sekarang ni mania ni bidingo ada research kita di wi pa tung jaw kon siya ni kita di ni gaben nga madam ko ni golpo kana sking atsum talora may takpa mania ni ran tsungora dung kwinga mo
ya metela ya skang bade ang yarang ko daknas kang nga sembatus mang ko na de metel sing nang tayan obaska may na angko rama dulga bade ang ni student nong yan semomong ba bisungan ang na ski ha sembatus tonga raba brani jong pa don bosco tonga may mabisong ang baksa feel si ha ang ni foreigners kang ken ni PhD daknas kang aro thesis ko sinas kang ndin manderang ni kitapo si ay pa ko sinak tas jaha ang puray ni jamano adita feel rang ko nagtas ka barang ci anga newa barang ci angyen bani badia biap rango nambat ka pa mania ni rang ko man kwing atsam wanak ba biap rango na agana man gapa mandirang chi yang chingha angas khang gapa beben da odungjaha mihir en sangma jian nambe gapa kitap ko si hacham uan angna nama ramadlani kon ha aro gini gapa de chingade mama ni agana ya levlin armarak mama pangrakpa niken bai bisong bani chingna angna dakchaka niken bai yano dao dongeng kugapa manianirang de bang bataan abaga mao manianirang batang abaga magride sekarang di maniani dia dongjak tak kaya da sio sembani akan gemen geta aba ko rong talatani aba ko biani metio biani arom raki pani rok pani akan namo orang biani ya gemekan mamang ko bajak dang de cingija bisong di biani rang kotakan ken yan ba anga skang pa akal makau ni akan nagtasnya akal maka yan biap korong talatani aro mete korum duani aro mete dongpain bani mai kai bi gi agama gemek ko patiani kon gencem da siomi amua ko akan ha yam jensalo gi agama ni sumoyo selcha namchani sumoyo gi agama ni rang namjacem benar mi amuani ko takada si sembatu su ko akan jok gembe ya mi amuani ko takani jamano da oba takkuinga da si akan gemen geta aru ya rangonin Christian ani jamano ba nam gapa bewalang de jak pa ya kita nekah ni jamano de anga dal bat ba ko akan ngai kenok ahaya ko banga jensalo biapo da yang ha weni muksong ani rang ko kitapo si ani rang ko name masija ni jensalo biapo ni angin ba bisong bang dongpai bisong ni maniani somoyo da cenga dongpai ba gemekon niaha aro warang ko menganti ko wigepa mandirang maina ya ko muksong ya taking acem endin mesokai gija andi ma muksong ya takanirang ko ma sinas kahari yang ko na mental ha ini geman ya ahaya oba aru ini jamano de amarata rango yarangan mongsong bat ke parang aru ni jamano metel plan ko takna tawan gala ni ko taka ya wan gala ni ko takingon dengtang manca manderang ara haidai ko metel plan ni nesan chanchibatan di ko da sio tale sembatu saganat manjok ya wan gala ni de metel planin baksana ba meteko ba misi saljong ko kusyong e wata plani bong aru wasan ongja betelang ko don rek nak taba rek plani ba yano muksong anirang kenang aru yarang ko dao Kristen ong ani jamano mangba adita je kayo patik bara ron kepana on planirang aru kusyong e on ni sai cha anirang jian badita mande soka anditan saljong misi saljong soka ni akana uni gemen ya nakba nokchakanirang ko taknagta sekarang namen namneka aro wanani sumoyo mi ko gogen mi panchi goani agana unoba bang on mirang ko nokan tienra bain bani apsan dondeme cha chaen bani ko muksonga genang bibera au muksonga genang warang ko gogen aro kunga rendeke troka uno de cha neken smong ang ode mina kha sain ka andiba muksong ani genang ira misi saljong baksa name gepake kusyong trokinga ponchote wata plani ko dakinga ni sakana uni gemen ya gemek muksong ani rang konda oban kwinga aru ya nakba nam gepa gunrang de sekarang da oba dengtang nake mania ni ko rakija festival geta da oba rainga aro jekai chugan delang soa mangona ya gemekan sekarang dong kuinga aru yarang ko manian yarang ko cukup tak jauh ba endi ba jasong namberang na donang na kita mesok kaci sia jotaci aru apsan bakremanirang ko ni cholang ko government site ni ba nin bani repenganirang ko takinga yan namgepa jatna ski agani donangani ongchong motak tanka aru yarang ko takingon bangan wigi jadi takta masih pa mandirangan ni kurit lingani kemen yarangan ni kiong chong mota ni mesok na kita man kuinga yan ancingi janera kita jatni janera jian cek jatni agana kusek sanong ai gija kana cina sanong ai gija ancingi beber ani aro nam geba gunrang at si kapadin ko nikinga unigiman ya gemek da oje ko nakanang kwinga tumi major festival rang mong song bat kapa mania ni rang da lo na kengkeng yarang dongingan en bani aganakta kusyong.
Matalbia, Madam. Actually, the points that we are in conversation about is related. I would just like to make one point, just elaboration only. We were talking about death, resurrection, and all that. Now, generally, when we watch Vangala, and when we hear about Vangala, we are told that Vangala is a festival of Thanksgiving, is a post-harvest festival. Now, we have got another perspective which we tend to overlook. That is just as uh, a dead person is sent to the other world in a befitting way through chanting of dirges, through rituals. In the same way, the gods that are associated with Achik Garu agricultural cycle, when they die at the time of harvest, actually the Wangala festival is a solemn sent off. It's a funeral, how to say, ceremony, and a really epic one at that, because they are gods. They need to be sent in the most befitting way, by singing dirges, also by making merry, because somehow among the Achaks, death is also associated with a little bit of festivity, like there will always be eating, drinking, singing of dirges, and then there is also keeping watch at night. I think they will be touching upon that, where many stories are told and perpetuated. So this point I would like to really remind each other that Wangala is also like Mangona. It's a post, or it's a post funeral service that are conducted by the Achaks, so that the soul of the person can get a good place in the other life. Of course, the gods are assured of their places, but they are also given befitting sent off. This story, I mean, this point has been made by Madam Professor Famelin. Another point that is coming out here is, in Wangala there are like two parts. I would always like to look at it, and I think the point that is coming out from Madam's conversation is also this. There is the ritualistic Wangala that is performed in a ritualistic way, in a religious way, spiritual way for the gods. That part Wangala is there. And Wangala dance is performed in a very solemn way, in all its profoundness and seriousness. But then today we find Wangala dances being performed everywhere. Uh, this is a clear indication that the Wangala dance has left the, how to say, sacrosanctum, the sanctum, that sacred sanctum, and it has made its way into the stage. I think some of you might have seen certain topics like from ritual to stage. I think this is happening to Wangala also. Wangala began as a ritual, but today it has reached the secular stages, and it is being performed as a form of entertainment. But Wangala, we should remember, it began as a ritual. So these are the points that are coming up now. I hope everyone's enjoying the conversation and getting something more, and learning or unlearning or relearning, in my case also. Now, I would like to shift the conversation to Dr. Kolnat B. Marak. 나와 즉니 송살로 장기 당하니요. 당 쾌잉급바 동 쾌잉급바 베왈랑아라. 뭐 되게 도롬니 kita niat kita. 뭐 송살니 베왈랑. 우리 그만 하얀 층다 오골 부항 나무.
Tell malam. Ang saksanakan gisa, nakaknis ki parang maksa gulpo zozolas ki ano ko. At ska song gumak kriwulwale uchi niyo ang magsako na mentang kuingani naka bangan donga hindi ba warang ni matamrang ko. Even after we embrace the Christianity, still we have continuing our customs and cultures. So out of this, one is akam. Mangsade akam niya nagka at ska song gumak niko riiniyo. Iman nga na sungin karang ba tungama ko ininas kinga.
징어바 동행아 나오.
Sir
Angni king ba songrang chibarang gira siju ga makon no.
Oh, North Caro Hills ni 징어바 blongan dakinga yako. Niman ya 금 gumani giman bangisa talat jolina haida apsanangani dingtang kanirang dong naba donga. Aniba 징어데 angni akam angare kolnap bolwari marak niman angni akamde bolwarirang. Angajen salo sia bolwarirang ribay angni noko kanggen. So when I die, my relatives will come and claim my family. So nige ribay na bisong ni nokno nani bidung angni sia ni zaman ode angni gri parang ko angni jonggapa kuna kabarang ko angni noktango angni pal ni rekna dongrekna dedrang ko ni rekna wa angni madrang mahari ni biu angni madrang mahari ni machong kam riani rangko rakir kerkangna negi dakat ngode ni na song jolchi merki rakau ko ba wizo jonas kenga negen nakama
Ndigin apsan nong kuinga.
apsan kenga matel
앞서나 야.
apsan nga mo
sana ya.
irang dongeng kuwa ni man ya kumde na men tangenga ni nga ka ni man jen salo mandesya no mandesyo ko de ade ban ba wa miasa song mati miasa siode una ukurakina songrekani lang ba tangenga kon 증치디 tangenga
jadi noktangon nakbaon sunganirang dongani kemen yang dongchong mata 징아 크리스티안 ong ahomang ba yang ko kalna manja may na noko songodi yako dakjaode 바그바나 가사자니라 우니 그만 징아이랑 거 닦인 거.
acha telang
Anga ba kuinga ya rangira ba kuinga aro je anga biap rang chiri anga ya gemak chin garol student na gata man kuinga.
no acha matela ni utode achka song kumukon dakinga ni
Colonel,
nikna
one sec.
banenga
I think we need to translate this, or would you like to elaborate in English?
in English okay I can okay so yeah
This is a
when
very important element of
yeah it is still alive in our culture when a person die suppose if I die my there is one term on songreka so my relatives will arrange my nephew or my younger brother to my wife so it is still alive today still in every Garo Hills in every not only in Garo Hills those who are residing in some other states in some other countries also we have in Bangladesh we have in some in Australia also so still we are doing the same so this outcome that means my lineage will be claimed by relatives even after I die they will come and claim my families so they will keep like this in our lineage so that is the way and my nephew and my younger brother will be arranged to my wife so that is still alive so another is but sometimes mo basa ko ba nga gi dakka ba yo songrekaniyo singa adang ni madrang oni ko angni jongba angni grig parang oni ko chngode manjaude anga bolwari mang rangsa bolwari mang chambugong bolwari mang gapan mahari rang raksam orang oni ko bachade rabay mang na de ba chengi ukuba angni grig pa angni jongba ni phal daki mang na binod songi apsan daki chandra kang ni no ta sungsulo no ma tungja mai ko sa winas jolinga
yarang 동안 게마 멍사yon 송아니 anga baitabasak manderang ko minsan poido siya yani bidungo uno golpo ka ha Mana yako ma sinagtaskan again ba niya no magsonganira at sekarang ni magsongani o baita basak mi asarang niya kan nani kita de ba mi sekarang niya kan nani kita de mi sekarang ko bang ikna jan di ba mi asarang ko bang patek na ya bisong de bisong ni duk rangko gwal janak tabay ko taka aro manggapande changsa biya ka joko de cekni bewalo de bon changja nike songruka gematja unigen madak padakan iba tunga de ba anirang ba tunga aro iarangara de drang chonchonenga wangode wamangko ba gematja nagta wamako ni rok sandina ni geman pangnan bara suku ba ko nanginga nen ba kan rong mo kirang
Ay akende chungay ginokon mo open na may bala
mo yarang ko di at sa gamakon dakinga racho ni yan related chansina nga nirang donga di ba at singi Christian o ani zaman o chungode batamrang jaja jijong barang donga di ba tao na matakwe nga ya akam related to akam ya mi mang dala donga ani mi mang dala ko Christian o ani zaman o sungzolo takama dakcha sokma
ane garos ni gamak chicken nekada nekhay sa mimang dala ko de takkoy nga.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Singo ba takkoy nga singo man sa adong jan di ba ni ang ni ma siya ni kita siya noktango gapaw po sarong antang di yangin ka ni gaman yara mungsa de sigaba ko yatia madrang na noktango na ang ni de pandi siya ha aru un baksana apsan belli nang rumplani ko otnani gaman jira ko de siani jamano wa mahari madrang chanai nera mamong sabo bonjawa endi ba changsa ya anchi dong hau no ni dua relation ko rakhina kita apsan dakani ko ya akan meli madrang maksa akan gerkani ko takip lang.
Okay, thank you.
Mia sade ma noko sina nga ma noko nokchi planakan kapago akan pa namgen.
Chomot. Ano na ibay nga. So we are from different place mo. So Sasembatus and Madam Famlin and me from different districts. But I am inquiring whether in their areas is doing the same or not. So we are doing the same. Even after the Christianity also we are doing the same. What we have in before we embrace the Christianity. So we are doing the same. That is Mangdala. It is a term we use. That is spirit of the dead will bring back to the parental house. So we believe in reincarnation. After that, we believe we revert and all. Then after that, we'll go to the Purgatory, the land of the spirit. We call it Parpakram. There is a land of the spirit is there. And from the land of the spirit, again, that spirit will come back. So, yani bidingo, daudech nga, ya mimang ko, magabani no ko na dalbapilgin, paro dalbao sa, magaba pagabara, mande, siyaha ane bebera ngari siya ko ikuzan ga barang donga ni mang dalba ko sa pet na de ni man nakapa bebera ani donga and we believe that born back in the same family is our purpose.
Yeah, I think we'll have to this one clarify this one whether it's not all the Garos that we believe. It is the those who follow the indigenous religion Songsarik.
Yeah.
I think we are enthusiastic about so
Aniba ating ya Christian wani zaman ba wa katrik pato ko ara Songsarik wa jerangan indigenous trainer ko jinko jarkinga bisong de ko rakken bibera. Aniba chingoba even after we embrace the Christianity, so it is our from our forefathers. We believe, but in different meaning, it's a meeting with two relatives, so we take it together. So that is the way. And manggapan ko discuss ka na abanas kinga, ira dakama daksasukman di ba nga tangba ang niara tangba noko dakaro ba daknas singing ka pangwaro debras gala. So debras gala ko na asung solo dakama daksasuk sama sa bang siya winas kinga asung dingtang district ni ngani gaman.
Dakkoy nga daw
Dakinga matela madam mao nakamadak datsimba
ang ada wini ni gaman wi oba dakkoy nga gamakan dong jan di bayra metel plan song ani gaman ya ko dak song motiaro ya de ade nam ga pa bewal ni ba chanchia mai ni ra metel plan ko bak ba de ga pa aro nang ko dalat ko ba chuat ka pa orang ko metel plan na de kwal na kita nang jak tan ka
Okay, Mutela madam. So it is a one term we use Debra Sugala. It is an what love and gratitude to the parents. Uh, so after getting married, the boys have to go to the girl's house. Then the mothers, after getting married, the boys will come back to parental house with bringing cows and then what called rice and rice beer and whatever may be. So it's a sign of gratitude. Okay. Kasani chin na kaya na yakura ba plemang bagaba pagabana so we serve for our parents. We serve after getting married as a gratitude of love and the respect of our parents. We will come back along with my wife, and my wife's relatives will come, and we enjoy the drinks and everything. Still, we have, even after the Christianity, that is gratitude of parents, their deeds, whatever. That means while we're staying in the parental house.
I just want to intervene here. Debra sugar, I just want to point out the symbolic meaning. Debra
Yes.
is a piece of elongated cloth with which we tie the babies, either in front or behind. And then while we nurse the baby, while we nurture the baby, you know, a lot that particular Debra, that particular cloth gets soiled a lot because the baby can poop there, the baby can urinate, and you know, then. Symbolically, okay, the brasugala means that particular cloth is being washed by an adult married man when he goes back to his parental home after his marriage, and he gives a big feast. Organizes a big feast to the parents, and then express his gratitude along with the clan of his wife. This is a really significant element of Garo culture, and it speaks so much of gratitude, gratefulness, so much of acceptance of blessings and all that. I believe this is really a great culture. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would like to some more points. That is one call is Nukma. Nukma, the head of the village. That means landowners. So the Nukma is a term we use. The head of the village, so that means the Akeng land of the one particular area, owner of the one particular area. So ya Nukma Singni songode nokman amen dakle dongwa nokman amen bulman kwinga aru nokman abacha Australia ninga nokman gama kamera kuni rokinga nokman bichal kayo naniyo songwa selongo gama konchingode nokman jakura emang na gama kondakinga soldier baksa iman na song jolo dongwa ma dong jok chuma se
Nakna kita man kuinga gumakon niya naknya gana kita
no ya
naksong
ma ay matela madam da song dongwa ma
chingade abri dongja ni kuman chingade
acha
nokma manchade dongja samchi ba ka ka ngade uni kuman dongjan di ba chingaba headman rangde donga jan songko nokko ni roken bani tilla en di ba jerangan abri jolo donga chum ya wioni ba nokmani kamrang blongen talla.
okay matela madam oh so we have nokma sip. One particular area will be controlled by one fraction that we term is used nokma. So the nokma will distribute the land before while clearing the jungle. So this portion you can clear, this portion you can clear. While they are clearing the jungle for their gym cultivation, they will distribute the land. That particular person will he have a power. That means he. And this nokma is an inherited property. Only that particular family, this lineage, will inherit that power. So that we have and still alive. So when I am discussing with the two of our resource person, they are also saying that this is still alive. So we have another very important, and even after we embrace the Christianity in our society, still it is alive. That is Tra and relatives. That means elders of the relatives. We call it Tra. Elders of the relatives have a power and he have a responsibility to look after the relatives. Okay, relatives matters. Ni men sarang chingudi na mendala angni mama na mendala dada anga ba chak nengjok anga ba chawari singyo nenga anga gridi chansinan banjaya roka gumukon dakna banjaya bangau na nga de rakki kamku kainga ni banga wiza na song solo sarang ko lagi srat ngari nak ko dalira kuinga aru mani kuinga ramen toma dong jok
Sen
chumba
tarakali takat nama. Point ko akan atem
point
na.
donga dong chakwa anga knanas kia
동코잉아.
dong kuinga
Macung ba dong kuing ha?
Okay.
Siyaw ba biyaw ba nukni
Okay.
plak nangan nirang mama
Okay.
tangsa magba pagpanas kang
Mm.
kam khat nagta
Mm.
dakching nagta nanga tangka baisa glaw ba gemagon skang dak nagta nanga.
Okay, Matela. So we have one Shra name is relative elders, relatives elders. We call it Shra. So that we have, and this particular person and relatives elders have a responsibility to uh, look after the relatives matters and the family matters too. So when our lady, one woman or girl is selecting one what for partner to be his her couple, this stra, okay, stra, or we call it mama tongue. So this will take over. That means they will look after. They will take initiative on it. So it is still alive. We have even after Christianity and even in Songsare, we both end up flying the same power.
Dr. Kolnat, can we have only the points? Then later on we go back to this contemporary.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Yeah.
I can sum up to 2 points, and I can explain it both English and Garo, so that the viewers can know what does it mean. Okay, one is we have the daigama. Dai ko ba daw ba da kuinga ni nga san siya gama ka chika sok siya ri ululin yon wa kun kuinga so ba sani ba chika ko sika groma na sani ba chika mang aselo nga na kaparango sani ba matsuku de na may ba sungono ko aselo nga na kaparango ba sunma thome haude gamna na nga ni donga ni ba juk sika ni si sika ni wan na kaparango de nga dai so toko gama daw Christian wani sa mano magama kon ya ko tai sotoko haida ta ogda jonore haja sotpunga ba haja kolgrit punga tu sotpunga ni ngong na badunga ni bas kango de sotok namen dal chongmota ni men yade nam dai na men dal gabo ni men yade tao sotok kon gam de gam kuenga ni ba man ni gaman saw ko de ni men now actually we have one what call we have a fine actually when I want extramarital affair. Suppose I appear with some other women, so we have a relatives gathering, both the relatives, both the parties. And at the time, Nukma and the others will judge, okay? They will ask me, they will inquire the matter. If I have found guilty, I have to be fined 60 rupees. In long time back, that means forefathers, they have fixed the 60 rupees. Maybe equivalent today, maybe not less than 50,000 that I have to be paid, and that the relatives will collect the money and I'll be beaten for the wrongdoings. My relatives and the trust will come and beat me if I do that mistake. So that of course we are paying the 60 rupees today also, since we have our forefathers have fixed the 60 rupees, but these things are for two. That means it is 60 rupees today, but why? Since it is doing from that time, it is easy. 60 rupees is nothing today, but the thing is that it's like a fine, and to how I can say my reputation and everything will include. So and again gets the queen and even you go to Christian ba, we don't increase the fine. Okay, doing the same and choosing the same amount. Yan ang kabada kuing ano mangsanga po kami kanas ka we have so many points still alive no more ka just hindi ba bangsa kung et kanas ka rongjangyo na. Yan last ang ni point again, ya rongjangyo na ni de. Okay. Okay. Ang rong janggyo na tsngari jen salo batsi ba sungguman okuban si madrang ko grong na yang tsngari rong janggi ko natken mi kadepyo natken da obya dong ko yang ang dong chelo nokchiang ang ni ay babo natken. We have a term rong janggi. When I go to meet my parental house, they will give up a peck of rice, small peck of rice that we use the term rong janggi. And in olden times, whenever we go to visit our family members, it is a very far place and we have to work on food. So in the meantime, that means on the way, since it is jungle, in some circumstances, maybe some incident happen, I have to be overnight there. So that time we have to cook that. And the same is following in even after we embrace the Christianity. And all the Garo Hills is doing this one. Thank you, madam, for this discussion.
Thank you so much for hurrying up. Last, I think there's a very important element which Sambatus has brought in. He has brought in folklore and depicted them through his paintings. I would like him to converse or speak to us on little bit on that.
Angni ya solar panirang de ya jekai noka chikro meba bipak solani bangpak solani nokantio bangpak solani ya no sangkni rangko meba rangko dakani maksongani den ki unga maina ya gamak kon aneng chining chikusa chikrangara manba ha aneng chining chikusa manba ningun maingana ya ini golpo kon yat kan chimode ya sangkniara sagalo antangko dalbat kepan yang mamung naba jajing di jroe muna roinga simna chana yang naba mamung naba jajing jasem andi ba jenselo ya sagal tepang na apa cinga non mai nga ya sagal tepang na mon angna batte dalbat kepa mai ba makron cinik naman gija kepa dungna nga nemna sangkni sanchiha uni un bia aneng chining chi wangala ko skina kita okamata negisa ya aneng chining china plak au malgaba chi jro kepa plakan aneng chining chi yang ha uchi ko ya wangala niko skira uno matengsa buga ko bulbang pe sangkni ko bang pak solle mengna ya ning chining chin nike wangala niko wangal dela ta kusa ya agal sakona man baha nike sa ya agal sakoba ya nokache kerkaniyo nokpantir kaniyo sangkni ni bimang ko sollaha na anal kita rake mengna ya bolgro ko ba sollaha aro ya mai barang ba bulbang rango ba ya rokomari bimang rango thari mengna takaha
Telbia, tau sumarang nung tani man sing wind up kainok mo. Now, this particular point that I wanted to bring about is because it is contemporary and it is related to literature. How sculpture, he is also a sculptor. He has done a lot of sculptures. Sculpture is related to folklore. It's related to literature today. Because through his sculptures, through his paintings, he is bringing folk tale alive. We see only one sculpture, maybe we see only one painting, but when we ask what is a symbol here, then the whole lot of symbolism, the whole lot of folk tale, the whole lot of story comes alive. This way, folk tales, this way, folklore is being perpetuated and it is being handed down. And I think this tradition will go on. I think I would like to thank in a very special way the panelists. There are a lot of things which we have left out because I think culture is inexhaustible. We understand that. We can never do justice to any tribes or communities culture and discussion of it in 1 hour. I think we understand that. But all the same, I think our panelists have been very good. They have tried their best to converse with us, to talk to us. Thank you, Sri Sambatus A. Sangma. Thank you, Professor Famlin K. Marak. Thank you, Dr. Kolnat B. Marak. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience.
I thank Kolnat, Famelin, Sembathis, and Barbara for such an eye-opening talk about the rich culture that the Garos have, which is often not much in conversation in our state. And I hope it lays the ground for more meaningful work and for sharing of local cultures that encompass different facets. I would now like to present the speakers with festival mementos. I request everyone to remain seated. We will immediately begin the next session. exploration of the relevance of Indian classical wisdom in reorienting modern management. It highlights the need for facilitating an internally directed spiritual dimension to business management, including management education as an alternative to instrumental rationality and materialism in today's profit driven business world. Sanjoy Mukherjee is Associate Professor of Sustainability and Liberal Studies at the Indian Institute of Management, Shillong, a graduate in mechanical engineering from Jadavpur University. He completed his MBA from the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and PhD from Jadavpur University. A former faculty at the Management Center for Human Values, IIM Calcutta. His area of research and teaching expertise include Indian ethos and human values in management, business ethics, corporate and social responsibility, wisdom leadership, alternative learning, management and liberal arts, history and philosophy of management, sustainability and spirituality in management. His global presence includes conferences and lectures at Oxford Roundtable, Aspen Institute, Academy of Management UNESCO, Global Ethics Forum, SPES Forum Europe, Corvinus University of Budapest, Norwegian School of Economics, Bergen, Stockholm Business School, Copenhagen Business School, China Europe International Business School, and International Society of Business, Ethics and Economics, among others. After the launch, the author will be in conversation with Sanjeev Kakuti. Sanjeev Kakuti is an associate professor at IIM Shillong. He was a guest faculty at IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Bangalore. He obtained his PhD on the theme of technology and social change from NEHU, Shillong, and completed 3TP from IIM Ahmedabad. He is also a documentary filmmaker and a writer with 3 books to his credit. He represented India at the World Business School Council for Sustainable Business, New York, and was one of the authors of the report on management education for the future that was presented at the UN Earth Summit at Rio 2012. He was invited to the World Economic Forum, Switzerland in 2013, where he made a presentation on the urgent need for respecting diversity in a globalized world order. He was appointed as international consultant of Indian media markets to the Hamburg Media School, Germany. For the launch, I call on stage the author, Professor Sanjoy Mukherjee, Sri Donald Walang, Kong Patricia Mukhim, Professor Sanjeev Kakuti. I request the guests to kindly come up on stage. You can come up on stage, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much. I request everyone to take their seats. Thank you very much. We shall now commence with a conversation on the book between the author and Professor Sanjeev. I now hand over the session to you, Professor.
Good morning to one and all present. It is indeed my privilege to be here this morning with a friend and a colleague, Professor Sanjay Mukherjee. I call it a privilege because the book that we just inaugurated represents a labor of love. And this love affair has been there for 25 years. And it culminated in a book that has 15 essays written over a period of 25 years. And they are an amalgam of thought, and it also marks how he progressed as a writer and as an individual. A graduate of Jadavpur University in mechanical engineering, Sanjay Mukherjee said that he took flight into different areas, which included music, the arts, theater, literature, and the best part, he fell in love with all of them. And in a world where we find that human beings, if they are an engineer, they are only an engineer. If they are a person engaged in literary activities, they are engaged only in that. But here is a person whose interest spans over multiple areas, and he does everything with a finesse that is hard to replicate. So, Sanjay Da, in this world where we are told to become specialists in a particular area and shut our minds to everything else, how did you manage to span so many domains and still maintain the humility that you have?
Thank you. First of all, I'm grateful to my friend and colleague, esteemed colleague, Professor Sanjeev Kabuti, for being with us here as the coordinator, moderator, whatever you call it, to have a conversation with me and sparing his time. I thank everyone here for being present today on this occasion at this event, especially to our Chief Secretary, Mr. Donald Walling, who happens to be an alumnus of IIM Calcutta as I am, and Madam Patricia Mukim, the editor of Shillong Times, kindly agreed to be here also. Thank you. I see a very well-known name in Shillong, Mr. Sanjay Hajarika, is there with us. Thank you, sir, for being with us and inspiring us. And all of you, and especially the students and people from the faculty from the academic community, people from IIM Shillong, a big thanks first to begin with. Well, the question that was asked, the answer comes from a sense of space. 35 years of my formative life I spent on Southern Avenue in Calcutta. You have the sprawling boulevards, and there was the Takuria Lake. My friend Sanjeev was staying there for a little while, I know, very recently. So that gave me the fresh air and the new light from day one. Yes, I was pursuing science, yes, I was pursuing engineering, but that started to, breathe in new air and new light into me. That's first. The school which I went to, like many of you, I was in a missionary school for 12 years, St. Lawrence High School, Calcutta. It had three fields, no, three sprawling fields in front of the building of the school, where, which is not there in I don't know about any other school in Calcutta which has three fields like that spread out where the children play around. Again, the space. So when I landed in Jadavpur University after my +2, again I felt that same space, now expanding into different horizons. This flight to the domain of arts and liberal studies, films, theater, was ingrained into me. I'm grateful for that to Jadavpur University. Its culture, its heritage, its tradition. For the first time, I came to know stalwarts from the world film arena. Francois Truffaut, Jean-Luc Godard, Ingmar Bergman, and who not? Theater, Bertolt Brecht. In the third year of my engineering, I created my own theater group. And there were participants, players, actors, directors coming from across the eastern part of the country. IIT Kharagpur, St. Xavier's College, Calcutta, Presidency College, Calcutta, Jadavpur University, you name it, they were all in my group. And we performed for about 7 years in Calcutta stage, in all the main stages of Calcutta, both in Bengali and in English equally. And thankfully, by the grace of God, we got an acclaim which was rare to find in those days. But when I joined IIM Calcutta as a student, I left the responsibility with someone else, and then he carried on. It went on for a couple of years. Then the person whom I had given that responsibility, he was a genius par excellence. He became a monk. He went into spiritual life. It was around that time that we turned towards something beyond, which if I may call spiritual. I'll explain that word later in this conversation. But it's so important for us friends. When I look back, look at my friends, look at my students, something haunts me. To what my friend and colleague, Professor Kakoti, suggested, we are allowed only to think in one direction. I remember the book One Dimensional Man by Herbert Marcuse, which I read when I was in IIM Calcutta. So two things are, plaguing us these days in the academic world, in the thinking world, in our growing up. One is linear thinking, not lateral, linear, focus. Focus is important, but not at the expense of spread. Unless we spread, we just, money, 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, 2 crores, 5 crores, but only money. That's it, okay? 1 car to 2 cars to 4 cars to 5 cars only. So linear thinking. And the other is binary logic. Either someone is good or someone is bad. Not the whole spectrum, not the pendulum. Is either at one end or the other, black or white. Is labeling. This ism is good because I like it, but this fellow is pursuing the otherism, so he's not my type, so I am not his friend. When thought paradigms invade the domain of human relationships, human nature, then there's a problem. I may have strong differences with you, but in a healthy spirit. That doesn't mean that I'm losing you as a friend. But it happens these days, unfortunately. So in order to break the shells of binary thinking and linear logic, I ventured out. And I found my, not just solace, but my space and my expanded space in Rabindranath Tagore, Satyajit Ray. Well, don't mind, many of them are Bengalis. But I started by saying that world film, world theater had influenced me greatly also. But, I personally remember one documentary which was created by the great master Satyajit Ray, on another great master Rabindranath Tagore, on to celebrate or to commemorate his uh, birth centenary. 1961, Nehru government mandated that a documentary be created on Tagore. And what came out was a masterpiece, 52 minutes. It's still there in the YouTube. You can just click Rabindranath Tagore by Satyajit Ray. It will come 52 minutes, masterpiece, black and white. There you find Tagore is being sent, the young Tagore, Robi, is being sent to schools in his childhood. But he hates the schools. He ran away from 6 schools. 6 schools. Finally, he was educated at home. So the camera shows in that documentary a young boy, Robi, sitting in the class, and there's a teacher. You cannot see the teacher, so nameless, faceless, but you can see a gruff, you can hear a gruff voice. Can you see a box? And the whole class shouts, yes, I can see a box. You know, mindless, what we called, rote learning going on in the class. And then the camera pans on this young boy, Robi, who's not participating in that mindless game. He's looking out of the window. Birds flying, wind blowing, water flowing. He's looking. And come to think of it, this same person, this same young boy, at the age of 40, left the metropolis of Calcutta to take refuge in the heartland of tribals, in the district of Birbhum, in West Bengal, in the western part of Bengal, where there was no modern habitat, no urban habitation. But he remained with the tribals and he created his own institution of learning in the lap of nature. Today we talk about globalization. See, this mind 100 years back named it Vishwa Bharati, which is rooted in India, Bharati, but appealing to the world, global. Can there be a match for it? 100 years later, we are talking about globalization, but this man thinks about it in education 100 years back. So that had influenced me, that had helped me to spread the wings. And this is just one example, many others. So many people inspired me in my life to not to get into a straight-jacketed kind of a existence thought paradigm. And that's what I try to do in I Am Shillong. And thankfully, there are friends and colleagues like Professor Kaguti, who gives me the indulgence to go ahead.
Actually, once you give a teacher a mic, it's a dangerous proposition.
I will remember that now.
And many of the things that we're going to speak would border on sacrilege, because he, and to a lesser extent I, challenge the dominant paradigm. And the dominant paradigm that we have today is that of carriers and consumerism. So I've picked up certain small little nuggets from his book, wanting him to speak more on it. So at one point he writes, a planned life is a closed one. It can be endured, but it can never be lived. But we are saying that we need to plan our education, we need to plan our careers, we need to do everything in life in a planned manner so that we can become better consumers, consume much more and more and more. And then again he says, a planned life is a closed one. It can be endured, but it can never be lived. What do you have to say on that?
So we management professors, you give us the microphone, as you said, and we'll give you 1 hour lecture on strategic planning, corporate planning, investment planning, career planning, name it. I was aware of that. But at the same time, when I looked at my life, I saw something different. I just give you one example to make this point clear, why it is closed. My first job was in a company called TIL Limited after my engineering. After 2 years, I found that I was vegetating. I was gaining weight, eating a lot of food for lunch, and intellectually, cerebrally, I was suffering. I was not progressing at all. So 2 of us, myself and my friend Ratan Kumar, we were in the same class of mechanical engineering in JU. We were also colleagues sitting side by side in the company. We decided to appear for all the exams. Name it, GRE, GMAT, CAT, IAS, whatnot. Everything. Kuch karna hai, padhna hai abhi. We have to do something else. So finally what happened that Ratan targeted GRE Sorry, Ratan targeted CAT, I targeted GRE, and we shared each other's study notes, etc. Those days were not the days of when you had coaching classes, but you have corresponding courses. So we took those correspondence courses and we shared the money also. 14th December 1986, Saturday, GRE exam. I was in full gear. I will crack, but I could not crack. After half an hour, I could make out that it's not my day. Things are not happening. So I came out completely disgusted, disoriented person after 2 hours of the exam. Ratan, my friend who was targeting CAT, not GRE, said that his day was good. He did it pretty well. So I said, "Theek hai bhai, tum chalo." And next Sunday, that is 22nd of December 1986, was CAT. So I told him, I'm not going to appear for CAT because I think I've lost my elements by now. वो sharpness चला गया अभी. I cannot. So you please go ahead. I won't appear. 21st December, Saturday evening, deliberately, consciously, willfully, I threw a party in a hotel in South Calcutta. Calling my friends from school and my university, Yadupur University, about 10 people were there. We went around till midnight. Came back home after midnight, told my mom that please don't wake me up for the exam. I'll wake up after the exam finishes. My mother said, okay, you won't appear for the exam. I was the only child, so she didn't. He tampered a lot, but she didn't, stand in my way. So he said, okay, tum so jao. 8 o'clock in the morning, the phone rings, and my friend Ratan Kumar wakes me up saying, we had been studying together for the last 1 year. Hum tumko nahi chhodega. You have to appear for the exam. I'm coming with the car. I said, I had a party till about 1 o'clock. I cannot wake up now. Sorry. Then you give the phone to my mother. Auntie, please give him lemon water. Okay. And I'm coming. So I had lemon water and a cup of coffee. I was following his, instructions. My only preparation for CAT was from 8:30 in the morning to 9:30 in the morning that day, 26th of December, 22nd of December. 1 hour I listened to the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven. 1 hour. That was my preparation for CAT. I was lover of Beethoven for all times. And then Ratan comes with a cab so that I don't escape and took me to the exam hall. 10 o'clock the exam starts. Within 10 minutes I could make out the things are happening. Coach preparation, no preparation at all. Things are happening. One after the other. Fastest 2 hours of my life I spent. Came out with a beaming face saying, boss, crack ho gaya. 250 questions, I answered 210, I still remember. My friend Ratan, who was targeting CAT, looked gloomy. He said, sorry, this was not my day today. So to sum it up, finally, the call which I was promised from the scholarship from Florida, University of Florida, Gainesville, Nuclear Engineering Department, they finally refused because I did not get that requisite GRE. My friend Ratan Kumar took that call with his GRE score and went to Florida, Gainesville to study nuclear engineering. I joined IIM Calcutta. How can I say my life is planned, my friends? This is my answer.
Lovely. I was talking about the love story that he's had for 25 years, writing this 15 different essays. And during this time, the transformation that happened in Sanjay Mukherjee is that, in his own words, from a researcher, he became a seeker, from a pathfinder to becoming a fellow traveler. And he learned that he needs to move away from debate to dialogue and from lecture to conversation. Huge transformations in a person. Could you tell us something about it?
Yeah. First thing is this seeker from a, someone who's claims to be a knowledgeable person to a seeker. This came to me only in contact with some great minds, great people in my life. And great doesn't mean that they're very well known or famous, no. Some of the best of personalities who have inspired me are not known to this world today. So much. So what I learned from them, which I did not have earlier, when I was in school, I learned from them the power, the potential, and the blessing of what we call humility. The readiness to learn, the willingness to learn. Not that I know, I say. Hey, at one time we used to do that in school. Yeah, I am saying this. And we used to have a lot of debates in school, as Mr. Kakuti was saying. Later on, I found the debate is not helping me to enrich my knowledge only. So where to go? I landed up in US and Europe for conferences, etc. And there, again, coincidentally, not planned, I met people who liked my way of speaking and introduced me to the art of dialogue. I can tell you, my friends, please don't take me otherwise. Such senior persons are here, Chief Secretary, Editor of Shillong Times. We Indian, especially the academics, are very good at debates. We want to push our point. We want to crush the other. We are not ready to learn from the other. When my presentation is over for 10-15 minutes, I go down and talk to the my colleagues or the academic fraternity about my son's education and my daughter's marriage. I am not listening to the other guy who's speaking, please. I've seen this time and again in conferences. Where is the readiness to learn? Where is the willingness to know what the other is saying? So that I learned sitting in the Aspen Institute of US, and also in the SPES Forum in Europe, which is primarily located in Budapest. I learned from them. We Indians have still to go a long way to learn the art of dialogue. Yes, very, very, very good in debates, no doubt about it. Professor Sen has already mentioned the argumentative Indian, no doubt about it. But he does it in a way which is very respectable. I've read that book. It's an inspiration for me. But that argumentative is not meaning arrogant. Somewhere this arrogance has come and it blocks knowledge. Arrogance blocks knowledge. I remember Einstein saying, don't look for elegance in arrogance. You'll find elegance only in simplicity. In his Ideas and Opinions, I've read this line. It just remained with me. So this humility is what helped me to learn from the others, to suspend my judgment, to suspend my opinion. It taught me to see and to listen without being judgmental. When I'm listening to you, at the same time I'm judging you, please note that half of my listening faculty is going into judgment. So I'm not listening you properly. So, art of dialogue, suspending my position and opening up to learning from the others. Multiple perspectives, which is what we need, sir. To break the barriers of linear thinking and binary logic, we need to develop a kind of love for celebrating multiple perspectives. So.
Wonderful. Not many people know of this fact that he, along with his teacher S.K. Chakrabarti, were pioneers of a different kind. Management education was essentially Western. It was born in the US and extended to Europe. And at some point of time, you find that Confucianism, Shintoism, philosophy of the East was percolating management education. But as far as Indian contribution to management education, there was a large vacuum, as if India had nothing to contribute. Then comes a center, the Management Center for Human Values, started by somebody I never met, but I've read of him and I revere him, Professor S.K. Chakrabarti. And that brought in the concept of Indian ethos to management. And Sanjay Da has been carrying that flag all over the world. We would like to hear something from him, because this by itself is a phenomenal contribution to the world of management the introduction of Indian ethos to management. Sir, we would want you to speak something on this.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very, very pertinent and important question and theme. Thank you, Professor Kakoti, Sanjeev Dada. Again, it was not planned. Around the year 1988, when I was a second year student of IIM Calcutta, I was desperately looking for some spiritual anchorage, someone who has seen the light. Not just someone who talks about spirituality, but someone who has actually experienced it. Dr. Chakraborty's course gave, he conducted a course for the second year students. It was a elective course. I took it and I was impressed by it. It gave me the intellectual, opening. But where is the experience? So I found this man. In a man of slender means, living in a very simple house in Kalighat area near the Kali temple in South Calcutta. A philosopher and a spiritual master par excellence, in the domain of tantras. But not the tantras we know in then, the red cloth and the other things associated with it, not that. The pristine, pure tantra. So I was deeply inspired by him. 1988 to 1992, I was in his company. I was studying, I was doing my corporate job, but every other day I'll go and talk to him. He treated me like his son. And then he was diagnosed with cancer. His last 1 month was, breathing in pain in bed. Even during that time when we used to visit him, his face will beam, "Young man, how are you?" When I should be asking, "How are you, sir?" he was asking me with a beaming smile and sparkling eyes. "How are you? How are you? You haven't come for 3 days. Why are you so late?" All these questions. So at that time, I was telling him that I want to leave my job. I don't like. I was earning a hell of a lot that time. 12,000 rupees in 1990 was not a matter of joke. So per month. So I said, I'm not liking it. It's a finance company, merchant banking job. I was not liking it. They, no, don't leave your job. Then he told me something. I'm sharing this with you. I haven't, 60 years, I haven't shared this in public forum. He held my hand, lying in the bed, terminal patient of cancer, held my hand and said, "Your work is going to come. And it will be coming from your institute where you passed out from in Joka. And that time I won't be there, but you will remember me." There was no Center for Human Values that time. S.K. Chakraborty had given his resignation that time to the new director, Subir Chaudhary. He said that I want to pursue human values on my own. He had given his resignation. His resignation letter was with Subir Chaudhary. At that time, this man passed away on the 24th of March, 1992. And then one day, I left the job. I started working on my own. One day I went to IIM Calcutta in the month of May 1992, and I found Dr. Chakraborty there in his chamber. Half an hour he spoke to me, saying briefly that a center will be created in IIM Calcutta on human values and Indian ethos in management. Asked me, do you wish to join it? I remember that old man in the deathbed. I won't be there. You will remember me. Friends, these days I find a lot of people talking about spirituality in the media, social media, yahan pe, wahan pe. Everyone has a role to play. Everyone is important, no doubt, but getting it from the right person who has seen the light. Otherwise, one blind leading 1,000 blinds creates havoc, disaster in the society. This is happening today. If one has seen the light, I can tell you one or two things. That person won't be eager to publicize, number one. No. As a policy, as a tragedy, no, I won't. And that person will be radiating love to you, whoever you are, whether you're a zamindar or a zamandar, whether you come from the palace or from the pavement, you'll get the same treatment. I've seen this. It's not just a matter of words. So these people inspired me to pursue Indian ethos in management. And the rest, I was sitting in IIM Calcutta library. At that time, I was a great fan of Beethoven. I was telling you, Mozart and Beethoven, classical music. I was reading Romarola, the great French Nobel laureate. He was a great, admirer of Beethoven. He wrote his biography also. And then Romarola, I found while searching his other books, The Life of Vivekananda. What a masterpiece. And he compares the voice of Vivekananda with the music of Beethoven in that book. And I was completely turned around and transformed. So from Beethoven, through Romarola, I come back to Vivekananda. And then S.K. Chakraborty teaching Indian ethos, the person whom I'm in touch with, inspiring me, all that pushed me to this domain. It was not that I planned it, please. It all came to me. The push came. Then I started meeting people. Those of you who are taking this book, interested in this book, just read the prologue. Prologue is my journey. It tells you. And our epilogue is the continuity of the journey today, right? So, how did I come to Indian ethos? Yes. That time, as Chief Secretary will know, IIM Calcutta was created in 1961 in collaboration with Sloan School of Management, MIT. A few months later came IIM Ahmedabad in collaboration with Harvard Business School. We have the legacy of Western management education, principles and practices from the West. And we have learned a lot from that. I can assure you, sure enough. But we can import technology and we can import finance. We can import derivatives. Can we import culture, please? So comes Shintoism. A fantastic book came out that time, The Art of Japanese Management by Pascal and Athos. Small book, which inspired us. And then the work of S.K. Chakraborty. How did S.K. Chakraborty go into it? Again, unplanned, my friends. He was teaching finance, sir, if you remember. And then by the director at that time, 1979-80, they told him that there's a project which has come. No one is willing to take it. Will you take this? What is that project? Consultancy work. On what? Organization study of Ramakrishna Mission. No one is willing to take it. They are all Westerners people. So he said, I will go and do it. He went into Ramakrishna Mission to study. He came out a completely transformed person. And that's how he started the work on human values in management. That's how comes the Center for Human Values, which is there even today. Right. So this is a journey, friend.
Right. You're one of those very few individuals in the different management schools who teaches ethics in a management institute. And this actually represents a shift away from IQ, intelligence quotient, to emotional intelligence, emotional quotient, EQ. At one point, you talk about that it's time we put in standard of living along with another caveat, and that is the quality of life. Our standard of living might go up the moment we acquire a lot of new things, but the quality of life may actually go down. So, can you tell us very briefly about how did you manage to put in ethics as a mainstream subject in management, which says that the business of business is business, and all that we are there is to make profits, and then you bring in ethics?
And that statement is by a Nobel laureate, Milton Friedman, the great economist. The business of business is only business, nothing else. Anyway, again, when I joined IIM Calcutta as a research fellow, Dr. Chakraborty, for the first few years, sent me to different conferences and meetings and seminars, academic institutions, social institutions, NGOs, spiritual enclaves, monasteries, many places. And I was there as a learner. There were great speakers in many of these forums, great speakers, fantastic amount of knowledge, depth of knowledge, and they had the willingness to communicate. They had the passion to communicate values. And this but is very important to my friends who are sitting at the back. When I looked at the audience, I found the age group was not less than 50. But when I look at Swami Vivekananda, Tagore, even in our times, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, those who created movements, who were their target? The youth. Where are the youth? You want to have spearhead a movement of values and ethics. Where are they? So I asked myself, where are we going wrong? So I found out two things. One, if my students are sitting here, they will know we have to make it interesting. Interesting is a word which I use it very consciously. Interesting doesn't mean it's, it's very fluffy and superficial stuff. Not at all. They will be. There are so many things which are attracting them, from shopping malls to nightclubs to whatnot. Why should they come to and listen to a professor teaching about ethics? You have to make it interesting. And I found some teachers in my life who helped me do that. Number one. Number two, make it relevant so that it is relevant to their context. Because otherwise we are only interested in effectiveness. So we introduced ethics, saying that ethics is also a very important aspect of effectiveness. When Enron happened, when WorldCom happened, 2000 I think, or 2001, in US, New York Times came up with an article by Hugh Gutman, well-known journalist at that time. The title of that was Greed Rocks Corporate America. Greed rocks. Where is this greed coming from? The greed doesn't come from IQ. The greed comes from the emotional domain of the individual. In our education system, my friends, I submit to you for your kind consideration. From day one in school till the doctorate and the postdoctorate, our focus has been only on the left brain, that is development of the intellect. Very important, but not enough. Emotional competence, emotional development of the individual, EQ, as my friend has said, is so important. Greed does not come from intellect. I don't think greedy, I feel greedy. A Rasagulla comes in front of me, a bong, I feel greedy, right? I feel greedy, I don't think greedy, as simple as that. Right? So, what about the domain of feeling? When we were students, correct if I'm wrong, sir, there were many people who are opinion leaders with good track records, corporate achievements, who would tell us, don't be emotional, be rational. But after 1996, when Harvard established through research that yes, EQ is important, EI, emotional intelligence is important, we don't say that. We say, no, emotions are also important. So we have to find a way to enrich the emotions. So to enrich the emotions, my friends, to supplement and complement, not to deny, but supplement and complement the left brain activity, I submit to you for your consideration in your organizations, in your institutions, this culture of positive and noble emotions have to be inculcated. Otherwise, people come out with a lot of sharpness here. I remember one statement in the Holy Quran. It says, greed robs the learned man of his wisdom. A learned man is fine with left brain, okay, but his EQ is not developed, cannot manage greed, cannot graduate from learning to wisdom. Right? Bible says, for example, blessed are those that are pure in heart. Blessed are those that are pure in heart. Bible doesn't say blessed are those that are brilliant in intellect, does it? Just think of that, friends. Throughout the entire Bhagavad Gita, time and again, the Lord has talked about Chitta Shuddhi or Atma Shuddhi, which is purification or enrichment of emotions. So just to give it a thought, friends. So we wanted to bring it back to our curriculum, apart from the intellectual part. And one more thing I'll suggest, in order to introduce that, only book learning does not help. Only case studies do not help. They are important, but you have to introduce alternate forms of learning, alternate modes of learning, which Tagore did in Shantiniketan. Learning from nature. Hey, just look at this. I feel everyone with a mind, a poet's mind, will sit down here, look at this, and start writing. Nature. Just one example. Learning from children. This I'll talk about later. Right.
Right. So I'm quite mindful of the time. We've got another 15 minutes.
Right.
At one point, you quote the French Nobel laureate André Gide that the color of truth is gray. But we live in a world which looks at everything in black and white.
Right.
So what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in our own country cannot be seen from the prism of black and white. It has got to be seen from the prism of shades of gray.
Yeah.
Now, that brings us to the next big question, that is there an acute lack of leadership in countries, in organizations, in the families? You at one point write, a leader is a person committed to the pursuit of excellence. I repeat, a leader is a person committed to the pursuit of excellence. But this seems like an anachronism in a world, again, I use the words, that is made up of successful mediocrity. I'd like your take on that. Everywhere we see successful mediocrity.
That's a word I have used in that book also. And that, you believe it or not, Secretary Sir is here. I am Calcutta, sitting at dead of night in my hostel room. It was a day when I was not feeling good with the, kind of career drive of my friends, dear friends. And that was being instigated by the professors also. Many of the professors, not all of them. So I wrote in a lamplight, institutes of higher learning are increasingly becoming breeding grounds of mediocrity, and qualifying saying successful mediocrity. Because when they come with success, they become opinion leaders. They influence the young people. That is the difference, That is success. Success speaks. And people are influenced. Multiple perspectives. I didn't speak about the best book on ethics. And I'm not trying to be parochial in any way. I mean what I'm saying. To develop multiple perspectives, look at the same reality from different angles, through different lenses. Which book helped me the most? I'm sure some of you would agree who have gone through that magnum opus, Mahabharata. Mahabharata, the great epic India has produced. One of my favorite questions in the CAT interview to the students was, give me 2 negative points of Yudhishthir and 2 strong points of positive points of Duryodhan. Every character comes with a shade of white and black. It's all gray, including the Blessed Lord. At the end of the Kurukshetra, when 100 sons were killed, Mother Gandhari, who was the mother of the 100 sons, she gave curse to Krishna that you have been responsible for killing my 100 sons, for their death. And I give you the curse that your entire clan will be banished out of this earth. And you will be dying like a pauper. And what did Krishna do? He did not react. He bowed down in front of Mother and said, I accept you. I accept your curse, Mother. And that's exactly what happened. Mahabharata tells you that every character, every one of us here has our shades of white, black, red, everything. The Indian philosophy, the Sankhya philosophy, talks about 3 colors. White, which is the Sattva Gun. Sattva Gun. Sattva is clarity. Red, the Rajogun, which is the dynamism. And the black, which is Tamogun, which is for inertia and darkness. All these 3 guns or characters are there in each one of us. Each one of us. So, we cannot label someone as good and bad. We cannot. When we do it, it's our problem. I cannot see the full reality as it is. Who is a seer? Who is a rishi? A rishi or seer is one who sees reality not as he wants to see, but as it is, as it is. So Indian wisdom has taught me to be able to at least try to, not able to, but try to see reality as it is. This is something which we learn from Indian wisdom. But the way we try to inculcate it or we try to indoctrinate it around the world today, it's a 1-0 situation, unfortunately. See, we are talking today, everyone, the 75 years of Indian freedom. We are talking about, the theme is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. How does it happen? The world is a network of relationships. They're all my relationships. It is because I, not as in this physical body, not in this vital force, but as in my consciousness, I reach out to the others. I include the others. Otherwise, I cannot be empathetic towards you. My friends, empathy is a word which is very important today. Everyone is talking about empathy today, but we have to cultivate it in our life. Empathy is not a journey of intellect. Empathy is a journey of consciousness where emotions have a very important role to play. Expanding emotions, not the debilitating, weak, negative emotions, but the expanding, positive, noble emotions. Right, friends? So, unless the culture of emotions is strongly built, where is the leader? I spent my time when I was in school with Mother Teresa, coming from a missionary school myself. When I come out of the room every time after staying half an hour with her, sorry, where is the impact? Here or here? Yes, tell me. It's here. It's nowhere else. So, the heart of the matter, my friends, is a matter of the heart. I mean what I say. So please, and this is not, I'm not talking about the biological heart, please. There is something here we call in Indian wisdom, Hridaya Guha, the cave of the heart. You have tremendous amount of joy. You find that it's palpating here. Vibrating here, sorry. And if you are feeling, a few days back, I suffered a terrible, my friend knows, financial setback. I'm not going into it. But when I experienced it, it was here I was feeling, completely, crouched, crumbled, unable to live. It's here. The heart of the matter is a matter of the heart expanded.
And I'm drawing you out of that because it hurt him severely, and I don't want him to get into that all over again. That's the heart of the matter. I had a very quick conversation with Sanjay Mukherjee yesterday evening, and we were generally talking about the book. And at one point of time, he says, "You must mention one thing." And I said, "What is that?" We have a common friend, not just him and me. I am Shillong. We had embarked on a journey of sustainability from the day we started. And the man who started it, mentored us, is a man by the name of Paul Srivastav. And he writes the preface of this book. Paul is considered to be one of the foremost exponents of sustainability. Interestingly, there is something called a Club of Rome with 100 members. Most of the membership are for institutions. There are very few individuals who are individual members, and Paul happens to be an individual member of the Club of Rome, a very, very influential thinker. And I think that he agreed to write the preface of this book by itself is a salute to the quality of this book. But we are running out of time a bit, and I'm a stickler for time. I would like to end by requesting Professor Sanjay Mukherjee to read out a page or two from his book that is close to his heart. We are not getting away from our hearts
How
today.
much time we have, sir?
We have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, it won't be possible. So I have chosen it this way. I'll just give two examples of Indian wisdom in management. Two examples. And coincidentally, both are from Bengal. Towards the end of his life, the first institution builder of this entire nation, much before the Tatars, his name was Swami Vivekananda. 1st of May 1897, he created a twin institution on the bank of the Ganges before the Tatars came into picture. And in the ship traveling to US, he inspired Jamshedji Tata. Swamiji and Jamshedji were in the same ship, and Swamiji had inspired him to be the industrial tycoon or industrial thought leader of the country. This Swamiji was asked towards the end of his life by his disciple, Sister Nivedita, well, you belong to an aristocratic family of North Calcutta. You were a product of Western education, like all of us. You were a student of philosophy. Some of you are here, maybe. So how come you dedicated your entire life to someone who came from the village, who had no formal education, and who was a worshipper of the black goddess? Between the Guru and the Shishya, between Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda, in our language of management, there was no profile matching. So how could it happen? Swamiji smiled and gave a one-line answer. I felt his wonderful love, full stop. That four-letter word, love. See, this is something I tell my students also. You spend all your energy. You struggle through the night, coffee, discussions. But finally, if you don't enjoy what you learn, then it is not learning. If it's only for money, only for intellectual discourse, no, it's not learning. Again, a wise man in the streets of Calcutta has told me, learning is what? You earn L. L-E-A-R-N, 5 letters. E-R-N is earning. Earn a lot of knowledge, information, etc. Fine. But it's the L that makes a difference, and that L is L-O-V-E, love. You earn it with love, it's learning. You earn it without love. How much you earn, it's not learning. It can be anything else, but not learning. It can be acquisition of knowledge, but not learning. Is one thing I want to say. I felt his wonderful love, Swami Vivekananda. And the last one, I would like to speak from Tagore. 8th of May, 1941, his last birthday, celebrated in Shantiniketan. He was running on ill health that time. And that time, war was raging in Europe, all over the world, 1941. And the poet had great faith in the Western civilization and culture. But on that day, he wrote a book. I'm sorry, it's a book now, but it's an essay. You'll find it in the Google, Crisis of Civilization. The last document left by the great poet, the great philosopher, the Nobel laureate, to us, Crisis of Civilization. And there he writes, the Satyajit Ray documentary which I told you to watch, it ends with this. And I quote, I for once believed that the springs of civilization will issue from the heart of Europe. But today, when I'm about to leave this world, that fate has deserted me. I look around and see the crumbling ruins of a proud civilization, strewn like a vast heap of futility. And yet, I shall not commit that grievous sin of losing faith in man. In Bangla, he said, Manusher upor bishwash harano mohapap. I shall not commit the grievous sin of losing faith in man. I shall wait for that new dawn when the Holocaust will end and the air will be filled with the spirit of service and sacrifice. Perhaps that dawn will come from the east where the sun rises. So this book, my friend, is also an offering to the northeast, the Ishan corner, the land of the Guru, the land of Shiva, Ishan corner is the land of the Guru. The one who shows the light is in the Ishan corner, the northeast, right? But Tagore says it's east, and I also add northeast, right? Having spent my 14 years in this wonderful city of Shillong with such good friends like Sanjeev and people like you. But here's my offering to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thank Mr. Sanjoy Mukherjee and Mr. Sanjeev Kaputi for the conversation, which has proved to be a food for thought on business and management. For the ones who are dabbling in this field, this book is a must read, as you would have guessed from the brilliant storytelling skills of Mr. Sanjoy. And it would help, of course, to broaden your approach towards business beyond the conventional material motives of today's markets. Thank you very much. I request everyone to remain seated. We will immediately begin with the next session.
launch of the book, From Sylhet to Shillong, authored by Bijoya Sawiyan. This book chronicles the life story of Lala Bimalendu Kumar De, the last Inspector General of Police of Undivided Assam, from Sylhet in East Pakistan to Shillong. He bore life's challenges and excitements with true grit and gratitude. For the launch, I call on stage Bijoya Sawiyan and Professor Streamlet Dakar. I also invite Sam Miller and Mary Kurkalang on stage. We will begin with the launch of the book first before we continue with the conversation between the author and Dr. Streamlet Dakar. Please come on stage, Mary, Bijoya, Sam Miller, and Professor Streamlet. Thank you. Please take your seat. Bijoya Sawiyan, the author, will now be in conversation with Professor Streamlet Dakar. Bijoya is a writer, translator, and an educator. Her translated works on Khasi culture are published by Vivekananda Institute and Rikhasi Press. Sawiyan's fiction works include Shadow Men and two stories published by Speaking Tiger. It was shortlisted for the Tagore Literary Prize 2020. Several short stories have been published in India and abroad, including by Sahitya Academy. Bijoya's essays have been included in anthologies, including Native Voices of India by Arpita Singh, Namita Gokhale's Mystics and Skeptics, and Between Heaven and Earth by Ruskin Bond and Bulbul Sharma. She is also the chairperson of the Anfield Senior Secondary School in Vikas Nagar, Dehradun. Dr. Streamlet Dakar, an eminent Khasi poet, is the head and professor at the Department of Khasi Nehu, Shillong. Her areas of interest include Khasi drama, poetry, culture, and women's studies. Dr. Dakar is presently the General Council member of Sahitya Academy, New Delhi, and the president of Indian Council of Social Welfare, Meghalaya State Branch, and president of Kathiar Lingwiar, the Pei Society, Meghalaya. She has been on numerous editorial boards of literary and social organizations. She is a recipient of numerous awards and is currently nominated as the director of the Board of Directors, WMCA Shillong. She has written 33 books and co-authored 10. I now hand over the session to you, Dr. Streamlet Dakar.
Hello. 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 It's audible. So, very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be present in this location, especially to be with Bijoya, my friend, my sister, and as you all know, she is an eminent writer, an atheist, a translator, a novelist, and whatnot. So I should express my gratitude to the organizer, especially the director of the Shillong uh, Literary Festival, Kong Mary, and all who have hands in this making this a festival a meaningful one. So now to Bijoya, we are very happy because you know your new book has been launched just now. So Bijoya, since you know, as we have already know about your journey as a writer, since you have done so many different types of literary works, from fiction to translation, essays, and now a biography. So, uh, would you tell something about your journey, especially for this latest book? You know, the book about from Sylhet to Shillong, the story of the last IGP of Undivided Assam, the biography of your father, late Lala Bimalendu Kumarde. Kindly say something about it so that we could all hear.
Kublai Namaskar, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to see so many of you gathered here. First of all, I'd like to thank Shillong Literary Festival for giving me this opportunity to launch this book, which is really straight from my heart. But before that, I think Streamlit, I think you're right in asking me to tell about my journey as a writer, because then it sort of ends in this. I mean, it doesn't. Is this
Yeah,
at
that,
the
that would
moment?
be much better.
I think I'll begin with that. And before that, I must say I'm very, very happy that this literary festival has brought in some very great minds who I share I share a lot of things and thoughts with them. That is the perennial values of life. And my entire, the few books that I have published, I've given for publication, they do, there's a common thread that runs through them. That is that the perennial values of life is what we must maintain, and they always relevant. And that is truth, integrity, honor, compassion, and charity. And once in a while, we should all sit and think and get our inner journey, our inner equilibrium in order. And think about the perennial values. I think the quality of life will be much better. We always forget the inner journey. We're always thinking about the outer journey. But as a human being, that's not the only journey we take. So happy to hear Janice, for example, talking yesterday about when you look at a tree, you don't think of only, the name of a tree or the botanical worth of the tree, but you feel the tree. You touch the tree, and compassion comes out of that. And if there's compassion in this world, I think the world will be a much better place. So all my works, let me begin with my journey, which is like, I think the most important person who influenced my writing skills and the love for writing was my English teacher in Loreto, Mother Nive, Sister Anne Marie. So all the teachers who are here, I would like to tell you that you make a lot of difference in a student's life. And she honed my skills, and she used to say, you write an essay, and I don't want a single essay to be repeated. I don't want a single student to write the same essay. So I begin my journey with my essays in Loreto Convent. Before that, I was studying in Senkasi for 4 years. And I'm so grateful that my family put me there. And as grateful to my father who pulled me out of there, who said, of course, my family was not happy, but he said, no, let her learn good English so that she can contribute towards the community. And that has been the ethos of our family. In whatever space you are in, contribute, do your best for the common good. So then, of course, I learned good English, thanks to Loreto. And I went on for a long time um, writing for magazines and national newspapers and so on. And then came a stage in the 1990s when I suddenly went through a mental block. I just couldn't write. So my aunt, Kong Siti Mansawian, who is very close to you, who was very close to you, she told me one day, translate the Jing Sneng the Men. I said, translate the Jing Sneng the Men, that's 109 stanzas in perfect Khasi, very difficult Khasi. And she said, well, if you don't do it, then that aspect of Khasi culture will sink into oblivion. So obviously I got the fright of my life. And I said, okay. And as I read the book, I learned. And I learned that it's a very secular and a very universal book. It's the Khasi book of ethics and etiquette. So I did, that was my first big book, which has now been taken by Vivekananda Kendra Institute of Culture. And that was the big book I read, which people find very simplistic. But we must remember, Streamlet, as you know, that for the Khasis, etiquette is not social grace, it's a way of worship. And yesterday, again, in Janice's, session, we talk about the respect for nature. So if you respect anyone, that's etiquette. You respect an elder, of course, but a child, your juniors, your staff, a tree, a river, you're actually revering God. That's what the Khasi traditional belief is. And the book Kajing Steng the Men is about respecting. And there's one, I just want to read, there's one, stanza which is right in the beginning, which people find very simplistic, and they said, how sweet. But actually, it's sweet, it's very deep. It's about respect. So you're taught when you're young. Of course, we were not taught straight out of the book. Our elders led by example. So in the house you're born, these you must learn. How to sit and how to stand, how to walk and cross your feet, how to drink and how to eat, how to talk and how to glance, how to move, how to advance, how to work and how to labor, how to cope with the work you shoulder, how to dress, how to attire, how to be modest, how to cover, how your turban you will wear, how to comb and make your hair, how to give and how to accept, how you will live and your life will direct. Now, people find this, I mean, what the hell are you talking about? How you're telling us that. But it's about respect. When you talk properly to a person, or you dress appropriately for an occasion, or when you give, you don't chuck, and when you receive with grace. So that means you are respecting that human being who is a creator of God. And if you look after a tree, for example, and you look after a tree and you clean the rivers like Patricia has been doing, I think she's a true worshiper, and that is your respecting Ublay. So then after that, of course.
Okay, I'll just intervene because you've just read the teachings of the elders.
Yes.
In fact, this book is very, very important for the Khasis. When I say the Khasis, it means from the students to the young ones, to the elders even. And I'm very proud to tell the audience here that in 3 decades, we had studied this book, Jingsneng Temin, at the postgraduate level, MA Khasi. And presently it's studied at class 12 level, of course. And I would say that the depth of the book, as you already said, it's really, really, continue on. Some people, of today's, the mindset of the people is that it's not applicable anymore. But then, no, we can't say that, because I could see why the akor kasi, as we say, the moral values of our Khazis, it's eroding from day to day. It's because we don't really respect what the elders had already taught us, and it's all begin from the heart, from your own family. And having seen the the translation that you have done, I know that yeah, you're very good in English, and I would commend also that the translation, as per my opinion, it's very, very equivalent from the original. So I would like to ask from you, are you satisfied with the translation?
Yes, because I couldn't make it better because I try to keep the meaning rather than think of the rhyme. In fact, a very famous writer in Shillong, he's really very big, and he told me, "Kong Bijoya, but your English is not good enough." And I said, "Look, use this as a draft and write it better. I don't mind." Because my idea of contributing is not that, oh, Bijoya has translated Kajing Sneng the Men, but I've contributed something. So if you can do a better job, use this as a draft. But personally, I'm very satisfied because people from all over India, they didn't know about Akor Kasi. And I think it's not only Akor Kasi, I think all communities do believe in etiquette. They believe in respect. And, like you say, Kublai, what does it mean? May God bless you. Or you say namaste. It's nothing belittling because it means namastute. The God in me respects the God in you. So the Khasis believe in the great, in the divinity Tibri Tiblay. So if we concentrate and once in a while we just think of the divinity inside and nurture it, I think the quality of life will definitely improve. So I'm very happy with this work, and I'm as happy with the other translation, the ceremonies of the Khasis.
Okay. Well, you have talked now about the ceremonies of the Khasis, which is a very, I could say a major achievements, and it must be a very difficult task, to translate this book, especially because the main ceremonies of the Khasis, it also contains the rituals and many things that are related to the, to the practices of the indigenous Khasis. So, how do you feel like when translating the teaching of the elders? Because these, as you have already said, that you have gone in depth with the meaning, but then what's about the present translation of the main ceremonies of the Khasis? How much difference do you find?
Oh, there's a very interesting story where I translated this main ceremony. It was so difficult. I had to hold up in Rikinjai for 3 days. It was wet. There were no, clients. So thanks to the generosity of my brother and sister-in-law, I just sat there and wrote. It was very difficult. But I'll tell you the story behind it. My aunt, Kong Sitiman, she was a great social worker. And one day, she said to me, a Christian friend of hers who was also very educated, very erudite, and a very prominent citizen of this town, she was invited to one of our weddings. And she said, "Oh, see, I didn't know you all had a wedding ceremony." So she said, "What?" She said, "Okay, don't tell anyone, just write about it." So my aunt did write kapoy kapoy man shong ka shong mat. And then when I translated it, actually who inspired me was my cousin Bantay Lang. He said, "Kong Bibi, it's so difficult when people come and say, tell us about your naming ceremony, or tell us about your marriage ceremonies, and tell us about your death ceremony, the last rites." And it's so complicated. It's very complicated. And so I wrote it, and I think it's very useful for everyone. So that's,
Yes, of course, it is very useful because other non-Khasi speakers, non-Khasi readers could understand at least few of the rituals that the Khasis used to have, from marriage to the death ceremonies. Um, anyway, let me ask you another part of your journey. A book about one God and your myths, legends, and folk tales, which are used as references by a number of researchers, researchers especially who are doing on Khasi culture. So are they also part of your endeavors to popularize Khasi culture? What do you think?
About One God was written, actually, the first translator in my family, Parad Jibon Roy, and he wrote it at a time when the missionaries had come, and he thought that all religions are good, but what he didn't like was because they were made, they said you must give up all your rituals and your tradition, and they had their own mindset, their own thoughts. So he wrote about one God to explain that why do you want to change your religion? There is only one God. And if you really read the religious books of all the faiths, there is only one great divinity, the super consciousness that pervades the entire universe. And my father, of course, he was Hindu, but not a practicing Hindu. He thought that this religion really suited him because he was not a ritualist. And the Khasis just believe in one God, Ublay, and you can call him by any other name. And he's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. And he's imageless and formless. And there are no formal prayers except in the 3 ceremonies, and of course, housewarming. And every good deed, a word, deed, and thought of the day is a prayer and an offering unparalleled to any other. So my father also encouraged us to become Khasis. I'll come to that later, because he said, your mother's tradition and so vibrant here, and I don't want you to have a crisis of identity. So this is what you are. And of course, when I was young, I said, "What's the difference? What is he talking about?" But when I went to Delhi, then I realized what he meant. But of course, he was always, for Durga Puja, he'd go to Ramakrishna Mission, offer his respects to the goddess, and eat the prasad and give his donation, and of course, Hindu mission. But when you think of the Khasi religion, it's really the essence of all religions. When you really think, because the way religion is interpreted now, as it is interpreted now, it should be banned. Really. I mean, there's no spirituality left. And we're competing and we're saying, my religion is the best. My religion is the best. Come on, it's crass. It's horrible. So as it's being interpreted now, I think I would really sort of, yeah.
Well, God is one. I do believe in that also.
Yes.
According to Babu Jibon Roy, he talks about religion and culture at the same time. And we all know that, Babu Jibon Roy, your maternal great-grandfather, popularly known him as the father of the modern Khasis. And then, when we read his books, especially Kanyam Jonki Khasi, which is still, studied at the postgraduate level till now. Way back from those days when he wrote that book, 1897, Kanyam Jonki Khasi. And then, people, uh, when I say people, I mean our own community especially. We try to, we try to think about who is this God? Because sometimes, of course, we understand a lot of conversions during his time. And it was Babu Jibon Roy and his contemporaries who really wanted to uphold and conserve the Khasi culture and, to diverge literature, especially from Christian literature to secular literature. Then, when his books and other writers' books came those days, we could say that those years was, a renaissance period of Khasi literature. And because Gibbon Roy was a social reformer, was a visionary who really loved his own Judgment, his own people. So I would like to say, whether, because you have done the translations of Babu Gibbon Roy, so besides your creative writings and essays, could you tell us how deep he has influenced you, to be a writer and to be a person at the same time?
Well, first of all, I do empathize with people who find it very difficult to follow the Khasi religion, because it's very difficult to just say, I'm praying to someone imageless and formless, And even in the Hindu Vedic times, or I think in all the old religions, we didn't have to have images. But it is it's easier to connect with that divinity if there's a image in front of me, and I don't think my great grandfather understood that. But as a person, he influenced us a lot. There's a story about the great earthquake, and how the whole town in 1897 June 12 was devastated, and the English Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Arbuthnot, sent his assistant, Mr. Das, S.C. Das, to find out how's Gibbon Roy. Like, the whole town is devastated. All his buildings had come down, and whatever he had built. And so he waded through all the debris and reached Sosun, our ancestral home. And there he found Parat Gibbon Roy, sitting under a tent, because all the children and the grandchildren were all in chicken coops because the house had collapsed. And he looked at Mr. Das, and he said, Mr. Das said, I brought a message from Mr. Arbuthnot saying that, I hope you're all right, you're not traumatized. And he just smiled at him, and he said, sit down. There was just silence, and Mr. Das said, then he looked at the table in front of him. And on that table, Parat had written, try again. So that is a great influence to all of us when we are really down and out, and we're saying, okay, but that's how life should be. That's how life should be, is that you keep trying these challenges in life, like this excellent session I've just watched. We have to believe in whatever we believe. We have to have the strength. That there's so much of, like I always talk to Mark also, ethical illiteracy, spiritual illiteracy, emotional illiteracy, aesthetic illiteracy. And now when I think of aesthetics and I see this town growing, uglier and uglier, I remembered Janice and her moderator talking yesterday, how to respect Mayram El, but that's international. That's international, everyone, because I have a relative in Sri Lanka. He's my niece's father-in-law, and he's an architect. So Cecil Balmond, he lives in London, Sam. And I saw an interview of his on CNN, and he said mostly when people come, and he's a Catholic, and he said, people come and tell me, build something, and it's up to you what you build. He said, I go to the land and I sit for a while there. And I tell the land, what do you want me to do with you? And that's how he's one of the, I think, the greatest architects, I think, living. If you Google him, Cecil Balmond, he's done so much. And I think that kind of feeling Parat had for the people here. And he meant well. He really meant well about the people here, that don't run away, and don't run away. It's like, but he was a very evolved man. And I think it's not easy even for me. Like he says, God, supposing you're flying a kite and the kite goes beyond the clouds, you still know the kite is there. So God is like that. You don't have to see him. So he was a great influence in my life, certainly, yes.
So, yeah, thank you. So, well, we have heard a lot about your works on Khasi culture, about the influence of Jibon Roy, about the inspiration given by Nana Siti Mansawian. And now let us switch to
Father.
fiction. No, Khasi fiction first.
Oh.
Because, I knew that this book, Shadow Men, is the award-winning book. I would like to hear something from you.
Oh, fiction is my first love, but I don't have much time to write because I'm translating all the time. As my father said, you've left Shillong and you have to contribute as much as possible to Shillong. So Shadow Men actually, it was the end of the militancy in Meghalaya. And he passed away. My father passed away in July, and beautiful July morning. And I stayed on in Shillong after that. And one day, my sister-in-law, late sister-in-law, Anita, and myself were walking down, and we heard patakas and, a lot of noise on the other hill and burning, like big flames leaping up and all that. And I said, what's happening? And he just said, oh, I think some Marwari is celebrating. A son has been born or something, And I think there's someone burning leaves. I said, nobody can burn leaves in August. It was August by then. And then as we walked down, my brother, who's then, I think he was DGP BSF, Pichon, who's very much part of this book, which I'll just talk about just now. And he said, get in, the militants are coming and the police are firing, so we went inside. We went inside and we sort of hid because our house full of mirrors. And then I said, oh my God, Anita, I'm so glad the dogs are tied because my sister, she has 20 dogs even now, Nayantara. So she said, but they're militants. And I said, but I'm sure they don't want to be militants. There's a reason for it. So she looked at me and in the dark and she was glaring at me and saying, you seem to have a different perspective, so can you write about it? And that's how Shadimon began. And I went up to my brother's house, Prabhat, next year, thinking that he will give me some ideas, but he wasn't there. Then I read this book on Bob Dylan, which says he was a clean-cut kid, but they made a killer out of him. And I remembered my nephew telling stories about his, his foray into politics, and that's how the book began. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
How was the response, or rather, how is the response of the readers about this book, especially about insurgency in the Meghalaya?
I was very surprised when it was nominated for the Tagore Prize because I thought to myself, nobody's going to read this book. But my friend Nina Mazumdar in Ducati said, Bijoya, if you don't write about it, no one else will write because they won't know as much. And I know every single character in this book, I know every single character in this book because I live in Mauprem. And I think my father would have been proud of it. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about the journey, how I came to write the biography. Firstly, thank you, Sam, for launching this book. My father was a great admirer of the British because, after St. Edmunds, he was going in for law, and then the war broke out. I mean, there was the Second World War. So he was posted in Quetta, and his best friends were all British, And in this book, there's some really lovely stories about them. And when he reached Quetta, from Shillong, it was winter, and he stood there, and the snowflakes were falling, and he said, I felt as if it was confetti. And when he told his British friends about it, they said, you've never seen snow? He said, no. So I'm so glad that you launched the book because, he had a special feeling for them and he looked for their graves after the Battle of Kohima, especially J.S. Scott, who died in the battle. So, but this book began on a very poignant note, I must tell you. The day my father died, my mother called me and said, Bibi, you have to get someone from Sylhet. because we know nothing about their tradition. But I would like everything to be followed to the T, according to his tradition, because he was also not really a practicing Hindu. So we got Nepal Da, who's I wish he was here, but I don't think so. So we got him, and everything was done according to the Hindu rituals. And for 13 days, we kept the few remains of his in an urn, because my brother Bijon had to perform all the pujas because he's the elder son. And we kept in an urn, and every morning he had to take this urn out and wash it and pray to it and say, Father, we are sorry we haven't been able to do the last rites, but Hardwar is a long way off, but we'll do it after the Shraddh. So, and I used to sit with Bijon because it was such a difficult moment, when we used to do this washing up and all that. And then one day Bijon said to me, he said, Bibi, imagine this is all that is left of Papa. And it was just a little urn. So I said, but that's life, isn't it? So after that, we didn't discuss it at all. It was so, heart-wrenching. But obviously, he was thinking about it. And within 3 years, he had initiated this Lala Day Challenge Trophy, which is still very visible in all the question meets. And it was designed by his grandson, Hamar, Prabhat's youngest son. And it's a beautiful trophy. Then suddenly during COVID, he rang me up, 1920. My father died in 2001. So it took 19 years. And he said, let's write his story. And I said, oh God, write his story. He hardly used to tell us his stories because being a cop of undivided Assam in the Naga rebellions, the Mizo rebellions, of course, he loved those people a lot. And he said, okay, I'll do the police bit and the army bit, and you do the personal bit. So that's how it happened. And, the story just flowed. And I'm glad people like it, and I hope you all like it too.
Did you, I mean, did your father had written a kind of a diary so that it will make you easier for you to write, or you just go ahead with what you experience with your father?
Well, he didn't write a diary, but he wrote a diary of his tours, And then I wish I'd listened to Uncle Gill, KPS Gill, who was very close to him, and then Mr. Baweja, who was there with him in Nagaland, and Paul Zakuma of Breesedale, who was there in Mizoram, and Uncle Mingliana. But then we didn't think of writing a book. They had so many stories, and but I think it's I just didn't make it a biography. It's like the history of the whole eastern region in the 2 centuries, 19th and 20th centuries. Yeah.
Your description about your father, we could understand he was the man of principle. He was a man who took priority on his duty, irrespective of caste, creed, and of course, he was a responsible person also for his family and for the country, especially a responsible citizen. So, because of this biography, I would say that it has inspired many of the youths, especially who are still working, who are on duty. What priority should we do? If we have to have, in front of us. So, can you tell us about him? Of course, you had collected a few of his, documents related to his work from Sylhet to Shillong. So, you can tell us, you can highlight us more about, his relationship with his, at his workplace rather.
Well, I think my father became a very, successful cop because my mother gave him full support. And I think it's very important always for the partner to give, your wife or your husband or your partner to give you full support. And she used to say, she got used to having dinner alone, and it's okay. And when he used to come back, and he'll tell whatever stories he had to, or he just sit quiet for hours just thinking, or riding, just sitting on his horse and riding into the forest, and just to get over the traumas he had to go through. So I think and we are a family who try, because we're human, who try to keep to a certain conduct, a certain correctness, even my father's side and my mother's side. We believe in that, because when I went to college, my father told me that now you're scheduled tribe and you're a Kasi, because I don't want you to have a crisis of identity. And he was a very far-thinking man. And I didn't know what he meant. It was Kasi and scheduled tribe. And I was so young. And at 17, those days we were really young.
Okay, okay.
And my younger mama, Confirm Singh, said, and you're not going to touch that scholarship. And I said, what scholarship? He said, no, there's a scholarship for scheduled tribe. I don't want some, tax-paying UPIs to pay for your education. We'll manage. We'll manage, don't worry. And of course, my uncle Mahan Singh said, he was, of course, he was a different kind of character. So you must enjoy your university years and learn, and just learn beyond your college, learn from meeting people. You're going to meet the whole of India there. You're so privileged. So yeah, I think my mother was a great support to my father.
So what it feels, to be of mixed parentage.
Mixed parentage, yeah. So as when I was growing up in Umsosun, I didn't even know that what is mixed parentage, that my father was, he spoke such good English, so did my cars and my meka and my, and so I really didn't know what it was like to be a mix of mixed parentage till I went to Delhi. And then one day my professor said to me that we were going to Ceylon. It was Sri Lanka was Ceylon then. And she said, wouldn't you prefer to be Bengali rather than Khasi? So I said, what does it doesn't make a difference. And then I learned that being tribal was not a big deal. So my father said, see, I asked you to learn English. I asked you to go out to LSR, Loreto Convent and LSR, so that you can share the culture of this place with the world. Bengali culture is already so rich. There's so many exponents of the culture, but how many are there from your family? So when I went to Delhi and someone said, oh, would you prefer to be a Khasi or a Bengali? Then I got to know, and then I said, I promised myself that I will do my best. And I hope I've done my best. Would you like to open it to the audience too?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Bijoya, for all your inputs that you've given, and especially the journey that you've had. It's really beautiful. Now, I will give the time to the audience if you have questions to Bijoya.
No questions. Maybe then I can read something.
Yeah, if there is, yes, is there any question? Again, I will repeat, if there is any question for Bijoya.
Oh, you can think about it. I think you can
Okay.
continue with
So,
your
so,
questions.
so we can continue with her readings. You can pick up from the book that you have just launched, or else you can continue with the other books also.
The book I just launched, yes. Maybe I just read the prologue. This is the story of a man who held duty above all else. Duty to the country, the people, regardless of class, color, caste, and creed. To the family, which included not only his parents, wife, children, but his siblings, nieces, and nephews on both sides of the family. And to the helpless and needy. He was the one who loved to ride, either alone or with like minded companions, deep into the silent forests, where he restored his clarity and composure, thus gaining wisdom and strength from the abundance of the natural world and the voice of his own conscience. He rode in the sunshine and in the storm with equal ease. From Sylhet to Shillong, he bore the journey and life's challenges and excitement with true grit and gratitude. He embraced all the new cultures and presences as only he could. He was my father, Lala Lendu Kumar De. This is his story.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let's put a big hands for Bijoya.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if time permits. It's over. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
we can continue.
So since the organizer has already said that we still have 10 minutes left, you can
Talk about maybe the ceremonies or something.
yes, I think the book of ceremonies will be much useful, especially for our friends here who are non-locals. We would like to hear from you more.
Yeah, yeah, lovely.
Okay, you have one question, please.
Yeah, hi Vijay. It was wonderful to have listened to you.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to ask you that how satisfied do you feel, like of exporting Khasi culture worldwide, or any particular instances where you have, been given that those kind of accolades that have come from around the world, or maybe wherever outside Shillong, outside Meghalaya.
Yes, I'm very happy because actually I didn't know that people didn't know about us, you know. And then when the Distinct Men went, thanks to Vivekananda Kendra, was, it went all over the world, online and of course physical copy. People didn't know that we had a culture, that we know how to, they didn't know it. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but they have a very funny idea about tribes, and it's all right. But it's nice to sort of dispel their whatever their thoughts were. Because culture, it also comes out in, culture comes out in your responses. And I have a interesting story about culture. When I was reading Sir Edmund Hillary's book, and you see the response, yeah, I think this is a good example. Yeah, so when he reached Mount Everest, and of course he reached there with Tenzing Norgay, and the first thing he said was, he sent a message to a co-mountaineer, I think it was George Owen, I'm not sure, because it's so long ago. He said, we knocked the bastard off. And I was so shocked. I was so shocked because Tenzing Norgay knelt down and bowed to the mountain, and gave his full respects. But then we should never judge, because his culture was different. A mountain is just a mountain, and he's reached the top. So he said, I knocked the bastard off. But it did traumatize me. So this is what culture is. You can make out from the responses of the people, how we look at life, how we look at nature, how we look at each other. And what do you think about this response, Sam? I mean, what do you think about this response? Of course, it's from a New Zealander, but I suppose it's about how you grow up, right? Yeah. Why won't you say it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard that story before, and it is rather a kind of loose way of saying things.
Yes.
I think there's a kind of style of language that people adapt for themselves. I was very interested in the list of ethics for the Khasi ethics that you read out earlier, and I suppose my question is, to what extent did they enforce a kind of conventionality or way of behavior on younger people, did that in a sense restrain them, or did it help them?
Well, I think respect is universal and respect can't be out of fashion. What do you say, Kongpat? Respect can't be out of fashion. Okay, the way, I'm not saying the way you dress, it's the way you dress appropriately, you know. I mean, like, you can't go to a place of worship and think you are on a beach in Goa. And that's what the Stinkman says, you know, you dress appropriately. So I do feel that, like my cousin of mine tells me, oh God, there you go again, you know, working on the book of don'ts. But when you really think of it, come home. That's what she said to me. And I think it's just about very basic things about respect. How can it go out of fashion? And dressing appropriately, how can that go out of fashion? And but these are personal things which vary from culture to culture. Like in Khasi culture, I think in Indian culture, and I think in Britain, in in certain homes, when an elder enters a room, then the juniors stand up, and I don't think there's anything demeaning about that. So, but it's up to the young generation. What I really want you to feel is what the earlier sessions said and what the earlier sessions yesterday emphasized. Please think of compassion. Think of integrity. Think of charity, and just weed out hatred, greed, envy, jealousy, violence. And you can, because everything exists in our bodies. There's so many. There's the Native Americans. You must read their quotes. They're beautiful. And there's a poem of Rumi in which it says, "Your body is a guest house. It has everything in it, good and bad." So when the not such a nice guest comes out, you just say, "Go back. I really don't need you." So we shouldn't think that everyone is very good or everyone is very bad. It's up to you. It's really up to you to spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes of your time for your inner journey. And then carry on with your life. Have fun, do your work, earn money, do whatever you want. But think of your inner journey and the perennial values of life. I think that will change, that'll bring, I think it'll bring world peace, world understanding. It'll bring, and this thing about divisiveness through religion, please, I would like to request everyone to just weed it out, because that's not what religion is all about. It's not what religion is all about. So I think now 10 minutes are over.
In fact, I'll just add something. Okay,
Yeah.
Kongpat is here.
Kongpat, yes.
Thank you, Bijoya, for that very enlightening session. I'm only worried that these things are easy to discuss in these sort of locales. But who is communicating these values to the outside world? Who is really taking these values to different homes? Why do we have a society that is so judgmental today? We are a very divisive society, and I'm glad that Dr. Streamlet asked you, how does it feel to be of mixed parentage? It's not a very happy situation. You are judged all the time.
Yeah.
What you write
Right.
is being judged by who you are. Even if you have the best of intentions, people are not so forgiving. So I think we also need to be realistic when we talk about cultural values. I think they have changed, because at one time we said kamay kahok, which is earn righteousness. Or I think my grandmother would say kamay hok, that means earn your bread. Don't extort, don't expect easy money from anywhere. We've just sort of debunked all these values. So how do we start? How do we go? How do we recover these cultural values?
Well, the only thing which I like about the new education policy is that they are imposing, value education back in the schools. You must remember that the children spend more time with their teachers and in school than with parents who are very busy. And some parents, you know, the young parents, they don't even know themselves what is right and what is wrong. Because for one whole generation, this has been neglected. So all over India now, we have counselors in all the schools, and the teachers are counseled to be mentors of value education. And I think that will bring the difference. Because, yeah, just me talking here is not going to help. But where the children, they interact most in school and with the teachers. And the teachers are now being taught and mentored and counseled to teach value education. So we have to start from KG. Like, you know, in my school, I asked them, okay, children, what's the good deed that you did yesterday? You know, it could be anything. And that makes them do something good the previous day. And it could be just like you made your very sad grandmother smile. That's a good deed, you know. So I think it has to start at the school level. I think Mark Lightflang has done a great job, Mark Stone, because I think you saw all this happening a long time ago, and I think you've really worked very well on it. But I think we should go back to the schools right from KG, you know, right from nursery, how we treat the children. You know, how you treat the children. If you're compassionate to them, they learn compassion. If you're polite to them, they learn to be polite. So teachers are being monitored now to teach. That's the only hope I have.
No,
Yeah.
but we have to admit that there's a huge rural urban divide.
Yes.
If you go to the rural areas, you don't find kids in school. They're looking after cows and sheep. Who is communicating values to them at that tender age? And then we have these teenage pregnancies. Young girls who are hardly of the childbearing age are already mothers. We have a crisis, and I think we need to admit that, and we need to think ahead of how we deal with this crisis. It's a societal crisis.
Compat, I had a grandmother's day in school, and some of the grandparents who came were dressed in their traditional Garhwali dress, and they've never seen a school in their lives. They've never seen a school in their lives. And they were attending this function, and I told them, you are the best educators in the world. You know, because you are going to teach your children how to respect, how to love, how to garden, how to keep the house clean. So I think we should involve grandparents. And that's how we can solve the rural bit. And the rest is up to each one of us. Please don't keep saying the government's going to do it. The government's going to do it. The government's not going to do anything.
Okay, we still have a lot to hear from you, and I think even Kongpat will not be very much satisfied, because we need to debate this.
Yeah,
But
we can
then
meet, we can meet.
but then time is very much we are already ahead of time. So I would like to conclude by saying thank you, Kong Bijoya, for
Thank you.
this beautiful moment that we have had. Your highlighting about your books, about your journey. And I would also say thank you for the audience who are, culture lovers, who are, book lovers, and all who are still feel that they are responsible for the welfare of our society in our day-to-day life. So once again, I should thank to the organizers, and thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being a Kublai Shibo. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Bijoya and Dr. Streamlet, for that really enlightening, as you said, Kongpat, and also really graceful conversation. Also, thank you for that simple yet profound message. Let's always contribute to the common good wherever we are. Thank you so much. I encourage everyone to get a copy of Bijoya's books at one of our many bookshops at the festival. Please visit our bookshops and get them signed by her as well, since she's here today. We'll be taking a short break now for lunch, but we'll be back for our next session at 2 p.m. Thank you. please move up and come ahead. I'm going to keep telling you till you get up. I'm looking at you. You all are smiling at me very sweetly. Please come up. Please come up ahead so we are more cozy and we can interact and listen more carefully. Thank you. All of you who are at the back. We're going to delve into the very interesting world of books, of writing, marketing, the marketing platform. So please, if anyone in the audience wants to get published and get it really into the mechanics of how all of this works, please come ahead. We'll give you all a few more minutes before we begin. For this session, as I mentioned, we are going to delve into the book world, writing, market, platform. I invite Swati Daftuar on stage to moderate. She's already on stage. I welcome you, Swati, on stage, as well as our speakers, Amber Chatterjee, Mary Therese Kurkalang, Melchior Sangma, Naveen Kishore, and Senthil Kumar. Swati Daftuar is a deputy editor with The Hindu and covers literature and publishing. In her previous role as executive editor, fiction at HarperCollins India, she published fiction and nonfiction books across various genres from romances, thrillers, and mysteries to sci-fi, speculative and mythological fiction. She is particularly interested in finding new voices and styles that push the envelope and experiment with what fiction can be and do. Swati has also worked with BuzzFeed India as their essays editor and started her career as a feature writer for The Hindu. I now hand over the session to you, Swati.
Thank you. Oh, okay. I've got it here. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I think I'll begin with a brief introduction of all the panelists, and then we'll talk a little bit about what the session aims to do before we open up to questions. Let's start with Naveen Kishore. Naveen Kishore is a theatre lighting designer, a photographer, filmmaker, poet, and the founder and publisher of Seagull Books. Kishore has had his poems published in numerous national and international platforms. Knotted Grief, a collection of his poems, was published in 2021. He has recently published his second book of poems, Mother Muse, Quintet. Kishore lives and works in Calcutta, India. We'll now move on to Melchior Sangma. Melchior Sangma holds an MA in English from NEHU and has a keen interest in Garo literature and folklore. He has been the editor and publisher of Chimik, a Garo magazine since 2002. Melchior is also the editor and publisher of Jarong Pang magazine and Ho Ho Photo Mag since 2018. He's the convener of Folk Music Committee under the 100 Drums Wangala Festival Committee. Melchior organizes training workshops on Garo traditional musical instruments, including the traditional drum. Yeah. We've got Amber here next to me. Amber Sahil Chatterjee has worked in publishing for the last 14 years. He's currently a literary agent with a suitable agency. Previously, he was a senior commissioning editor with Penguin Random House India, where he looked after the prestigious Penguin Classics list while also acquiring and publishing contemporary fiction. He has worked closely with a range of writers and translators, including, among others, Daisy Rockwell, Fatima Bhutto, Anis Salim, and K.R. Meera. And we've got Senthil Kumar. Senthil is an avid reader turned publisher. After close to 40 years in marketing, IT recruitment, and business, he has turned to his first love, books. Senthil is a founder partner of Vishnupuram Publications, which is bringing out writer Jay Mohan's retelling of Mahabharata called Venumurasu, White Drum. And at around 250,000 pages and 26 volumes, probably the world's longest novel. I think it is the worst now. Yes. And then we've got Mary. Mary Therese Kurkalang, the director of the Shillong, is the director of the Shillong Literary Festival since its first edition in 2021. She has been working across art, culture, publishing, and the social sector since 1995. Born in Shillong, she shifted to Delhi, where she was based for over 2 decades, working in international cultural centers, publishing houses, non-profits, and an international book fair. Since 2012, she has focused her work in the Northeast region in India. So that's all our panelists. As while I was reading the bio, I think all of us could see that we all belong to the literary world, but we all have different spaces that we occupy in it. We've got literary magazines, independent publishers. We've got a festival curator, we've got an agent. So what I think we're looking at here is the session's called the book world. And I think the interesting thing is we can actually look at it as an actual world with different spaces, different aspects, and we're perfectly placed here to kind of get a perspective of the landscape of that world. So I think the first thing I want to ask all our panelists is, when we're talking about books and we're talking about reading, I think the one thing that comes out that all of us would have to engage in and all of us will have to kind of pay attention to is the reader or the consumer, is who is at the other end of what you're doing in your landscape. And all of us have had to kind of critically engage with and think about who we are writing for, who we are publishing for, who we are creating these festivals for. So I'd love all your perspectives on how you look at and how you interpret that reader when in the space that you occupy today. Maybe I think we can start with Mary and move on to Naveen, because I know that we'll get an interesting perspective down the road from here. So Mary, maybe we can start with you.
Thank you, Swati. I think in this case, I'll be very specific about curating literary events. And I think that is so contextual to the place. Because who am I doing this for, So even the Shillong Literary Festival for me is a constant learning. But having done literary festivals in most parts of India and internationally, I realized this, that, what I do in Delhi cannot be superimposed and done here. I have to do it differently here, because yes, the audiences are the heart of all of it. We want to engage both ways, because it actually wouldn't work both ways if I just brought in an author who perhaps whose writing is not very known or comes from a space where it doesn't resonate as much in this city. So I've had to think very carefully when curating this festival. Also in terms of, I think a couple of people have looked at the program this year and the last 2 years and say they use this word a lot, eclectic, because it is not a program that is simply steeped in an author comes in and we're having a reading like we do book conversations in most literary festivals. But here what I've had to do is also to consider the history of my state, this city. A lot of our communities here come from oral literatures, oral storytellings, and therefore where the ways that we tell stories are not often only in the written word, but in the ways that we live, in the ways that we farm, the ways that we eat. So that is why my program here as well is like trying to include all of it. And at the heart of it is also that, I'm really wanting to speak to the children and the youth. So I have to think about, what interests, what will interest them immediately, but what could also perhaps plant a seed. So on the one hand, I'll bring in something really popular that everyone will resonate with, but also something perhaps that is not necessarily popular, but there could be a seed planted there. So these are some of the ways that I'm thinking, and it's always a learning exercise. I think it's both ways and every way, the way one curates, and it's not only me, but always in consultation with so many. And I think curation is also really important to listen, and not just in terms of like speaking to people and hear what they're responding to me, but to really like listen in terms of like understanding, like in this entire state, there is not a single trade bookshop. What does that tell me about my state in terms of like where do people access books? And then I look at which are the schools that have really well equipped living libraries, which means that it's not just a cupboard of books that is locked away, but actually where there is an actual culture of reading in schools and homes. And so these are things that the other ways in which I looked at it. So it has to also be that I have to really engage, like engagedly research and understand and go out to understand then what I do in this 3 days at this festival or 2 days.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that there are readers you're looking at, and maybe the creation of readers becomes an important aspect also to look at. Then, Senthil, maybe you could talk about, because you're also part of a very big festival, a region, a literary festival. If you could talk about both aspects of it, of what you're publishing, but also the reader that you're thinking about.
Thank you, Swati. Hello, folks. I'm in a happy space, yeah, in the way that I started out as a reader, then I became a publisher because I liked what I read. Then for the past 13 years, we have curated India's largest independent lit fest. For 10 of those years, I've curated that. So in all three aspects, I've dabbled in all three. So if you ask an author, in my opinion, I mean, we are a one author publishing firm as of now, Jay Mohan. His son has also published, another author has published. And, I mean, two more have published. We have huge plans for, the Tamil literary space. We want to go places. So that's for later. If you ask an author, and many of them declare it in the writing itself, then I write for myself, not for the reader. It's for the reader to find out. That's fine, but that doesn't sell. That doesn't make money. To me, as a publisher, if the author writes for himself or herself, it is our duty to find the readers. Okay, and I do it in two ways. One, graduate the readers that already exist, but who stick to pulp, who stick to popular reading, to higher literature, because we publish only higher lit. So we try to graduate those people into that space, and we also try to create new readers. Okay, in two ways. One, we conduct a lot of workshops with authors on how to read or how to write and how to assess what you've written. The experienced authors come in and pitch, and then it's kind of a friendly interaction at least 6 or 7 times a year. And these guys actually land up in our literary festival, become part of it. They keep coming. Okay, and then they graduate higher on. They either write now. As an offshoot of our festival, I think there are about 8 literary movements across Tamil Nadu. They conduct, monthly meetings and invite people. They conduct seminars and all that. Those are all offshoots of what we have done as a mother organization. We're very proud of it, and I'm happy to be here so that we can share that space and experience with the rest of the publishing industry, which is nationwide. We are vernacular and very limited, but we will get there.
Sorry, I keep switching this off. One of the things that that interests me is that the role of the agent. But in this case, what happens is you're thinking of the author, you're speaking, you're speaking for the author, you're kind of working, you're advocating for the author, but you have to be very tuned in or very plugged in into the reader to know what kind of books to bring on, to know what the world is reading, what the public is reading, and then to also create that demand, to maybe bring new readers into the fray. So can you talk a little bit about how that works for an agent? What kind of are you looking at what's already selling? Are you also looking at what you would like to maybe make work, maybe create a space or create or fill a gap, all of those things? How does the reader feature in the decisions that an agent takes today in India, especially, I mean, for the English language publishing industry?
Thank you, Swati. No, you're absolutely right in the sense that the work I do as an agent invariably involves thinking about who the reader is. But having worked as an editor for so long, I'm also very well aware that there are limitations to fully visualizing that reader because it's such a subjective thing. What one can do is one can fall back on one's own instincts as a reader, because I feel we all come into the book world, we all come into publishing because books impacted us in the first place, and books impacted us as readers. So our own readerly instincts, I think, that is something we should not ignore. And of course, there are pragmatic aspects to it as well, in terms of what publishers seem to be looking for, what they're not looking for so much, what the demand is there for. So it has to be taken in conjunction with lots of other things. It's not just one thing. And like I said, there are practical concerns, but going back to my instincts as a reader, if we receive a submission in let's say in a genre that doesn't seem to have too much demand statistically from what publishers might likely seek out, but yet if it moves me or inspires me or excites me in some way, I feel I have more reason to champion that and to advocate on behalf of that book, that writer. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. I think here I'd like Naveen, if you could talk a little bit about, we talked about the market and the concerns and the pragmatic aspects of what to publish, but the work that Siegel has been doing, I want you to comment a little bit about the decisions of what to publish and what goes behind it, what kind of questions and answers and the conversations that go behind the kind of work that Siegel does today, and how much does the reader kind of come into the play when you're thinking of the decisions that you're taking?
Yeah, sure. I'll try. I think first of all, publishing is a place of hope, as is the act of reading, in the sense that as a reader, you hope that what you pick up is going to resonate. It's like in my darkest times when I was a college student, I turned to translated literature, which happened to be mostly European. And nobody was to realize that many decades later, when I was trying to play first world publisher with third world money, I chose to turn to European literature and start to translate it, right? And so when I talk of hope, it's not just a romantic notion. It is how you approach each piece of writing, thought, fiction, poetry. And all of us as agents, as curators, as publishers of magazines are looking for that ultimate wonderful thing. And I agree with Amber about the fact that that initial point of contact and resonance and something that touches you, like last evening's program, it's not something you can create out of target audiences, Excel sheets, all of those wonderful things that also happen. There is a space for those. But for the kind of high-end literature that translation brings to light, I think the initial core reading is this, whoever is publishing. And in the Siegel case, it's half a dozen of us. That's one side of it. The other side of it is we decided very early in our lives, almost 18 years ago, that the American English-speaking Western world expects Indian publishers to stay within their boundaries, to buy from them to publish here, whereas they could cherry pick from our lists and take our Satyajit Ray's and Amrinal Sen's and Habib Tanvir's and do what in publishing terms is called world rights. So we decided what does an independent publisher ultimately have? They have this lovely, arrogant chip on their shoulder about how wonderful they are, without in any way screaming from the rooftops about it. So we said, our money's as good as everybody else's. You guys told us we're a globalized world. We do such lovely books. We edit them well. What we lack is reasonably courteous distribution. This is very important for the author to be visible. Visibility is different from buying and selling. Your first act is visible, make it visible. Then you come as readers with your hope. If 6 people liked it, 60, 600, 6,000, it becomes a success story for a certain kind of publisher. So we set up something called Seagull Books London Limited, and we decided we would only buy world rights. And this experiment is 600 books old. We are distributed into the world by the University of Chicago Press. It's commerce with a ceiling. It doesn't make large sums of money. It creates a world of cash flow, right? And the role of the publisher, in fact, the new literary agent probably started life in some incarnated way as a publisher, because a publisher is a literary agent. What is the role of the literary agent? To invent, reinvent, keep alive the author, reinvent them as audiobooks, as ebooks, as paperbacks, as graphic novels, all of which old-fashioned publishers used to do. So it's an interesting thing that it's taken on a new form and shape. Now I'll shut up.
No, you talked about the that idea of the role of the publisher, the role of the agent. I'm and one of the things that I want to talk about is Melchior, if you could talk about the role of the literary magazine, because we're talking about a world where magazines as a general rule are the distribution, the circulation is on the decline. Finding a space for that magazine, finding a readership is very difficult. How does your magazine, one, if you could talk a little bit about the origin story of the magazine, how did it begin, and also what kind of obstacles, what kind of challenges, and then also what kind of triumphs have you faced while publishing this magazine?
Thank you. Sorry, I have a running noise and my voice is out of tune. So let me tell you the story of my magazine very fast. It is confined to Meghalaya only, though we have readers in all parts of the world, but it is basically confined to Meghalaya. So we started our magazine in the year 2002 with twin objective of giving boosting the reading culture of the Garos and giving platform to the writers. We were successful. That was 2 years before mobile phones came to Tura, and I think 10 years before smartphone came to Tura. Because smartphones and this thing, why I'm telling you this is important. That's right. So what we write in our magazine, we primarily focus on Garo literature, Garo culture, Garo history, and things like that. But one of the big challenges we write in our magazine is also writing some difficult topics in layman language, so we can give information to them. So since 2002, for about 10 years, we wrote our magazine. It, it was an instant hit. Eh, there are many readers. We circulate for people less than, I think Garo Hills population less than 10 lakhs. We circulated between 4,000 and 10,000 copies. And after that, smartphones came. Then around 2015, I stopped for a while. I was learning different things, music and other things. And after that, then I found I'm not saying about my magazines, people started losing interest in reading books and magazines. And I only just yesterday I went to the bookstores in Shillong also. It is also just like in Garo Hills also. Very few books, very few magazines. And I think people are no more reading printed books like that. So people told me that I should write a magazine again and face the challenge of internet. And I thought I should write again. Then I resumed writing my magazine this year again. And I know why people are no more reading printed books. I think there are many reasons why people read books, right, sir? Some to get knowledge, some to, and one of those things to amuse themselves. So we started writing again this magazine, and we are using the internet itself, the enemy of printed books, to spread how we are printing books and what kind of knowledge we are giving through books. One of the uh, one of the things I'm wondering is now people are not reading printed books. They have access to limited access to unlimited information in the internet. So I was wondering, does that mean people of today's generation ha- do people of today's generation have more knowledge or are more enlightened than the people of the previous generation without internet? That's my question.
I think you've kind of led it to the next. I was thinking about this, like we've been talking about the threat to the reading world by the existence and advent of social media and internet, right? We are all reading on our phones. If we're reading short format. We are consuming so much information, like you said. Does that make us better readers, better informed, or does it just, what does it do to the reader? Because I think what I would say to that question is, I think we are still readers. I think we're all still readers. I don't know if reading the printed word versus reading the digital screen has changed the idea of reading. I think human beings will always remain readers.
Yes.
But how we read and how we bring in more readers to the fold was actually my next question. I don't think we need to talk about whether there are less readers in the world, because I think year by year, I think more readers are coming into the fold. But how do we make them interested in the book? How do we make them interested in reading the printed word? Do we approach them via social media? Do we approach them via the things that appeal to them, the book talk generation, or do we look at making reading into a more serious activity? So I think my question, and it's open to all of you, is how do we bring new readers into the book world? Because readers don't necessarily have to be part of the book world. They can be readers who are doing a different kind of reading. But how do you change, how do you convert these readers to book readers, to understanding the book world? Are any of you would like to?
The mic stopped working as soon as my wife came to the front row. But let me try my best. See, let me quote a few facts, and then we can get into the essence of it. Tamil Nadu has been a forerunner in the Library Act. It was Chennai Library Act in 1961 or something. Then it became Tamil Nadu Library Act, and Tamil Nadu is one of the few states where about 6% of the property tax is utilized for nurturing libraries. We got a huge set. It's a robust organization. Like any organization, whether it's government or private, when it becomes bigger, there are people who run it for their own interest. But that apart, it's a very robust organization. Secondly, the government, as of last year, started an initiative wherein every single district headquarters now has a book exhibition. Okay, just imagine that, about 36 districts, and then every one has a book exhibition which is about a week long. Chennai's is 14 days long. Chennai also now has an international book fair connect. Okay, so this is one way in which the government helps out. Now we have to now grow out of this, and then collect that crop of people who make that rounds to those book exhibitions, and then bring them into the content that we do. That's the second part. So if you ask me in one word, how do we make more people get in? It's by being visible. Okay, whether it is social media, TVs, or we dance in the streets, let's do anything, just get people in. Now the more people come in, then they can become picky and choosy and on what they want to read. The need of the hour now is to get more people in, away from the video games, away from the malls, okay, and into the world of books. So do whatever we need to do, and then let's hope for the best.
One thing in my case, it is different because if you are writing English, it is different because I'm writing only the Garo, it is different, very much different, market is different. Suppose one thing I have experienced is, if we put these magazines in the bookstores, very few people go to take them. But if I distribute them to colleges, schools, and localities, everybody buys them. But very few people are going to the bookstores now. People are still reading those books. I mean, my magazines, but they no more buy it from the bookstores. They don't. They rarely visit bookstores. We use social medias also to advertise our magazines also. If they see it in a social media also, they go to the store to buy it. That means they are. I think they're still interested in it, but they're no more looking for it from the bookstores. I don't know how to explain that.
I think what it is also what I think Naveen you said about distribution, right? In every way, visibility, whether it is knowing about a magazine, knowing about a festival, all of it kind of depends and comes down to visibility. And how do you make books more visible? How do you get people? Because once it's visible, your readers will come, your consumers will come. And is that also so? We talked about the vernacular and the regional festivals, but is that also part of India's role in the global platform, in the global literary scene? How is it? How has it changed over time? Naveen, would you like to comment on how have we become more visible? Are we more out there now? Because once upon a time we were we were almost not there. So how has that changed? And yeah,
I think there's two sides to it. One is that yes, automatically between, let us say, 1982 and now, when I started publishing, you're more of a global, visible being, but you're still not somebody else's passion. So when you have the Frankfurt Book Fair in 1986, and you have India as the country of honor, and then in 2006, 20 years later, you have India again. Nothing changes. The Germans, the French, the Italians, nobody's rushing around doing anything. You can literally count them in one hand, the odd Bengali translation or Malayalam Mota. It's not just Mahashwata and Perumal Murugan. There's so much happening here which should be translated and made available. I think the focus has to be on the doing and persisting, and the faith that the market also has a duty. We keep talking about marketing the other way. Look, you guys have a duty to find through your own, and it's again sounding a bit mushy here, but it's worked. It took us 30 years to be discovered in the nicest possible way in a world. That's important for me. I refuse to publish for some boundary. It's important that you publish like anybody else, because literature is about the human condition. So something in a small town in Germany can resonate somewhere in Shillong also, because the women in both stories have the similar problems. So I think the idea is to keep doing and testing readership, not just giving them, like TV programs for TRP, the same formula of success. You can do that too, and very successfully, because you could replicate, clone a successful novel. Publishers can brief their wonderful authors. We have a lot of wonderful authors we all grew up reading in, writing in the English language, all of whom are now doing, I'm sorry to say, a certain kind of publisher's brief. But they're such wonderful stylists, so you still get attracted to them, but it's a tricky one. But I think a lot of India is happening in the languages and the vernacular. It's not happening necessarily in the English language. So we have to find those many Indias and make them. Our role is of midwifery and conduit. We are not really supposed to make everything one big success. At the Seagull level, we do 50 books a year. 3 of them fund the other 47 because the 3 get reprinted for some reason. We never know who. We don't know who's going to review them. If we try, you try everything. Which truth of a particular book will resonate with who and become a success anywhere in the world? And the world is important. It's not just localized.
in fact, this idea of trying, of replicating the existing successes versus kind of going out and looking for something new. I think, Amber, I'd like you to maybe comment on that aspect, because one of the things that as an agent you'd be seeing are the different kinds of stories people are writing, the different kind of books, the subjects, how they've evolved over time, and both, like like Naveen said, about the demands of the publisher, and the demands of the readers, and then the space to create something new. Could you talk about how that has changed over time?
So to be honest, there always is a tendency to go in for a particular kind of trend that's developing, and there's always a danger to that, because just because something is trendy right now, just because it's hot right now, doesn't mean it'll actually sustain itself over a long period of time. So to simply dish out the same formula again and again and again is actually, it'll not help the cause of reading, of publishing, of anything of that sort. I'd actually like to go back to the earlier point you were making about visibility, and why we feel that enough people aren't reading right now is because it's not just visibility, it's also access, I think. So there has to be some sort of institutional support that facilitates reading. So we don't have enough libraries. I mean, how many people actually have access to the books being published on a regular basis? So if you think about the books being read, I think it'll only be like a minuscule amount, because by and large, who has the luxury to buy book after book after book? It's just not possible. We all became readers because we had access to books through libraries. We weren't buying every book that was coming out, right? And which is why even on social media now, like, it's almost become like a trend just to say TLDR, because no one's going to read the whole thing, because you anyway don't have access to it. So someone else has told you a summary of this, so you think, okay, that's the book. And we aren't inculcating the habit of reading, and I think that's an issue that needs to be addressed.
And do you think that is part of that conversation on too many things have our attention now, or do you think a big part of it could probably get sorted with the support that we're talking about? Because libraries are essentially something that require the kind of push and support that, say, a government or a public funding can provide, as opposed to private individuals trying to make that happen. So do you think that's
Absolutely. Yes. I think it really boils down to institutional support for this, because only then can it be widespread enough. Otherwise, it'll just be like hits and misses,
Yeah, definitely. So I think, when we're talking about, like you said, government support and the push towards reading, I think one of the things that I'd like all of you to maybe comment on is the the fact that reading might be essential and we don't look at it like that. The book world stays a book world. So you go to festivals, especially in the English language, publishing industry. If you go to festivals, you'll see the same people there. You'll see similar kind of conversations happening, and the world kind of almost becomes a closed world. And what's happening outside it is the need to be plugged into what's happening outside the book world is important, right? And if we could talk about, just since all of you are part of that space, how do you think we can communicate the idea of books and reading being an essential thing to do?
Thanks for that question, Swati. In fact, when you were talking about how do we make new readers, I think for me it's two simple things. One is start them early, and for that you need all of the things that we've all spoken about: wide institutional support. And the other is, there's this independent publishing house in Chennai called Bluffed, and I still have this little sticker that they gave me a long time ago, which is "Reading is sexy." And I think for the young, it's also the quality of books that we're putting out there. And I think, Naveen, like with what you've done with Seagull Books, for anyone who's a book lover in India or anywhere else, like coming to your bookstore is like, it's something which is such a privilege, and like you really feel like, okay, you're a real reader if you've gone to Seagull Books. And we have that kind of bookshop actually in the north, one bookshop in the northeast, Rachna bookshop in Gangtok. And it's like, it is a sexy thing, to be posting a photo that you've been to Rachna bookshops. And I've spent a lot of time at Rachna bookshops. So this summer I spent a month there. And in fact, I was just like looking at the dedication of Raman, because a lot of people come and they're spending hours and they're reading, and then they don't necessarily buy a book. But there was this young boy, 11 years old, and for 3 days he came and read this one book from this shelf. And on the third day he came to buy it. It was worth, I think, a little over 1,200 rupees. That was an expensive book to buy. And for me it was like, Melchior, when you're saying people don't go to bookshops, like there was this one bookshop in Police Bazaar when I was growing up, and I still remember seeing Arundhati Roy's book there. I was 15, very poor, didn't have any pocket money, and I saved, like I was actually doing like part-time work, and I saved for 6 months till I got that book. So I feel if the bookshops are there, people will buy. And for those of us, and if there are good books as well, that I think if you give a child a bad book, no, they'll read it once and they're not going to get more curious. So to do this about how do we continue, so yesterday we had this session with Rohan Chakravarti, who's using the medium of the comic to actually, like, I'm still like so excited and inspired by Rohan's session yesterday, because I think in that 1 hour of what he did with us, like this, Ruddy, it was a little quiz time, environmental quiz time. I learned so much about animals and nature and scientific facts that it got me really curious. And I think there were quite a lot of children here. And then the next question to him was, how do we take it into schools? And in fact, today our tourism director was here, and we were just talking about it, and he's saying yes, we should take it to schools and let's bring him in. So that's how it starts, because actually it's not disconnected. It shouldn't happen in a bubble, because actually reading, I mean, for all of us, I'm sure we're so passionate, and we know, like I know, that first book that I read when I was 5 years old, which was The Ugly Duckling, it changed my life. Like really, I felt like okay, and it was The Ugly Duckling that I read, and I've never stopped reading since. And so, of course, questions of access, institutional support, all of it. But for all of us, I think here our whole point is to spread it. Like to how do we look at in our different ways to spread this need. It's a necessity to read.
Yeah, in fact, maybe it's niche because what Amber said about accessibility. If there was accessibility that was growing in the book market, then maybe the people who had the potential of becoming a reader, the younger kids who, if they were exposed to reading early on, would probably become readers. But one of the things that this the session's also called writing, marketing, and market and platform, right? We talked about readers, but I think the one thing that we can all agree on is writers are growing. People who want to tell stories are growing. Everyone wants to write a book. Everyone wants to publish a book. Everyone wants to tell their story. And I think that probably comes from the fact that the medium of telling stories are so many now. I mean, you can tell your story via book, via a social media platform, via documentaries, OTT. There's so many ways of telling a story, and writing is one of them. So, can we talk a little bit about the writer today, of what maybe Amber, you can talk about. And actually, the other thing that I want to talk about is, both Amber and Sangma, if you could just talk about the writers you get in your magazine. Who are the writers? Have they changed? Because especially for you, I think, the idea of running a Garo, a magazine which is very specific in the language, etc. What kind of writers are you seeing today? And have they evolved over time? Are you getting a very different from the last time you ran the magazine to now? What has changed? And Amber, later maybe you could comment on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
So, so we started with the twin objective I've told you, with boosting the reading culture and giving platform to the writers. First, we gave a platform to the writers. Some of the writers have become really writers, not just they did not end in our magazine. Some of them have produced their own books, published their own books. Some have even started their own small magazines like this. Now, many people, they want platform to write. We give them platform, but doesn't mean now. I'm saying about nowadays, not before. Nowadays, we give them a chance to write in our magazine, but before that, there is social media platforms. We check them what they write in the social media platforms. We will make them practice there, because they can delete, they can write, they can do whatever. Because in printed books, once you get it printed, it is there forever. You can never erase it. So we make them practice. So uh, we actually cultivate the writers. We inspire them. We make them write, and we help them. We make them write, and we see what they're writing, and we suggest them. It is like this, because some of them, it is like this. Some of them can are very creative, but not good at putting the sentences clearly. They need editors like this. No. So in our magazine, we look for writers. Actually, we approach them. Some of them approach them, but we help them to become good writers by checking their writings. It is like that.
Interesting. It's sort of like beginning with you, and then maybe, like you said, going on to become a book writer or a writer or someone who starts a magazine. So you're essentially creating a line of readers and writers by cultivating.
Because our ultimate success is not getting money from writing magazines, but producing some writers.
Yeah, yeah.
Because our magazine, it depends on selling the magazine without any advertisement. It is more like selling vegetables. We sell the magazines, we get the money, we brought the money, and distributed money.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting analogy. Amber, could you talk a little bit about that same thing? I think in a way you're also cultivating writers.
I mean, one hopes one is doing that. From what I can tell, in terms of all the submissions we get as agents, there is definitely like a strong appetite to write, to tell stories and different kinds of stories also. But what I find is that sometimes you can tell that like many of the stories seem to be derivative. Like I feel it's a problem of people aren't reading enough, so hence the ability to write and express yourself in writing tends to be derivative from something you've recently read as trendy, or something of that. And I think this boils down to people aren't reading enough, and that really is a problem, I feel. Whenever we so in my head, I think I'm still an editor more than an agent, and it's my editorial instinct that guides me in terms of who we decide to take on or not. And I look largely at fiction. I have a colleague who looks at nonfiction, and I think it's important. Like whenever we get down to like, okay, there definitely seems to be something over here. We have a discussion with the writer in question. Are they open to feedback? And I feel that in many cases they're not, which is also surprising because it's like my job as an agent also is to help you make this into the best version of itself, because I am a conduit between you and the publishing house. And in terms of like, I have a sense of what might work better, what works well. And that's what I try to do. That's what I like to do. So I think in terms of people are writing all sorts of things right now, and that's great. There is like the appetite is there, but I think it's noticeable that like that there isn't enough reading happening.
In fact, that's interesting, right? There's an appetite to tell your story, but there's maybe not that much of an appetite to consume someone else's story. And that's an interesting, sort of dichotomy, because we automatically assume that a writer would read, or a writer or a reader would probably maybe want to tell their story if they have that in them. But the fact that we have entire generations or entire crops of writers who are not reading, that's an interesting. Why do you think it'll be interesting to kind of talk about a little bit about why that is there, what has changed in our in our DNA, in us, because there was a time when writers and readers were sort of interchangeable. More and more now we have people who are probably telling their story but not reading other people's stories. Why do you think that is? Would any of you want to know?
Yeah, I think it's a market being flooded with the produce. Okay, anything that is in excess of demand needs to be rejected. Now with the social media, the internet, and everything, everybody has access. Like they say, everybody has a story to tell. Probably one, and good writers might have 10 or 100 or 1,000, but everybody has a story, his story or her story. And now that everybody has a chance to put it on the net. Okay, now you have a plethora of choice in various media. I myself get about 13 plus magazines and short stories being published separately, not because I'm a publisher, because I'm a friend. Okay, so I get 13, and each of these 13 magazines have 30 short stories and articles and anything from Dostoevsky to the local painter, everybody, comparisons and all that stuff. Now you're being flooded with this. How do you make a choice? Your life is limited. Okay, and you're going to make a wise choice between choosing between all this. That is the difficulty. On one hand, bringing out good writers. A good writer writes good content. A good writer knows what has been written in his own language earlier, and the rest of the literary world, right? So you think something is really new because you got up one night and got this idea. You need to fact check and see that if somebody else has said it better or more, in a more mature way. So all this plays an effect on what one gets to read and what one gets to see. On the one hand, you have a dearth of good writers. On the other hand, you have voluminous writings that are available from which to sift through. I rely on friends who are reliable friends before I pick up a story and read, not as a publisher, but just as a reader. But the other side of it is the very own media, the internet has actually taken the stories and the authors to places. For example, I'm going to go back to Jaymohan Hain. Jaymohan has a site called jaymohan.in. It is the regular hits are anywhere between 25,000 to 30,000 a day. Okay, on serious days when he writes something controversial in non-fiction, it goes up to 1 lakh. Okay, on cinema, 1 lakh, or a new novel comes, 75,000. So these are the hits. Much of the work that I publish now has already come out as a serial or on a daily basis in his website. For example, there's 26 books of Mahabharata retold by Jaymohan. Every single day he published it on his website. Okay, for close to 7 years without a break. Without break in between books, but once a book starts, there is no break. He's written it in airports, he's written in railway stations, he's written when 10 of us were gossiping here, but that was there. So the huge readership. After that, it got published by a firm. Parts of it, 4, 5, like that. Now we published the first 7. When we went to the 8th, 3 of them went out of print. We completely sold. Then we went to the last 5. 4 of them were sold. Now we are making a mega project which might cost anywhere between 45 lakhs to 50 lakhs just to bring out those 26 copies on board. So this is the dichotomy that you're talking about. On one hand, plethora of choice. On the other hand, quality of writing. The same media works far and against. It's a double-edged sword.
In fact, the fact that he's getting... Mary, please.
I just want to mention that actually we have Mr. Jaymohan here and we will have a session tomorrow with him. Right? Yeah. And also that, I'm a huge fan because the books of his writings has just got translated as of last year from Tamil to English. So yeah, all of you who are listening, you must come to a session tomorrow.
So we have about 10 minutes left, I think. Yeah. And I would like to see if there are any questions in the audience. I've got a couple more for the panelists, but I'd like to first open it up to the audience and see if there's any of you who'd like to kind of ask them questions. Wonderful. So we've got 2 questions here, if we can... Yeah. Might be questions for you.
Thank you so much for this extremely thoughtful conversation. I have a slightly unusual question for Naveen Kishore. So sorry for my throat. So Seagull recently launched a series of cups with characters from K.G. Subramanian's cartoons. And that's quite interesting because K.G. Subramanian himself was sort of interested in playful circulation. But I'm very curious sort of how you position that within Seagull's sort of publishing work as a whole. And do you have some, complex feelings about merchandise that are beyond sort of the books that you publish? And maybe if any of the panelists have anything to say about that.
I have to disappoint you. I have a very boring answer, which is that KGS or Manida, we handle his estate, and he was a dear friend, father figure. He turns 100 next year. And the last time we did merchandising seriously was when he turned 75. When we turned our whole building into like a art museum, packed away all our books, everything, and turned into a gallery, and we had this glorious thing. The garage became like a art museum store. So everything from t-shirts and cups and drawing notebooks and you name it, calendars and stuff. The cups remained over all these years, and every now and then people would ask, so we would reissue them. They're not seen as great money-making things. They're not calculated as unit cost like the books and priced at a certain thing. Now we're doing again a whole bunch of merchandise around and publishing about 40 of his books, some redone or some reinvented in different ways. For example, if you have a big book of 800 pages, we're issuing them as 12 paperbacks as thematic essays, that kind of thing that's important. So the cups, I'm afraid, are not really seen as a money earner so much as a celebration of his art.
Yeah, hi. Since you guys were talking about creating new readers and connecting with readers, I was just wondering how important is diversity within publishing houses and maybe even literary agencies in order to do that? Because I know, for example, a lot of big mainstream publishing houses in Delhi, at least, a lot of people in charge are from similar communities. A lot of them are upper caste, they are upper class, and I was just wondering, like, how important is diversity in order to create new kinds of readers? Like, any of you can take that question.
I would love to answer that. Because I've over the years going to, for example, big literary festivals, which all of us know, which is inspiring for us. But everywhere I go, the rest of India, there is always this notion of a Northeast panel. And I was, what does it even mean? That we have a Northeast panel, like writings from everywhere. We don't have a North panel, a South panel. So why should we have a Northeast panel? So every time I'm asked to curate one, I'm saying, invite me as part of your advisory. So I make sure that there is inclusion, just like one has women on your board. So that there's gender inclusion to a certain extent. I would do that also for Northeast. And many times people have laughed at me and just gone to somebody else who does the Northeast panel. But I find that really, like for the Northeast, at least for our region, I find that is really problematic. So that's one part of diversity. I think definitely over the years we've been talking about, upper class or class or caste representation in the places which are the gate, like the gatekeepers. I'm one of them, I guess, for the region. To a certain extent, because I've been in Delhi in the publishing industry for a while, and we all become gatekeepers. And it is something that I think that it's only the last, maybe post Adivasi Lives Matter movement, that we are also getting more aware of this. And when we are looking at talking about access, like this place, I mean, for me, a point of, like, as a person who really, really loves books, Seagull Books, the bookstore is as inspiring as like, I love the Chennai Book Fair. I love it so much, I cannot tell you. And then I love going into the community library project in Delhi, because, and I tell everyone that if you don't think that people are reading, go to any one of these different, and they're all very different spaces, right? Because community library runs in slums in Delhi, and you go on a hot summer afternoon in Delhi, and it is 200-300 children reading. It is just so beautiful. The Chennai Book Fair, when I first went to it about 10-12 years ago, it's like 2,000 plus Tamil publishers, and like my auto driver in Chennai was like asking me where you're going. I said, oh, to the book fair. It's like, acha, and he started sprouting like Tamil poetry to me, and that is magic. And so that all of that is possible. And I wish that, I think for us, we're alive with stories in this region. We don't have, and which is why it's important for me to also have this, because we don't have a publishing infrastructure. So to begin with, like, even you just recently printed a book. You brought in a book and you printed it in Delhi, right? And so there was like another book, which both the books we launched yesterday. And interestingly, both the books, which I love about it, is that your book was in English and Mizo, and the children's book that we launched yesterday was literally like one page English, one page Khasi. And I think we are all finding new ways to do this. And I forget what the question is, but it was about access and inclusion. And it's something I'm really passionate about, because I feel we've been waiting so long. So I'm very happy to have all of you as well, from the outside and from this state and other parts of this region, to be part of this Lit Fest, because we are saying you come to us and be wowed by us. So that's my ambition for this Lit Fest too.
I'm going to get a word side in. Okay. This was the same question that we were having, whether it's art, drama, culture, literature, it's the same group of people, in various cities. It's like, you know, you put up a mole here, then you become somebody different, like a Tamil movie. This has been a problem, right? But this can change. This can change with effort. Like Naveen said, you know, more voices have to be heard. More literature has to be brought into the broader fold. That's one. What we do at our festival in Coimbatore is exactly what Mary says. You know, we don't create a Northeast forum, but for the past 4 years, we brought writers from Northeast to come and speak there. Okay, last year Kanishka and Mary came and spoke about publishing, so that our guys know what publishing is, the larger sense. Then there was Janvi Barua, there was Janice Parrier, there was Anita Agnihotri, and there was Mamang Dai. Okay, and our sessions are 1 hour solid sessions, 300 400 people, all of them read, we translate their works into Tamil, then they ask questions. It's not a 5 minute, you know, hi bye, you know, your book is love. No, we are serious. So that's one way of actually getting in, breaking that mold of, you know, that uh, crux of people dominating the entire thing.
I think, if I understood correctly, you're talking of diversity within the publishing house. You're talking in terms of staffing choices, who you hire, etc., etc. Um, I think these are issues that are being considered. There are publishing houses, certainly in Delhi, you know, even people like Zuban, who consciously put out an advertisement, etc. We've kind of intuitively not seen it as a flag either way. We focused on the diversity of content, again intuitively and accidentally, right? There have been occasions when somebody walks in through the door who would be politically and diversity a wonderful person to employ, but may not have a single book idea in them. Or the opposite, they would start a whole series of books because they happened to walk in and you were open. And there were no bureaucracies or no barricades in between. But this is such an individual, subjective choice. Some people in the old days, when we used to have funding agencies in this country who were allowed to function and do projects like the Ford Foundation, they would actually have a diversity statement. And I remember when we first got funding from the Norwegians for our publishing school, they wanted to know if I had considered toilets for women. I mean, all kinds of strange questions like that. And we had to calm down and actually write to them and said, if you look at our history by then of 20 years, it was so strongly diverse by accident. There were more women than men. There were different communities. There, you know, there was all kinds of stuff happening, different sexual persuasions, all kinds of, and it happened as a kind. We were lucky. It happened in its own organic, natural sort of way. But it is consciously looked at. It is a flag now from a different way. You have an antenna not to do the wrong thing, you know, just because you think you know best from your experience.
I think we have to wrap up. Yeah, I've got a, yeah.
Sorry.
We have 30 seconds. Yes, do we have 30 seconds? I think Amber has a closing remark to make. It's just something to think about, I guess, before we close.
I mean, just to add to what the others have also been saying, I think definitely there's no question that diversity will enrich the experience in publishing, and even in terms of the output that like the books we produce. But I think one of the stumbling blocks in the publishing industry, at least in the English language publishing industry, to diversity, and I'm talking about diversity across like class and everything, is the fact that publishing salaries have been uniformly low for so long. So in my experience, only people belonging to a certain kind of privilege can sustain themselves in publishing, especially when they're starting out. Because I mean, just the rents in Delhi versus the salary you're earning, it's
I mean, if you're talking about that. But yeah, I think...
I have one last comment to
and this
make
is
on
Mary,
this.
so I think we can let
I think from a curatorial perspective, diversity and inclusion, what I've learned over my years of curating various things is that we can only always try to do better, because in a country like ours, it is a never-ending journey to include and and to see the range of diversity, you know. So it's like, I will never be perfect at including, but all of us must try, you know. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone. Of course, the panelists are here for you to
talk more to later on after the session. I am offering your services myself. But thank you so much for being such a great audience, and thank you everyone for this conversation. It was wonderful.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you very much. And for those of you who it matters as a life and death thing, we are 104 for 1.
You, Swati, Amber, Mary, Melchior, Naveen, Senthil, for I think a conversation that is going to continue beyond this panel. Such an insightful conversation into the many facets, not just of reading and publishing, but also of writing. I'd love to present little festival remembrances, Shillong Literary Festival remembrances to all of you. And the rest of us, please remain seated. We'll begin shortly our next session. It is very heavy, yes. Very, very heavy.
You would like to come and
Huh? No. Check, check. We now invite Nandini Oberoi and Sanjeev Kakoti onto the stage to begin the next session, Monpas by Vinay Sheel Oberoi. The book captures the lives of the Monpa people, a nomadic tribe living in the Tawang and West Kameng regions of Arunachal Pradesh. Nandini and Sanjeev, please come and take your seats. Nandini Oberoi was an associate professor of economics at the College of Vocational Studies, University of Delhi. She retired in July this year. For over a decade, she published and edited India's first weekly newspaper for children, Newsjoy. Oberoi has authored 2 children's books and written on travel, food, and culture for various magazines and newspapers. She has been a consultant editor for UNDP, spanning diverse areas including human development. Sanjeev Kakoti, an associate professor at IIM Shillong. He was a guest faculty at IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Bangalore. He obtained his PhD on the theme of technology and social change from NEHU Shillong and completed 3 TP from IIM Ahmedabad. He is also a documentary filmmaker and a writer with 3 books to his credit. He represented India at the World Business School Council for Sustainable Business, New York, and was one of the authors of the report on management, education for the future that was presented at the UN Earth Summit at Rio 2012. He was invited to the World Economic Forum, Switzerland, in 2013, where he made a presentation on the urgent need of respecting diversity in a globalized world order. He was appointed as international consultant of Indian media markets to the Hamburg Media School, Germany. I now hand over the session to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Uh, I was here in the morning doing exactly what I'm doing now for a colleague and friend, Sanjay Mukherjee, who released his book. And as I was going out, I was told that there's another book that's going to be released on the Monpas. And if whether it would be possible for me to come in and uh, be a part of the conversation. I was more than happy to do it for 2 reasons. One is I myself have authored a book on Tawang, and that's a number of years ago. And the second is the author Vinay Shilobiroy, an IS officer of the Assam Meghalaya cadre, was personally known to me. He was senior to me, and but whenever I bumped in, we would always have a nice conversation. And I knew that the book, a labor of his love, of his years in the Northeast, was brought out posthumously. He passed away before the book actually came out in print. And I knew that the family, his wife Nandini was instrumental, his 2 daughters were instrumental in ensuring that the book comes out the way it has come out. And let me tell you that it has come out as a beautiful, beautiful piece of art, I would say. So we all know that by size, Arunachal is the largest land area in terms of size of all the states in the Northeast, but it's the most scantily populated. You may go for kilometers on end, for hours on end, and you may not meet another human being. That is Arunachal. And I'm particularly happy that his wife Nandini is here with us. This book was formally released in the Jaipur Literary Festival, so we are not really having a release function. But we will certainly talk about the book, we'll talk about Vinay Sheel, we will talk about the Monpas, and we'll talk about a lot of other things. But before we do that, I guess there is a short little film that we see prior to us getting into the conversation. Could I ask the organizers to kindly play the The film certainly took me back to Tawang. I was there maybe writing my book some 22 years ago, and that's a long time. The Monpas are a very, very different tribe. They are Buddhist. Unlike other tribes of Arunachal, they have a written script which is akin to the Tibetan script. And they actually were the southern part of the Tibetan kingdom, and they used to pay taxes to the kingdom of Tibet. And it's an amazing place. But before I get more into the place and to the people, I would like everybody, including myself, to know a little bit more about the author Vinesh Lobiroy, because he was a person, as you saw in the last photograph, was a person who was full of life. He had a smile that lit up his face, and no matter under how much stress he was, one thing that set him apart was his smile. So I'd like to know more from Nandini as to the person who made this book possible.
Good afternoon, and um, it's a little difficult to speak about my husband, but I will try to sort of give you all an idea of this book and the many things that he did. And it gives me great pleasure to be able to not release the book, but even discuss the book in Shillong, because Shillong was a very special place for us. For me, because I grew up here, because I actually went to St. Mary's College, where I think many of you might also be studying or have been to. And then sort of returned to Shillong after I married Vinay, and his cadre was Assam and Meghalaya, and so we came back here. So Shillong is very special for all of us, and that is why I think this particular event is so meaningful. A little about the book and how it came about. It wasn't like many things, wasn't a plan to be a book. It was not that he set out to write this book, but he was very fond of taking photographs, and camera was very much part of his sort of what he wanted to do or he liked to do. So even with a very basic small camera, he was always taking photographs. And over time, he ended up with more than like 25,000 photographs. And at at one point, then these photographs culminated in an exhibition at the IIC in Delhi, an exhibition on the Northeast, and they were having this exhibition. They asked him to put up his photographs, which he did, and then then the idea of the book sort of came from that, because then he found, after collating all his photographs taken over several years and several visits, many visits to um, Tawang and Arunachal. The photographs are not only of Tawang, there are many more photographs. And, so there were plans for many other books that didn't really happen yet. But yeah, so that was.
The Vinay I knew was an administrator. He was somebody who was instrumental in setting up national institutes in the Northeast. He was behind the IIM Shillong. I can see some of our students sitting here, so I thought they should be informed. He was very much instrumental in setting up of the NIFT. And then as I kept on meeting him at different occasions, I noticed that the man was changing. And this change particularly was apparent after his stint as the Indian ambassador to the UNESCO in Paris, where he stayed for 4 years. He became an altogether different person. He became much more receptive. He had mellowed down. So I would really like to ask Nandini about the change in his persona post his stint and UNESCO as the Indian ambassador.
I am not sure whether he changed as a person, but your perspective does change as experience also changes all of us. And similarly, once we did go to Paris, you sort of understood, for example, heritage, culture in a slightly different way. Of course, you already live it. You're in a living culture. For example, the Monpas are living culture every day. You're doing it every day, same way as Kong Bibi was saying in the morning. The Khasi culture is the way you live, the way you do things. But when you go from that particular place, you leave it and you go somewhere else, you're looking at that same thing with a different viewpoint. So I think that his perspective, or the way you looked at the Northeast and the many cultures that are so vibrant in the Northeast. And he was very much a proponent of the intangible cultural heritage, which is a very big, sort of, what should I say? It's not just a heritage is not only in monuments and buildings and things like that. There's also a whole heritage. For example, when we were there, it hasn't yet got nominated, but he wanted to do, for example, the Kantha stitching textile tradition as an intangible cultural heritage. Now that has become, of course, last year, the Durga Puja in Calcutta was nominated in that. So similarly, there's so many items like that, and so many things in every community and every part of the country. And so we became, in a way, I would say, more conscious of these sort of cultures, or seeing them differently. Of course, they were always there, and regardless of their nomination, they continue to thrive. But definitely that did help us to understand them.
I'm happy that you brought about the word intangible. So the intangible culture of the Northeast. Northeast, for those who are not initiated, and I'm afraid that even for the people who are from the Northeast, they have very little idea about the entire Northeast. They think Shillong is Northeast or Meghalaya is Northeast. There are close to 500 languages and dialects that are spoken in this tiny piece of land. And that's by far one of the largest number of languages spoken anywhere in the world. The Leash community, for instance, in Arunachal, number less than 100. And there are tribes that have 30, 40 individuals left. So in other words, they are on their way out. So the intangible cultural assets is something that we must all be very, very careful about. But there is also another thing which is going on simultaneously along with recognizing intangible cultural assets is the concept of globalization, where we think that one size fits all. So what happens is the only culture that we are left with is the McDonald's culture. So with the onslaught of the globalized world order, how do you see the Northeast culture surviving, if at all?
Well, I hope it will survive because, as I said, for me it's very special, but it's very also difficult to resist the McDonaldization of thing, But it's nice to see, local foods. There's also a big revivalist kind of tradition, which I saw in Shillong in the last visit also, and even now, homegrown coffee, many teas, of course, always were there, but many other people trying to, um, use, I would say, in a way, local ingredients to make. Just now we just saw, Cherrapunji gin, for example. So many different things that are coming up. So yes, also culture also keeps on, sort of reinventing itself, I would think, to be able to cater to the new demands. So there is that element as well, and there is a difficult choice that has to be made about resisting this globalization as well as but now the new globalization is going local, so that's at least a good thing.
So it's going back to Tawang. What happens is the Monpas are probably one of the most cultured tribes in the Northeast because of their very, very long tradition of Buddhism. The monastery in Tawang is one of the oldest and largest monasteries in Asia, and it is a sight to behold. Now, there is a tradition amongst the Monpas that one child from each family has to be given away to the monastery to become a monk, and that's why they don't run out of novitiates who will ultimately become monks. Now, I was very, very intrigued as to how could anybody give away a precious son or a precious child to go and become a monk. So I went into the villages and talked to people while writing my book, interviewed them. And one of the things was that people actually felt very, very proud that they are able to contribute to the monastery through a child. So it was not something that they felt bad about, but it was a moment of pride for them. The other thing that I noticed was that it you reach Tawang after crossing one of the highest passes in the eastern Himalayas, the Sela Pass. There's a lake there, which most of the time it's frozen. And when you reach Tawang, you find out that probably for about 6 months of the year, it would be under very adverse weather conditions, snow and hailstones and stuff like that. And the other time would be relatively warmer, but for us it was still cold. And but the people had adopted techniques that enable them to live in harmony with nature. So one of the things that I noticed the agriculturists doing was that they would have pits where they would make compost of leaves and other things. So composting was something that was ingrained into the culture. It was a culture of no waste. And the third was the design of their houses. Most of the houses had wooden roofs, and they were put together with the help of stones. And in the winter, when it snowed, the temperatures inside the house did not go down too much. Now, the concept of culture and the culture concept of tourism often seem to be at loggerheads, because what happens is every place seems to have a carrying capacity for the number of tourists that it can accommodate in a given time. Now, what is happening with the Northeast opening up in places far, far off places like Tawang? being connected with both helicopters, and there is a tunnel under the Sela Pass, which makes it easier for you to reach Tawang, which will mean that the number of people flocking into Tawang would be in their thousands. Now, would it be possible for that culture, which has been secluded by nature, would it be possible for the environment, which is so very fragile, to take this huge onslaught of people coming in to enjoy Tawang? I mean, yes, we want tourism, and this is a tourism festival as well. But I think as educated people, it would be very difficult for us to completely ignore the carrying capacity of a place. I would, and she is a teacher of economics. I think there's no better person than her.
Well, it's very difficult to answer this question because it's a fine balance, but I agree that, the carrying capacity is a concept that we should try to definitely sort of implement in some way. And you need to therefore make provisions, whether it is one way trafficking, because I just went last year to Missouri and we could not cross from the academy to Landor for more than 2.5 hours. We finally had to just turn back and go back. So you don't want to do that to all your hill stations. We are getting close to it. So definitely it is something to consider. And with the Sela Pass no longer as formidable as it is, because earlier, every time you crossed Sela Pass, you would be always a little tense about it, because it was, there's all these, this picture that you saw in the video of those many bends, hairpin bends, is really approaching Sela. And so yes, this is a question always, the how much tourism uh, is good enough, and last time when we went to to Tawang and near it, I saw there were 400 homestays listed. So there is, of course, there's for the people who are running these homestays, there's some income, and all that is of course there. But on the other hand, yes, if you have traffic jams, there always, every year in the summer, in Delhi where I live, there'll always be a couple of videos that people would have made of the the traffic jam to Himachal or to some other place, and that you certainly don't want anywhere. So yes, that I mean, I think we know the answer to this question, but whether we are ready to implement it and how we implement it is really something of governance, really. And of course, we also have right next to us Bhutan that does it in a very much measured way, So there is also that example not very far from us. So definitely, I think it's a question.
Probably a festival like this would certainly have to consider this at some point of time, that the Northeast is only just opening up to tourism. So it is better that we put in place kind of strictures and rules that would enable us to reap the benefits of tourism by controlling it and ensuring that the flip side doesn't overtake us. But that's certainly a big challenge, and I'm not too sure how successful we'll be. We have got the example of Bhutan there. We have got the example of Bangkok. On the other hand, we have got the example of Kathmandu. And I'm not too sure whether Bangkok and Kathmandu, even though they attract a huge amount of international tourists, they are the best examples for us to follow. So that would be something.
I mean, I'm coming from Delhi, where the quality of air at the moment is enough to tell us what we should not do, for anyone. So I think that's really something we don't want to go that way, that, that retreating becomes so difficult afterwards. So I think, yes, you're absolutely right, that we need to be conscious of it, and we need to, somebody needs to be, before it becomes like that. So I think at the moment, I think you're all right here. But Tawang also, that's another question, because very fragile environments, all of these. And, you mentioned this leash community. Actually, in the book, some of the photographs and the weaving and all is all in the leash community village that I went to, in fact. So that was really, yeah.
So from culture, I would want to take you to another journey as you proceed towards Tawang. On the way, there is a shrine of a fallen Indian soldier. His, it's known as Jaswangar, and the person was Baba Jaswant. So he is supposed to have single-handedly met with the invading Chinese forces and stopped an entire platoon from advancing, and in the process lost his life. So there's a shrine there, and it is the duty of everyone to go and pay their respect to the shrine. Now, sentries on duty, they have this legend which says that if a sentry who's on duty in the border happens to fall asleep or is not doing his duty too well, he would get a tight slap on his face. And when he opens his eyes to see, there is no one. So they say it's Baba Jaswant who is looking after the border for us. Do you have any other anecdotes to share on Jaswant Girma?
Not so many anecdotes, but definitely I've seen the shrine and also been to Bumla, the pass, etc. Seen the Chinese on the other side in the earlier days when it was still, you could just see a little bit of action and we would be looking through binoculars, etc. But not too many other things. But I have enjoyed the pakoras and tea at every small, little camp along the way. Yeah, definitely.
So the only place you can walk in are the army camps that are there. There'd be no shops, there'd be no restaurants like you know. So you go into an army camp and they would be very happy to serve you with some hot tea and some pakoras. And we essentially survived on those during our stay in Tawang because we were traveling all over the place. And it's a fascinating account. Now, photographs speak 1,000 words, they say. One photograph speaks 1,000 words. And as I was glimpsing through some of the photographs, you could take it as a journey through time. There's so much changing. And this journey is fascinating that it has been captured in a book and put it out for us to enjoy. Now, is it possible that Vinay must have had photographs of other places of the Northeast? Because when you're an administrator, you have the access to areas that civilians don't have to. So there could be photographs, there could be notings of the region, which I think it would be a shame to just lie somewhere in a trunk that is hardly opened. So are you planning on coming out with some of the books?
Well, there are lots of photographs of other parts of Arunachal as well. And there was in his mind a book on the Siang, which was another river which was very close to his heart. And he was fascinated by the Brahmaputra, as anybody in the Northeast always is. So was him, Muli. And he's done also a couple of talks on the origin of the Brahmaputra and the Pandit brothers, and the early explorations of the Brahmaputra river, etc. So there are some of those photographs, and let's see if we can, because it's not very easy to sort of come up with a book. This book, to be honest, though, we did bring it out later, but he had done all the work for it very much, before he passed away. So we only were really doing minor editing and things of that kind. So yes, I do hope that, let's see if we can. There are certain photographs of other parts of the Northeast as well, including very nice photographs of the Bedan Klum, actually, which we went with Bijon the first time.
Vinay's two daughters, Naira and Nayantara. Naira is here. She's done her master's in public policy. Nayantara is doing her PhD in Paris, in France. And since she's somebody who's done her master's in public policy, so one thing that has been arresting my attention for a very long time is the diversion of the Brahmaputra and the Siang at the territory occupied by China. And there are no international rules that prevents the upper riparian state from using and diverting the water of a river. And this would actually take away the rights of the people of India and Bangladesh away from the river, which is its lifeline. So, as a matter of public policy, with the photographs and the notings that Vinay might have left you, you may come up with another book that may add to our arsenal to say that we have a right over the Brahmaputra. That's just by way of suggestion.
Thank you. I mean, I hope, let's see. I don't know if there are no notings as such, but we will try to see. And since you bring this up, the last year we'd gone to the Siang, and the water was actually quite different from the color of the water. And they said that they were not sure, but they said that maybe something is happening on the China side. So I don't know, but it is definitely an interesting sort of idea to look into it.
The only problem is that we are running out of time. The Three Gorges Dam are already there. The other dams that are coming up. So unless something scholarly comes up from the northeast specifically, we might just be in for a bit of a trouble there. But anyway, going away from that, they say that people who see the region from a different perspective are the ones who actually have a lot to talk about. If you look at the world history, Hitler was not really a German. He was born in Austria. Napoleon was not a Frenchman. He was born in the island of Corsica. Now, you might not have been born here, but you've lived a good part of your life, and I'd say a best part of your life, doing your graduation in Shillong. So you have known Shillong then, and you're seeing Shillong now. What has changed?
Too much, I would say. But, it's also nice to see the change that has come. In our time, the big thing was to go to Delhi Mishtan Bhandara and eat jalebis and dosa. That was the big outing. So there was nothing else. So now it's very nice to see all these, nice restaurants and excellent food. And, so all of that is very nice. The traffic isn't so very nice, but again, that we already have already talked about that. So I think a little bit of management in that, and you're from IIM, so maybe that's what you've got to do. You get your students to do a little survey and quickly start putting some ideas out as to how to manage that better. But otherwise, yes, I mean, development, as we all know, you can't stop it, and we can't also just live in a museum in the I mean, it's a strange thing, but I'm actually coming back to Shillong again after 50 years. Come several times in the middle, but the first time that I came, it was in 1973 when I had just finished my ISc. So it's strangely, as we were coming up last evening, I was thinking it's 50 years. So I have really seen Shillong change in half a century. I mean, I feel like an old grandmother, but that's how it is. But yes, there's been a lot of change. But these cherry blossom trees certainly weren't there in those early years. So this is very nice, and the cherry blossom festival also. So I think those are all positive things that have happened.
That's amazing. Actually, we were working on something on traffic, and the best solution that we could find is Shillong could become the first city that just walks. It is possible for people. When we were kids, we walked to school. When our campus was in Longthamai, I used to walk on an average. I used to walk for 12 kilometers a day, and I got everything done walking. So I think it's still possible for Shillong to become the city that walks. And this is a suggestion, if the organizers are listening, that by the next Cherry Blossom Festival, we say that we have started the initiative where we walk. I am very mindful of the time. So we have come to the end of the allotted time for us. It was fascinating talking to you. And it's almost like I'm meeting my old friend once again. I'll be meeting him through his book. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini and Sanjeev, for a delightful conversation. I'm sure the Monpas would be equally, if not more, of a joy to read. Our appreciation especially goes to Mr. Sanjeev for agreeing to host this session on such short notice as the scheduled host, Carrie Padu, is not keeping well, whom we hope will recover soon. I would now like to present the speakers with literary festival remembrances. Please remain seated. We will shortly begin the next session.
For which I invite poet Lalun Sanga Ralte, also known as Sanga Says. Sir, you may please come on stage. Lanun Sanga Ralte holds an MPhil and PhD in English from Nehu Shillong. His poems have been published in various anthologies, journals, and newspapers. As a member of the Northeast Writers Forum, he has participated in many literary meets and festivals around Northeast India. He was a part of a Translating Poets project organized by the Goethe Institute and was invited to represent India in a poetry festival in Heidelberg and Munich, Germany. I now hand over the session to you, Mr. Sanga.
Yeah, world famous apne gaon mein, like they say. But anyway, welcome again to the open mic, and I'm really, really looking forward to this. I see a few familiar faces that I've heard poems before from, and I swear to you, those of you that have come here to listen, you are not going to regret it. These are really, really wonderful writers that we have here, collection. But before we start with that, yesterday we had a open mic for children. And there was one that came to me after it that said, I sat there, but I was too nervous to come up. So I'm sorry about that. She said, I said, okay, come tomorrow. I'm going to stand here with you and read with you. And she's agreed to come. So come. Hello. Or can you just start by just giving us your name first?
My name is Tiana.
And which class you're studying in?
I'm in class 7. I study in Loreto Shillong Convent. Oh, Convent Shillong. Oh my gosh. And
It's okay, it's fine. Come on. Roar. Like I said, tiger. Okay, let's hear your poem then. You want me to stand here with you? It's okay. You're good.
I actually wrote this poem earlier this year, and yeah, here it goes. As the sky darkens, the night falls. The birds retire to their nests, the animals to their caves and dens. A peaceful evening it would have been had a horrified shriek not rippled through the air. They all come running with the last few bits of hope, a wail from having it broken before they all fall down to the floor. The kitchenware crashes, the soup spilled all over the boards. The tears fell endlessly, but time could not be reversed. The small pale body laid limp upon the bed, the glossy eyes void of all life, the heart that once was beating, now as still as stone. Once again had the struggle been worthless, once again had the efforts failed, once again did humanity weep, once again had life sent her gift. As death holds the tender soul, he carries it gently with ease and sorrow, for life would never take them back, and so he from them would never part. But death could hardly ever stay, and life could never seem to wait. They met eyes again in a cold, stormy blizzard. Life's gift to death buried beneath the snow. As his ghastly fingers part the freezing sand, he gently takes the young soul. Life, my dear, have you ever stopped to ponder the fate of these lovely souls had you kept them longer? No, my love, I haven't. But why do you ask? I wondered, had you not once noticed the pain, sorrow, and misery within you? You are broken, dear life. Every time I get your gift, I feel your heart fall. And yet, why is it that you keep sending them to me? You are beautiful, I am not. You are loved, and I am locked behind hazard lines. These precious souls are your sweet creations. How can they be held by something as miserable as I am? To this, life smiled softly. I shall break either way, dearest death. No matter how many times I am reborn to creation, destruction is addictive. I will lose a part of my beauty every second, every minute, and that part will be yours. Cruel yet lovely, you bring peace to suffering souls, for they rest with you. I play their illusions, I bring them time, but it scars creation. How many have sought you for comfort? In the end, you are who we seek. I stand with your truths, because after every race, I'm always running to you, waiting at the end.
Wow. How are you afraid ever when you're that good? Dear life, you're broken, she says. God, beautiful. She's at class 7, right?
Yes.
Wow. Who wrote like that at class 7? Hands up. Okay, one person. I said, who could write like that at class 7? Okay. Thank you so much.
Actually, I wrote a book when I was 9.
Okay. Oh, you already wrote a book when you were 9.
I published this one when I was 9 years old.
All right, we must get a copy of this. Where's Mary? We need to display this as well. Okay, thank you so much again.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
congratulations. Again, don't ever be afraid again. You're too good to be afraid. All right, for those of you that came to read today, can I have a show of hands, please? How many of you came to read today? Wow. Okay, so they've given me half an hour and they said maybe you should pick. I don't want to pick. I want all of you to read. So know that there's time constraints, so please just come and read. All right? Because like you've come all the way here, you've been brave enough to come here, and I want everyone to hear what you have to say. All right? So can we just like come up, tell us your name, and read your poem. All right? Can we do that? Yes. Okay. Please start. At least I'll just start with you because you're right in front of me. Your name, please.
Bhuvi Tibrewala.
Okay, and the title of your poem?
The Celestial Night. Last to last night, I saw a sight. The moon and the star embraced the night. The moon was happily glowing while the star was secretly distancing. I saw it last night. The star had taken its flight. The moon stood there still, looking at his beloved move away in frill. The sky around them was twinkling as the promises they made were echoing, fading it all away like the depth of a night in a sway. The star still shone very bright, while the moon wheeled itself from sight. The star had a light of its own to shine, but the moon, once bright, lost its light. On my terrace today I stood, gazing up where the starlight stood. The star shone all alone, but the moon, it wasn't there anymore. Thank you.
Again, wow. Big round of applause, please. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Next. Just name, title of the poem, and go.
A very good evening to one and all present. My name is Aihun, and I am just going to recite a short poem that I wrote, which is inspired from the folk tale of Uklo and Kasni, the peacock and the sun. Well, here it goes. In the morning, when Kasni looks down on our land, does she ever grieve the peacock's pride? Do the clouds carry her tears to this land to comfort glow in his Hariath for heaven? Are we then like him here on earth with a longing to leave? Um, Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Take your time.
Did we also, in our pride, left heaven in search for better things? That is all. Thank you very much for listening.
Left heaven in search for better things. My God. And she was the word, and she used the word Hirayat. I learned the word Hirayat only like after I was 30, maybe. But amazing. Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Manfika Surong, and the title of my poem is Luminous. She hides herself when she's most beautiful. She clothes herself with luminous grace. Her lustrous desires never ceases as she peeks on every face. She hears the young ones cry and the soft moans of the sky. To her, every secret is known, every pain unveiled. She sees the wounds of little women, the romantic dates of young lovers. Some days it's murderous attempts. She can save not a single soul. She hears the silence of the city and the roar of a man's heart. To her, every desire is revealed, every soul is uncovered as she clothes herself with luminous grace. Thank you.
Wow. Again. Just beautiful personification there. Next.
Hello, everyone. So I composed 4 poems, and all are my poems are about my mom. So I'm going to read my sorrowful voice. So you farted because you didn't want to be with him, but you were not willing to be. Oh, sorry. You farted because you didn't want to be with him, but you were not willing to stay with me, were you? I fell asleep before him in your memory, so he complained to his mistress about me. Her shiny hand came through my windows into my eyes and woke me up, but can't shatter my love and focus because I was thinking about you at that moment. Anna, it means mom. You are beautiful as flower, and I wanted to make you a you are beautiful as flower, and I wanted to make you walk on a flowery path, but my dreams remains as it is, and I ashamed of myself because I can't make it as I thought. And if I see a shooting stars, I'll wish you come back to me. And you said when I have a hard time, you would come back to me. And I'm still waiting for you to come back. But I feel you forgotten about me. You gave me this wound that I can't heal and rub out of my psyche. So I'm waiting for you to fix it like it was before. Thank you.
Shit. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Yeah, the pain of separation, I suppose. You left him, but you didn't want to stay with me, he said. Wow. Next, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eusebia Kumdea Sauma. Uh, and the poem that I brought today is inspired by the book The Timekeeper, which is written by Mitch Albom. I'm not sure if you've if you've read the book. Uh, this is from the perspective of his wife, Ali. So, uh, Father Time, the timekeeper, actually began to measure time when no one else even knew what was time. So, he was so busy counting time that he forgot to cherish it. So, this is from the perspective of his wife. Dor always measured time, but never had time for me. He was always counting the minutes, but never knew my days were counting. He never knew the number of freckles on my nose, but knew exactly how many minutes there was in an hour. In a world where no one knew time, he never had enough time for me. He spent his days measuring sticks and stones, and I spent measuring the hours he would return home. As I lay here breathing my last second of life, Dor was not in sight. He was probably measuring another nanosecond. But I breathed my last, loving him to the very last second. And Dor sat there by the riverbed, counting time. I would never knew that he rushes back, leaving behind his sticks and stones and minutes and seconds, and gather me in his arms. Dor had loved me every second of his life, but he never spent a second of it with me. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that. It's so interesting. Like you have this. You read a book, and you take it from a different character's perspective. And being a girl, I suppose taking the perspective of a woman to someone who's obsessed with something else other than them. It's like that's amazing. Anyway, yeah, next, please.
Good evening to all. My name is Amanda May Levite. So my poem is about one of a great person who is unknown to the world. Like Soso Tham, he was also born at Cherrapunji, Saisopen. So he was the founder of the Unitarian faith. But not only that, one more thing which really amazed me is that his big contribution to the Kasi literature. But one sad thing is that he is unknown to the world. And I see so many non-Kasi here, so sorry for the inconvenience. My poetry will be in Kasi because he's one of who has a great contribution to the Kasi literature. So I want to give that. So here my poetry is. Ubabu hajam kisor sing nongbri. Nalaying, hooy nalaying, niam Unitarian lasdang nengkong. Day ubalay balapha yu nong prat, ya jingdom ban be ban yo jendat. Sharak katbe leer kayay be, jinged bid bat bani bid, shajingay ban be. Shlur ban taba, shajrong la dong musa. La shnong la thao ngin pansawa, shakaparthay ngin ruay ngin perta, bajing suk kan sensyar ha perthay menta. Ulong riu kraw bashempang, katho katar hangi lasanyang. Ubriu badon kasap bat yo ijingay. Unyaw kor buram yaktin kasi. Unitarian Free School useng. Luduk lusuk ban ai jing stad ban ai jing tip. Kiktin kasi ba utho ki bet bat syai ba. Ulong kabanta kabakraw hakbantho shibon yakari. Kerteng kapau kumuway nong tho batbit. Kijing yaw ben syakren ben bat kentho sniw. Klems pensngap hunong tau udem way brew. Kiding jet hajam ban klet tengim day. Hey hongi ki samla jing shngain kalaway. Da jing sngew kane lat ngashim. Kum ha unis nem lengko Shispa snem kajing klat jong u. Bor badon bor bahalor e. Sngew bah ban itho no you. Thank you. Let's keep on progressing.
Wow, thank you so much. Even for those of you that didn't understand the language, I hope you got the musicality of it. He has such great control over that, over the the tones of the language. It's incredible. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Princey Sonowal. I haven't really named my poem yet, but it's based around cherry blossom. So it goes like: in the garden of emotions where shadows play, the moonlight weaves tales in its own mystical way. Each blossom, a chapter, delicate and profound, melancholy falls like cherry blossoms underground. As the night unfolds a canvas of dreams, silhouettes dance by the moonlit streams. Whispers of yesteryears, a soft haunting sound, echo to time where memories abound. A gentle breeze carries fragment of sighs, unraveling stories written in the skies. Silent symphonies of heartstrings are unwound. Melancholy falls like cherry blossoms underground. Through the corridors of time we wander. In the realm of emotions our hearts ponder. A symphony of silence, a profound surround, where echoes of love and the night are found. The cherry blossoms, like fleeting dreams, cradle the moonbeams in silver streams. In the hush of the night, the stillness crown, melancholy falls like cherry blossoms on the ground. With every petal that gracefully descends, a tale of longing of timeless immense, the dance of emotions, a ballad profound, in the moonlit garden where sorrows are drowned. As the minutes weave through the loom of night, stars witness the ballad of emotions taking flight. To the corridors of solitude we are bound. Melancholy falls like cherry blossoms underground. In this ode to the silent night, where emotions paint the sky with hues so bright, a timeless journey in a universe unbound as melancholy cascades like blossoms underground. Thank you.
Did you catch that? The little change of the refrain at the end, and this just changes the whole thing. Melancholy falls like cherry blossoms on the ground. Wow, nice. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a poem that I wrote back in 2022 on the occasion of 50 years of statehood of Meghalaya. The title of the poem is Meghalaya, United Then, United Now. Ever since the enthralling year of 1972, after a calamitous period, it finally came. The state of Assam broke into two, our beloved Meghalaya was henceforth proclaimed, spanning from the confounded forest of Tanmaudam in the north to the singing village of Kongtong in the south, from the bewailing Jinjiram River in the west to the alluring Krangsuri in the east, hails the voice of 2.3 million exuberant souls, the diverse and bewitching tribes of this land, living with one another in tranquility as a whole, the Jantias, the Khasis, and the Garos, brotherly united hand in hand. In the Himalayan cloud, Tirat Singh reigned supreme. Amongst the Khasis, patriotism he redeemed, led his people against the British and stopped at not a thing. Although defeated, he died a martyred king. Amongst the Achiks, amalgamations was restored. Under Patugan Sangma, the fearless Ross exhort. Together their uprising struck the British at its core. The British, left dumbstruck, could dealt with it no more. Elsewhere, Kyang Nongba stirred insurrection in the Jantia domain, but was apprehended on trial. He said these words, but feigned. If my head leans eastward, freedom will be obtained. Upon death, his head tilted to the east, struggles not in vain. Coming back to contemporary Meghalaya 2023, hatred and selfishness everywhere is seen. Is this what our dear ancestors would have won if carried on? Our children's future it will haunt. Hence, my fellow friends, it is time for us to wake up and come together. Let us not allow our diverse identity to separate us further. We were united, are united, and will be for the coming years. We are proud citizens of Meghalaya. Let that ring in every ear. Thank you.
Well done, Nick. Well, history. If somebody taught me history like that through verse, perhaps I would have been better at it as well. Yeah, and that the nice social commentary at the end, beautiful. Next,
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Bin Raplang Hujan. Uh, I have three poems to recite with you in here. Uh, and number one is the title is Without Practice, There is No Glory. Maybe it's the road and not the goal, the journey to be taken, not the crunchulating face, but the memories never to be shaken. Maybe it's the experience which let us grow on the outside. You will see no difference, but how the inside might just glow. You turn around and you see, you walk 1,000 miles alone, and you are left with an empty feeling, not a footstep left on the stone. Sure, you could talk about the journey, but people will always ask if you reach the end. And on some journeys, you don't make it. That's what most of them will never understand. So I walk 1,000 miles, but couldn't make it to the finish line. But that's not a reason to be disappointed, for the journey was all mine. Maybe you need to try it twice. Without practice, there is no glory. And at some point, you will make it. And that's when people ask to hear your story. And number two, the awakening. I was born to conceive. I wasn't born to conceive. No, I was born to believe that every breath that I breathe make me a better man. I wear my heart on my sleeve, won't be a victim of me. I only live to be free. And so I understand that every second I waste behind the bars of a gate, procrastinate and mistake it's for a better life. An opportunity miss a chance to truly exist beyond the grilling's abyss into my paradise. Take me and shake me, but you will not break me. My mind is a temple, my words are what make me. So I sit back and I take it in. I can feel my conscience quickening. You want to play me, but I'll find a way to win. You only fear me because I'm not afraid to sin.
thank you so much. But I'm so sorry. Like, please give him a big round of applause. But yeah, we still have many poets, and we're really pressed for time. We will have to do this again, man. Yeah, we should.
नमस्कार सभी को। आपके समक्ष मैं एक कविता प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ। इस कविता का शीर्षक है जब जुगनू आते हैं। जब जुगनू आते हैं, रोशनी लाते हैं, उजियारे बिखराते हैं, जीवन के अंधेरे में उम्मीद का दीप जलाते हैं। जिनकी खो गई थी आशा, उनको नई राह बताते हैं, सपनों के साथ लेकर आते हैं, खुशियों के फूल बिखराते हैं। चले चलो उनके साथ चलें, नई जिंदगी का सफर तय करें। आज उनके साथ हम सबको नई उम्मीदों से सजाते हैं। जब जुगनू आते हैं, रोशनी लाते हैं, उजियारे बिखराते हैं, जीवन के अंधेरे में उम्मीद का दीप जलाते हैं। थैंक यू।
So much. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Yeah. Can the person that's going to read next just come up here so that we waste less time? We have like 5 minutes left. Okay, wait. Just hang on.
A very
Okay.
pleasant evening to all of you present here. I am Marbamon Langrani. And before I read this poem, I would just like to say a little bit on the title of the poem, which is Love Bam Kwai Hadwar Ublay. We usually use this phrase when we refer to a dead person. So Bam Kwai Hadwar Ublay basically means late XYZ. So here's the poem. In a small village where the sun shone on both sides and the sky was the only sea we knew, I gave birth to my first child.
The hearth was warm. The dishes kept piling. We're running out of mullah, said uncle, because the guests kept coming. Take mine, said auntie, as she sat on the floor instead. When the waft of pudor melted into celebration, the kids drooled. The milk in the tea was as thick as my joy. Grandfather had just picked a hen for dinner, and the neighbors could smell the tungrambai inhabit their rooms. When the clan had gathered to name this nameless child, they named it Love. And love was beautiful, beautiful but blind. Love grew up to be kind, invited unknown guests to supper, but love was robbed each time. When it gave its jankuk to the cold, they left it naked. When it sung, they slit its throat. When it fed the hungry, it was bitten. And although gifts were given, they were stolen because love was blind. But that didn't matter because love was kind. When love had loved well, it was buried. That day, the rain had wet somebody's clothes that almost dried. The sun wasn't shining on either side. The children stopped playing Ladikut Usaitalai, as if they knew the thread that bound mine had been detached. The women pasted lime on beetle leaves for kwai. The hen was spared, but the pig was slaughtered. The dog howled, and the cat curled beneath the bed where love was rested. I sat on the floor, mourning until my eyes swelled. They fed me pumpkin and plain rice, following young girls who had been offering red tea for 100th time. For 3 days and 3 nights, the doors were left open for love's soul to fly to heaven. But when the soot from the rice pots had been cleaned and the curtains washed, when service was over and the coffin had been laid, even then, grief stayed. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. And let me just show you something. They were hooting at you from there. So really well done. Hamish, I think you
Thank
have
you.
another one here.
What a poem. It is a blessing and a curse to have a poet on a stage doing this open mic because our poet didn't want to pick chits and select. I think we have so many of you, and our dear poet wanted to listen to all of you, and we do actually really want to listen to all of you. But we have another panel on right now, which is on poetry. So what I would suggest is, if you can, please stay and let's have the panel, and soon after the panel you come on stage with your poet so the other poets can also hear you. Is that all right? Yeah, then you all have a chance. Yeah, is that all right, Sanga?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're
Okay.
gonna be listening
Yeah,
to a great
and we've got
panel with
little tokens of
yeah.
appreciation for all the poetry you're bringing to the stage, so please stay. Yeah, thank you, Sanga.
You.
So now we'll move on to the next panel, Adrian.
Following the spirit and passion set by the poets of Shillong, we will now have a very special session on the nature of the poetic. I invite on stage Barbara Sangma, Janice Paryat, Naveen Kishore, and our moderator Alika Asumi. I request the speakers to kindly come and take your seats. Alika Asumi, hailing from Nagaland, is an assistant professor at the National Law University, Meghalaya, NLU Meg, focusing on the distinct and subjective narratives of India's northeastern region. Her scholarly pursuits revolve around unraveling the nuances of this culturally rich terrain through the medium of literature and academic discourse. I now hand over the session to you, Elika.
Hello. Thank you so much for the introduction. And thank you everyone for being part of this session. So ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and anticipation that we are gathered here today in the company of literary luminaries, Dr. Barbara S. Sangma, Janice Pariat, and Naveen Kishore. Their diverse contributions to the literary world encompass the realms of academia, fiction, poetry, theater, and publishing, reflecting the rich tapestry of voices that shape our literary landscape. So let me formally introduce our guest speakers for this session. Dr. Barbara S. Sangma is an associate professor in the Department of English, Don Bosco College, Tura. Her PhD focused on Achik theatre. She has published several works, including String in a Lute and Achik Theatre, A Case for Indian Folk Theatre. She has also co-authored translated works and contributed articles to various books, journals, and proceedings. Dr. Sangma has presented her research in numerous seminars, workshops, symposiums, national conferences, and radio talks. Janice Farriad is the author of Boats on Land, a collection of short stories, and Seahorse, a novel. She was awarded the Young Writer Award from the Sahitya Academy and the Crossword Book Award for Fiction in 2013. Her novella, The Nine-Chambered Heart, best-selling in India, was published in the UK and in 10 other languages. She studied English literature at St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and the history of art at the School of Oriental and African Studies, London. Her work, including art reviews, book reviews, fiction, and poetry, has featured in a wide selection of national magazines and newspapers. She was a Charles Wallace Creative Writing Fellow and a writer in residence at the Toji Residency in South Korea. Her latest novel, Everything the Light Touches, is published by HarperCollins India, Burrow Press, and Harper via USA. It won the Author Award for Best Fiction in 2023. It was longlisted for the JCB Prize, shortlisted for the Tata Lit Life Book of the Year Award, and was listed in the New Yorker's Best Books of 2022. Currently, she lives between Shillong and New Delhi with a cat of many names. Yeah, that's Janice for you. Uh, Naveen Kishore, theater lighting designer, photographer, filmmaker, poet, publisher, Seagull Books. Stop. Okay. Because it's quite long. Okay. All right. So, as we discuss the nature of the poetic, guided by the perspectives of these distinguished poets, we look forward to exploring the intricacies of language, creativity, and the enduring essence of poetry. So, without further ado, I would like to request Barbara, Janice, and then Naveen to share your perspectives on what the poetic personally means to you. So, Barbara, do you want to start? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on. Thank you. Thank you for this great opportunity. It's too humble to say I'm not a great poet, but yeah, I'm a poet, whether great or not. Yeah, and beauty is always in the eyes of the beholder, yes. Poetic, without going into any text, without referring back to Northeastern Hill University syllabus, I would say poetic is finding beauty, rhythm. It not necessarily rhyme. Poetry is finding that leap in the heart. Uh, I think I would be, I don't know, destroying the earlier idea about the author's writing for himself or herself, because I basically write to please myself. I just, when I write, I feel like it should just, my heart should leap, or I should write like I must write or I shall die. That type of that's I think that's my kind of poetic, and I'm not too much into rhyme, but I think I'm into that sensitivity, that kind of joy that I get when I write. It may be two lines. I'm also trying haiku. It may be, yeah, that type. But I think it should give me that immediate pleasure. But I'm not a very contemplative kind of writer, very planned writer. When I write, I mean it comes from nowhere, and when I don't write for months. Like, but when I write, sometimes I can write maybe 2 poems at a time, or maybe sometimes short ones, 3 on the same theme, something. Maybe something more, but for now, I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Janice?
Okay, I mean, how lovely to be at a session that discusses the nature of the poetic after a really lovely session on poetry. We heard such excellent poems just before us, and honestly, didn't want the flow to break. And there you are. I feel as though that answers everything for us in some way. That um, you listen to the poetic with all your heart and with an openness and a receptivity and a vulnerability, as much as the person who is sharing that poetic with you. There is such an intimate, immediate connection with someone who is standing here sharing their poetry with you, right? I feel like you feel it, even if sometimes language fails to capture exactly what that it is, and language fails to capture so much. And even in that, there is the poetic, right? Um, I think for me, I find the poetic in that leap of the heart. I love what you said, that leap of the heart, of course, and a variety of other gestures. I think for me, the poetic resides very much in the mundane and in the everyday, in that first cup of tea, in that first slant of light through the window, that fresh page, um, the blink of a cat from across the room, someone reaching out their hand to you. Um, there's a poem by Vijay Nambisan, and he writes about lint, the stuff that gathers under your bed, dust, and he turns dust and lint, the stuff that you want to hide away and not look at, and you try so much to clean, but it always returns. He turns that into poetry as well. So for me, poetry lies very much in the quotidian, in the everyday. And there are so many poems that come to mind that gesture towards this. There's a lovely poem which is called an ode to housework, where somebody is washing dishes at a sink, and they've got their hands inside this gray, sloppy, soapy water. But what they do is they lift out a wine glass, and because it's wet, the light touches the glass and it refracts, and there is a rainbow even while it holds this swirl of gray, soapy water. And he says, ah, look at this, the extraordinary, the extraordinary in the mundane. And I love that about poetry, that it transforms our most um, unextraordinary moments into something more, right? And poetry is always something more. It's never just about that slant of light. It's never just about um, that blank page or that one gesture. It always alludes to something more. But I think at the same time, that mundanity, that quotidianness, gestures to something larger. And it's a feeling that I try and capture in my book. At one point, especially when there's a character who's traveling across the seas, and she's traveling to India, and she says, you know, in this one moment, she's looking at, of course, the water all around her, and she says, I think I know what it means to be in the world, because you are in this moment utterly open, and there is no boundary, no barrier between you and the cosmic. And I think that the mundane actually allows us to make that leap from the very minute to the cosmic. And I would imagine that somewhere in between also lies the poetic of inexplicability, the poetic of the mysterious, that you can't really always predict what you will find poetic. And that life offers you this gift every day of discovering something new that you find moves you. And I think that also is for me very important, to have that receptivity to the world, to others, to, you know, to us sitting here, to be open to that unexpectedness of not quite knowing when the heart will leap. Thank you. Naveen.
Hello. I think I would agree with two wonderful poets here about the unpredictability, the leap of the heart, and all of those so-called ordinary notes, to borrow a phrase. I just have a little text which in some ways is a tribute to what the two of them have just said. Bear with me. The nature of the poetic, the relationship that a shadow has with the sun, their playfulness, ebb and flow depending on the nature of the sundial, the position of the sun, the role the clouds choose to play, the shape and size of the surfaces the shadow may traverse in deliberation or accident, the agility or its lack of the shadow bearing being, and the angle in which the sun may caress their bodily selves will often decide the fate of the shadow. Sundrian, a point of no return, where the almost violent breaking apart of a single thought, a sundering into oppositional halves, or a scattering into infinite pieces causes an upheaval, a disturbance, both apparently negative words, but do not be fooled into denying them virtue. The placid needs to be visited by its opposite for language to find utterance, particularly in poetry. The ebbing of shadows, like the receding memory of a newborn, plucked from a fast disappearing world, one that you cannot return to, shadowless by nature and yet safe with, within, and even in nature, as is perhaps the nature of the womb. Even as the flow into a newness from the moment of the first cry begins to gather, assimilate the noise of the world, driftwood that would soon find utterance as language. In time, The drift that suggests the random will begin to appear as tightly knit word filled with meaning. The birth of a new memory is also the moment of no return, this time of almost limbo between these two worlds, one where the erstwhile is still in the process of erasing itself and the newborn memory has yet to make its presence felt, is in fact the moment most fertile for poetry. The nature of the poetic, a hesitant tango between the erstwhile and the unfolding of the immediate, the apparently real and the magnetism of that which is imagined. Text that resides in the image and finds a way to be born, even born. Nothing is redundant. Every bit of memory returns in one form or the other to allow the poet insight into the nature of the poetic. Insight, implying an inward seeing, turning inwards towards a hidden choice of words, an almost involuntary, intuitive drawing of breath and giving it language, like a sign that lasts, or an echo that has found its voice, an exhilaration, drawing its inspiration from an inner melancholy. This unique and individual voice is what matters, one that derives inspiration from one's passion, the kind that resides in the heart. No amount of skill and artifice can achieve this singularity of voice, a strength gained from silence, almost a courage that allows the poet to bear witness to one's own conscience. Often this is experienced as suddenly as the unexpected. The nature of that which is not expected is sudden, like driving down a mountain steepness and suddenly hitting the brake at an unexpected curve, finding yourself hurtling towards a real abyss, not just the imagined one. In those few seconds of near death, you rethink an entire life, involuntary and unexpected, causing an upheaval of immensity. Your car skids to a halt and your breath all over the steering wheel. This moment of rebirth is located within the nature of poetry. This immediacy of what Pascal Quignard calls the afterwards or suddenly afterwards actually finds the vocabulary of the poetic. Elegies, the poet as a grieving being, one who suffers as she records. The paradox of simultaneously being at a loss for words, as in watching helplessly the demise of a loved one, in this case, our burning planet, and being full to the brim with a grief that has no choice but to pour over and find vocabulary. Imagine our situation when the sheer exhilaration of innocence can no longer be easily expressed. We are all compromised in our bystanding. I let it happen. The virtue of upheaval and disturbance in any act of creativity. Churn memory, yours and mine, the role of memory, the role that luck plays in contextualizing the meaning into both the particular, as in this line in your poem speaks to me, and the universal. A collective chord that rings both in your head when you write that line and mine as a reader who recognizes my moment of synchronicity with the thought. That is the kind of poetic luck one aspires to, befriending loneliness as a writing being. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. So I think that really sets the tone. And yes, I just want to pick up on three things that each of you have shared. And one is the mundane, the ordinary, becoming extraordinary, or perhaps even beyond. The leap of faith, the emotion that drives us, and the musicality that is in every language. Just as you read to us, Naveen, I think I noted that there is a sense of um, a, I don't know how to put it in words because it's difficult to explain it. But I was just thinking about how every language has a musicality, and so I wanted to just hear your thoughts about this and perhaps just take off from there. Yes. So, do you want to start, Janice? Yeah.
I'm happy to. I love that you bring that up because it actually is such an important part of who I am as a person, as a writer. Um, it's so hard to go after Naveen because I feel like I'm really lost in his lines and I'm waiting for more. You really spoiled us, Naveen.
We can go together.
But no, I'm looking forward to your reading at the end of the session. But just to sort of draw myself back to myself, poetry does that to you. It draws you out of yourself. It takes you away and yet makes you present as well. It's very odd. But I love that you bring up the musicality of language because for me that is extremely important because even though I write in English, I've had a very convent school education, very Euro Western centric education. I've studied in English mostly all my life. The blood of my writing and the breath of my writing comes from Khasi. And it's because I grew up here within a community of singers and storytellers in the most informal way possible, right? We would sit around a shula on a long winter evening like this one, eating oranges and telling stories. We would gather at weddings, at funerals. We would gather for no reason at all. And for me, I think even though I don't write in Khasi, at least not yet, I would love one day for the language to welcome me home. But until then, while I write in English, I draw so much sustenance from Khasi and its wonderful musical orality. If you listen to a Nongknya, if you listen to a song in Khasi, if you listen to Pawar, which is, impromptu poetry that is composed in very particular meter and rhyme, um, mostly in the villages now in Meghalaya, not so much here. There is a cadence, there is a great attentive sort of focus on how words sound, how they fall on your ear, and how they beseech Ublay, how they speak to Laubasa, the forest guardians, how they speak to rivers, how they speak to the natural world, and of course how they speak being to being, human to human. Because of its roots in these vibrant oral traditions, storytelling, prayer, poetry, song, um, something lives in Khasi, I feel, that I try so much to bring into my spoken and my written language. So there is an attention to breath always, because language is breath, and we forget that, no? Sometimes language for us lies mostly on a screen these days, or very much in the form of books. But I try and remind myself, my students, that language belongs here. It's in our chest. It is in the breath that we take. That's the end of a sentence, right? It's in the heartbeat. It's in the way that we walk. So the rhythms of our body are the rhythms of our language. And I think we forget that so often these days because language lies very often at a distance to us. We negotiate with it, outside of ourselves so often. We study in schools and universities that also are extremely script and text centric, and not and not really embracing the spirit of orality very much, right? So for me, it's so important that I try and build this bridge as much as I can, as strongly as I can, between Khasi and my writing in English and my speaking in English, because for me it's so important that as language falls on our ear, that's how it should fall on the page. It should sound good on a page, if that makes sense,
Yes,
right?
absolutely. And just to pick up from where you've talked about this, the sound, you know, poetry in its origins, it were songs, right? And I think you have, Barbara, you've also reflected that in your work, especially when you were looking at Achik theater, right? So maybe want to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I'll just maybe kind of resume from where Janice left off. You were speaking about orality, how we try to connect our language and then transcribe it into books and all that. We have two lines in Garo language, that is Darang Duan Kutang Kusak Na Tonak Pata Na. Meaning is every bird thinks that its song is the best. So I, as a Garo, I think my language is the best. Uh, and I that we yeah. So
I
Garos
agree.
are very rich in orality. Actually, we are still very much oral folks, oral community. We don't have much in writing, but if we go venture out into the villages, you will be, you'll be spoiled for choice because a lot of people will be telling you stories. You'll be regaled whole night. There's songs to listen to. There's lot of sing songs, lot of morality, a lot of stories, epic narrations that goes on night after night, night after night, and there are a lot of things. I wouldn't go much into that because I just want to I remember two lines. No, I feel like uh, I must pause because my heart is there with the lines of Naveen Kishore. Like,
But can I just ask if that orality that the Garos, you say, still so fiercely sort of uphold, does that influence you in your own poetry writing? So I just had to ask that.
yeah, it does. It does. But then I it does, but it doesn't come out very strongly. It's there maybe in concept, but when I express myself in writing, I am just not able to bring it yet. I do not know why. I have written more in English. I'm trying, like I think you do, but then I'm very much a person of Tura, a person of Garo Hills. But just why I'm not able to write more in Garo, that's a big question. Maybe because I've done my MA in English literature. That may be one part of it. But I'm trying. There are a couple of poems that I've written in Garo. So I hope to continue. But then, I don't know. But I think language skill as such and that orality, which I have imbibed from my mother especially, I think that comes in especially when I edit, when I go into editing, but not so much when I write. Uh, I don't know why, because I think strange are the ways of, writing and reading and transcribing, translating, and all that. Um,
So
but I'm
do you dream in English then?
yeah, of course, I dream in English. I'm so sorry to say that because I know many will resonate with this. I do dream in English, but I did start my education in Garo medium. Up to class 6, I was in Garo medium, but somehow I got pulled into. I mean, I began to love reading, and I really read like I went berserk with reading, and that's about and. Uh, But then I came to really read and understand poetry on my own very late. But I think at that stage when a person can read somebody else's poetry and understand that without anyone's help, I think we have matured. I have a feeling like that. Because as a child, we need to be taught, we need to be tutored, we need to look into references. We are not able to make head or tails. But then I think at the time, when we have reached a point, when we are able to pick up any poem, any piece of poetry, and are able to make something out of it, and feel a resonance there in our heart, feel something there hitting us, then I think we have matured. Yeah, that's all for now. I have a few lines to read about Shillong, but a little later, maybe if there
Okay.
is time.
Yes, yes, we will have time for that. So, Naveen, yes, your thoughts on what the ladies have shared.
What can I say? I'm tongue tied.
That's a rare moment, right?
No, 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 not at all. Yeah. No, I'm very hospitable to language and languages. And like a lot of people, not just of my generation, but the privilege of our Indian growing up, where your average dinner time conversation like mine could be with a grandmother who was from UP and spoke Hindi with her son, my father, who spoke the Punjabi that his wife spoke. And so they went back and forth, and everybody spoke English when they wanted to, including my grandmother. And I would defer to my mother and speak in Punjabi. So there was Urdu because they grew up in Lahore. But this was all done naturally. There was nobody sitting there, documenting, hey, hello, you did this. It was just a kind of natural thing. So I tend to think in all of these languages. I'm perfectly comfortable in writing in a kind of what I call Bollywoodized Urdu, Hindustani kind of thing. But I choose English because that's my chosen growing up kind of thing. Um, but all of this is informed by the language of theater, in particular theater lighting. And like all of us in this country, you turn your hobbies often into livelihood. I had to, at age 16, plunge from amateur theater lights to making a living to support a family. So you reached out to any influence. You went to libraries and you found books of Martha Graham or some lighting designer, and you wanted to be original, so you turned them upside down. They looked more exciting. Then you passed it off as your own. All of that you did. I also learned that there were no rules about life. People in the theater tend to light you evenly, like they're taking a portrait. But in real life, there is no such thing as even light. You take light. So I learned to light the air. And that's made me, I can only write if I hear and if I see an image. So it's usually the language of a certain kind of image, whether it, so, and India offers you images. You step out of your house and there's like everything is a frame to photograph, everything is a poem to write about. So there's all those kind of influences. So I'm very I like the idea of listening to language, even when one doesn't understand.
So there's this, what the point that you raised about light. I know you come from the lighting, from the lighting side, and one thing that resonated is also your book, Janice, right? And yes, absolutely. So do you want to say something about this? What Naveen had talked about?
I everything, but clearly not evenly, as I've just learned. But I love the idea of lighting the air. Thought that was an absolutely beautiful phrase to use. Um, I mean, I think what I can do is sort of just extend our conversation into what we thought we would do at this point, which is to talk about perhaps our own writing a little more, and where we employ or insert or find, because sometimes it finds us, and we've had very little to do with um, you know, inserting a poetic something into our writing. Sometimes it just happens on its own. So perhaps we can do that if that's okay, Naveen. Yeah, okay. So because when you sent us your questions, I was thinking about what is it that because I get a lot of this. I get people saying your writing is very poetic, and I often think about why is that so? Because it's not as though I'm deliberately, trying to do this. I write much more prose than poetry. I write very little poetry. Um, so it's a question that had been sort of weighing on my mind, or I'd been thinking about it anyway. So when you brought it up, before this session, um, I had a more deliberate reason to think of it. And I was thinking about how, of course, first first and foremost is the musicality that we were just talking about, and how I draw that musicality from Khasi. I think for me, what also makes something poetic is the element of surprise when it comes to language, where language is doing something that you don't quite expect it to on the page. And I think a poem is very much like that. A poem sometimes takes something that you've seen 100 million times before, and it holds it up to the light, and it shows you a different way to look at it. It shows you a different perspective. It opens up a portal, a metaphor that you hadn't quite ever connected to that object. So, for example, that that soapy glass of wine that refracts the light, that becomes almost like a sacred goblet. It becomes the poem actually that emerges at the end of those lines, right? A poem is held up to the light like that. Or Vijay Nambisan's lint, right? The dust that gathers under your bed, where it turns into a metaphor for all the things that you push away, that you don't want to think of, the things in life that you would rather sweep under the carpet because they keep you up at night, right? So that element of surprise, of looking at something or helping you look at something in a completely new way, in a way that you hadn't quite thought of before. I think the best poetry, or really good poetry, tends to render the familiar strange, right? Yes, exactly, right? I think the other thing that I try, that I've noticed that I use at least in my work, is repetition. And I think that also comes from our story, our oral storytelling roots. If you listen to someone tell a story, you'll see that they, and we all do this, we don't speak in perfect sentences. We repeat. We say, listen, listen, no, but you're not listening to me. Or did you, I was saying this, and then he said this, and then he said this, right? And we repeat because we think that that is important, because we want to draw your attention to that particular bit of information. And it's a very interesting storytelling technique, and it's one that we employ in oral storytelling, but of course that I notice seeps into my book because of this, this sort of receptivity, or this kind of drawing upon Khasi that I try and do. But poetry does that a lot as well. Poetry uses repetition in its verses over and over and over again, right? To call your attention, to bring your attention to one particular thing. And of course, there's a lot of playfulness in it, and a lot of, yeah, a lot of fun, and but also a lot of poignancy and a lot of power. There's also this rather beautiful quote that I found on repetition that I thought I would share with you, because it comes from an Arab writer, and he talks about repetition in this way, which I thought was very, very interesting. Repetition is, and this is Elias Khoury, he says, repetition is, I might say, a way of insisting that every story contains many stories inside it. The same story can be told in any number of different ways, of course. My novels try to suggest this richness, even though I can tell only a limited number of versions. In other words, I'm a student of Sherzad. I don't tell the story, I tell how the story has been told, right? So there's this wonderful sort of expansion to this idea of repetition, not just in terms of language and how we employ it in this poetic, repetitive way, but also the idea that our stories do this. We are telling how a story has already been told because we draw from this resource that the world is, where all stories have actually been told. But we repeat them in our own way, and I think in that also there is poetry. Yeah, thank you. Yes,
Only because of the serendipity of this thing. I took out my phone not to look at the cricket score. Um, can I do a little repetition tribute very briefly? Wrong specs. Yes, I do. It's my aging beauty. Hello. Yeah. Parched as they are, having forgotten, those eyes struggling to dream from a distance. Through a haze, it seemed, of rain that had formed a veil around her eyes, parched as they are, having forgotten. Those eyes struggling from a distance, through a haze, it seemed, to dream of rain that had formed a veil around her eyes, to dream of rain that had formed a veil around her eyes, parched as they are, having forgotten, those eyes struggling to dream. Through a haze, it seemed, parched, those eyes struggling, dreaming, it seemed, through a haze, having forgotten, it seemed, to dream of rain, a veil of rain around her eyes, struggling to dream, parched as they are, those eyes, through a haze, struggling to forget, a veil of rain, it seemed, parched and struggling, those eyes, dreaming, through a haze, a veil of rain around her eyes, parched.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, time is running in front of us. So, I'm going to open up the time now for Barbara to read. Yes, and then we'll follow it up with Janice and then Naveen. Please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. We'll open up the time for the audience as well.
Yes. I think it's working. Yeah, it's working. It's rather long, but the lines are very short. So the title of the poem is Shillong Loved. Shillong grew in my childhood mind, far away and attractive. She meant pears and pines. She meant very cold winter and pricey vegetables. She has been preceded by a reputation for flowers and old British style houses with protruding chimneys. Shillong has to be seen, to be believed. She is beautiful. There's a fragrance in the air of the place called Shillong. She's a beauty, and she draws me to herself again and again. I've fallen for her. Her drapery of green, overlaid with various hues, and her image in my mind is intact, charming. Her myriads of flowers, rhododendrons, camellias, ivy growing like wild daisies driving mad, dandelions there just for the picking, and bewitching wild margarets dotting the graveyards, lilies, roses, fuchsias, dahlias growing everywhere, gladiola and the other tubers, orange shrubs with orange bulbs, like Christmas trees left to remain even after Christmas. Sweet peas delight my heart, as do varieties of chrysanthemums, geraniums too, though I fear the caterpillars I see in them. I would like to delete these two lines. Winter comes, and with it, the season gets colder. In the beautiful city of Shillong, winter is for style, summer is for fashion,
spring to be trendy, autumn to be oneself. But Shillong has to, sorry, Janice, please don't distract me. But Shillong has her own style. Anything, anytime, all you got to have is great confidence. Shillong, she is about smell of pine and distinctive air, the smell of stoves, fueled by kerosene before the advent of LGP stoves. She is about ride in those last surviving city buses and hailing one of the remaining ambassador taxis. Yes, Shillong is also about food of all types, jado and dojem, doshain and putaro. It's about momo, whether fried or steamed. It's about chow chow and restaurants and street food. She's about trees and shrubs laden with fruits and berries. She's about golden pears and ruddy plums and figs. She's about luscious peaches. She's about sopi and soot, sok plung and sok jill. Oh, I don't even know all their names. Shillong is about houses, small but cute, with well scrubbed floors. But she's also about mansions and old style houses where many a piano gladden the hearts. Shillong is about greenery and fairy tale gardens that surround houses. Shillong is about every day pulsating with life, but Shillong is also about Sunday when people dress to their best. Shillong is about angelic girls and pretty damsels with pink cheeks. She's about wearing boots and leather jackets the whole year round. Where are your boots today? Ah, yes, Shillong is about churches of all denominations. She's about schools dating back to British days and colleges old and new. She's about English language spoken well and spoken almost by all. She's about people, native Khasis, and from all over Northeast. Shillong is Northeast. Earlier somebody said Shillong is not Northeast, but I feel Shillong is Northeast. Shillong is about tartans, sweaters, shawls, stylish caps, and long, shapely coats, and well tailored suits. Shillong is about pretty women and good looking men. Ah, Shillong is about looking good, and I hope also feeling good. Shillong breathes academics. She exudes music and screams religion. She is the hub leading travelers to discover diverse lanes leading to Sora, diverting to Maulanong, branching off to Maukarwat, pointing towards Dauki, and in some stray moments, even to Tura. Shillong does not say, come to Shillong. It's people who say, let's go to Shillong, chalo Shillong. And overcrowded weekends and once natural sights turned into hat selling, trinket peddling shops, and people flock to Shillong, where the breeze is cool, landscape green, where food is delicious, and the air that cries, come hither, come hither. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And thank you, Shillong.
Thank you,
So,
Shillong.
you have a poem to read, Janice.
I was hoping that it would, in some way, help illustrate what I'd been trying to share with you through the session, um, especially about the musicality of Khasi. I'm going to stand up and read. I don't know how to read a poem sitting down, if that's okay. So this one is called Our Names. Our names are old names, unwritten, unrecorded, wrenched from stone, mau ngap, mau sinram, mau plung, or coaxed from water, yam, lumlunka, pernai, light as the wind on a white stork's back, which travelled here in summer and rested in Demthring. They aren't carved on our monoliths. The Maubinna are smooth from relentless wind and rain. We have no letters with which to etch those come and gone, save the sounds of our names we set to music. They aren't embedded in Laukentang, our sacred forests remain untouched, nor cast down rivers as sacrificial flowers. Instead, they travel with us on our children's backs in rough bamboo baskets heavier than stone. Our names are old names, untranslated, sitting uneasy on a foreigner's tongue, untraceable on parchment, save for stories behind our names we set to music. No names save for old names, after water, and stone, mau. Where will your history be found? For that, you must play our music and search for Lom Sopetbning, the mountain at the center of the sky.
Thank you. Yes, we have time. Yes.
Hello. I'm spoiled for choices, unfortunately, but so I'll do three short things, or two very short things and one not so short thing. The first one is again something Janice spoke about yesterday about her book and about making lists and about lists being poetry, both visually as they sit on the page and the way they come together. And my first book, Knotted Grief, which is a large part of it is to do with my memories of Kashmir and what's happening in Kashmir. And Kashmir is also a metaphor for everything else, Syria or Palestine or whatever. So it's the human condition. So this is actually an ordinary list that Anu, my wife, partner, friend, sent to me to pick up at a nearby shop and vegetables and stuff. And it turns into something else, I hope. 4 red capsicums, 2 yellow capsicums, 1 green zucchini, 1 small iceberg lettuce, 100 grams rocket leaves, 2 heads romaine lettuce, 100 grams snow peas, 200 grams cherry tomato, 2 bok choy, 2 packets mushrooms, 1 avocado, 50 grams parsley, 50 grams basil, 1 leek, 100 grams baby carrots, 100 grams baby corn, 1 small red cabbage, 1 kilo large potatoes, 1 kilo small potatoes, 2 beetroots, 1 kilo large bangan, half kilo small bangan, 1 kilo tauri, half kilo bhindi, 1 small lauki, 2 bundles palak, 300 grams pumpkin, 1 small cabbage, half kilo kundru, half kilo lal sag, 3 capsicum, 1 bundle lal sag, 1 bundle kalami sag, 200 grams dhania patta, 100 grams pudina patta, 1 kacha aam, 12 nimbus, green chilies, 1 watermelon. Between the red of the capsicum and the red of the exploding watermelon, all that remains of the shopping list is an empty plastic shopping bag.
Thank you. We have time for just one question. I'm sorry, our time is running out, so I'll just open up. Yes. Any questions or anything you'd like to ask our panelists? Okay. Okay. So.
7 minutes.
Yeah. So. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Would you like to read another one from your? Yes, one last one from your book. Yes.
The book is the book is called Mother Muse Quintet, and it's about my mother's descent into a fog and eventual other griefs. She carried crumbs every single morning, the smell of bread every single morning, for as long as I can remember, for as long as she can remember. She never forgot to scatter the crumbs in every conversation, like puzzles or clues to help her find her way home later, much later, when the mist from over there would begin to rise, stretch out, start to take charge, like the inevitable damp cling to things in and around her. Then those scattered clues, like markers in a treasure hunt, those planted hints, they were the advance guard in a war that would surely take place. But in her innocence, she had failed to realize that the first casualty would be the power lines short circuited. The enemy would cut off her ability to recognize, to recall her master plan, to recognize the very signs she had so diligently left in place. Now, they were part of a geography lesson, a map of an alien landscape of her own making.
Thank you so much, Naveen. And I'd like to express my gratitude to our esteemed panelists, Janice, Barbara, and Naveen. Thank you all for being part of this conversation and have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
I thank Alika, Barbara, Janice, Naveen for such an insightful session. I would now like to present the speakers with mementos. I request everyone to remain seated. We will immediately begin the next session.
Small announcement regarding the poets who are waiting. Put your hands up. Oh, thank you for waiting and your patience. We will not disappoint you, but we must get on to the next session. So what we're going to do is Sanga. Sanga, are you around? Sanga. So there's your most. Please come. Your poet host who didn't want to let you go and pick up the chits now is going to take you on a walk, a poetry walk. So please follow Sanga for your poetry and you will also be acknowledged. So Sanga, please wait for your poets and then we can get on to the next panel. Rangchi, shall I hand over the mic to you? That's okay.
Start. I now invite to stage the author of the colonial constitution, Arya Singh Gupta, and Padapyang Dakar, who will be in conversation with Arya. Arya Singh Gupta is the founder and research director of Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, New Delhi. He was educated at the National Law School of India, University Bengaluru, and the University of Oxford, where he was a Rhodes Scholar and lecturer in law. He is the author of three acclaimed books: Independence and Accountability of the Indian Higher Judiciary, Huminess, a biography of Article 370, co authored, and the Colonial Constitution. He has written over 20 articles and essay in leading peer-reviewed journals and collection, including The Law, Quarterly Review, Public Law, and the Oxford Companion to Politics in India. He is a columnist at the Times of India and the Telegraph. Padapyang Taryang Dakar is a research fellow at National Law University, Meghalaya. She is the founder of Krishan Foundation and the Yao Library Initiative,
She holds an LLM from SOAS University of London on Achieving Scholarship and a BA LLB from National Law University, Jodhpur. She previously worked as a pan India lawyer, was a consultant with the government of Arunachal Pradesh, and was assistant professor of legal practice at Jindal Global Law School, Sonipat. I now hand over the session to you, Patapya.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And I think the previous session was a lot of fun, with poetry. And now we have a talk on the Constitution of India.
We'll try to make that fun too.
Yes, of course, and to avoid legal jargon as much as possible, and to make this a simple talk, a conversation between friends. And I'm so happy to meet you again over here, to share the panel. And I would like to congratulate you on your new book, An Origin Story: The Colonial Constitution. So welcome to Shillong. I'm so happy that you're here.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here in such a beautiful setting.
Yes. So to begin with, today we have quite a mixed audience, across different disciplines and with different experiences. Some people, the introduction to the Constitution have been through their civics books, and some might be legal scholars who are within our midst. Um, so, while teaching constitutional law, especially to young children, I always tell them it is the grandparent of all laws, which serves as a guide, to our rights and civil liberties. So, if I may I call you Orgo?
Yes,
I hope I'm
certainly.
pronouncing it right. Before going into the merits of your book, so can you just tell us a little bit, in a nutshell, to inform the audience about our constitution? So, in a nutshell, just before we begin with your book.
Yeah, thanks very much, Badabiang. It's lovely to be here, and I'm trying to not be a dampener by talking too much law. So I'm glad that you asked me a simple question to begin with. I think the Constitution of India, unfortunately for most of us here, was introduced to us through our civics textbooks in school. And at least for me, the civics textbooks in school were the most boring textbooks that one could ever read. And this is one thing that I certainly didn't want to read at all. But when it got to a little bit further, around class 11 and 12, that's when I realized that when I became more politically aware, and we're talking about 2001, 2002, that's when you realize that a lot of what you see around you has a lot to do with constitutional law. So, for example, Delhi is the most polluted city in the world. And the reason it's the most polluted city in the world, apart from a many range of things, is because of the fact that the right to clean air, which is a constitutionally guaranteed right, is not enforced at all. Number one. Number two, if you were to take another example, if you were to look at the debates around the Citizenship Amendment Act, who is a citizen of India? What answers that question? And that's the Constitution. So the idea of the Constitution, and you've put it beautifully, is that it's our grandparent. It's someone who's always there, to guide us. May not be like a parent who's there every day and telling us to do this and do that, but who's always there in the background guiding us. And I think it's important, and that's why I wrote this book, that I think it's important for everyone to engage with the Constitution. Because, sometimes we get a sense that the Constitution is like this, like a holy book, which is to be venerated. And I completely disagree with that. I think it's actually a document that has to be engaged with. It has to be critiqued. It has to be discussed and debated, and not just by lawyers and in courtrooms. And I think that's the key part. We often feel that, and I hear this a lot, and I'm sure you do too, that whenever it comes to a question of law, people say, oh, that's for the lawyers, or that's for the judges. And actually, and this is what my book is trying to say, that law is about the ordinary citizen. It is about you and me. It is about the air we breathe. It is about who we consider a citizen of India. It is about a range of other things. And I think that's what law is. And the idea behind the book is for citizens to engage with the Constitution in a simple and accessible manner.
All right. It's true that, like, while I've read your book, it is quite simple to understand. So, would you classify your book as an academic book, or under what genre would you put it under? And I would just like to address what you had mentioned just now. You had said that the right to clean air, of course, is a constitutional right, and we all, as lawyers, we know that it's under the directive principles of state policy. But however, our constitution is a transformative one, and via public interest litigation, in the case of MC Mehta versus Union of India, it has transformed to say that yes, we do have the right to clean air, to clean environment. So in that sense, even though it's not explicitly written, but our constitution is transformative. So could you please elaborate on the first part, which is, our constitution? I mean, this book, is it an academic one, since you have many academic points and it's very historical? Yes.
I will say that this book is not for an academic audience at all. So if there are hardcore legal academics here, then I think this book would possibly disappoint you. This book is written for an engaged lay audience because, as I said in my answer to the first question, uh, the impulse behind writing this book is to try and ensure that every citizen of India engages with the Constitution. And the fact is that we all have a kind of very hazy understanding of what the Constitution is, but and we know that it has a set of fundamental rights and it has some directive principles. But let me make it real. Since I'm sitting in Shillong, and with your permission, this is an area that is under the sixth schedule, and part of the Scheduled Areas Act. So one of the things that my book partly goes into is that there were several debates in the Constituent Assembly when it was being decided as to what would happen with tribal areas. Tribal areas were earlier called excluded areas or partially excluded areas. And Jaipal Singh Munda was a major tribal leader who was in the Constituent Assembly, and he had declared that the idea of an excluded area, he said, is like a zoo created by the British. And he said, how long will we continue with this kind of idea? We have to think for ourselves as to where we strike this balance between assimilation and integration. And he also said, but he didn't belabor the point because he said something very interesting, which is that he said that I am very happy and I am reassured by the fact that the Constituent Assembly has Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru as part of its midst, and he will certainly protect the interest of tribals. We just celebrated Nehru's birthday yesterday, and I think it's become quite fashionable to critique Nehru. So I think a good word for Nehru is in order. And that's what Jaipal Singh Munda had said at that point of time. And today we are 75 years on. We can see in neighboring Manipur, which is not a scheduled area, we can see disputes between the Kukis and the Meiteis, and we can see how that's playing out, which is essentially something that played out at the time of the Constitution as well. How are hill tribes going to live with plains people? And these are issues that every generation has to consider for itself. Now, the Constitution made certain choices in 1950, and the choice was to make parts of Meghalaya a scheduled area, some other parts, but Manipur was not made a scheduled area at that point of time. And so I think that every generation needs to think for itself about the Constitution. And with this book, what I've tried to do is not so much make an academic argument of what the Constitution should be like, but what I'm more interested in doing is trying to provoke you to think for yourselves about the Constitution, whether you agree with the book's arguments or not.
All right. So, um, you know, a little bit, when I was reading your book, I was a little bit disappointed.
I
Um,
said academics would be disappointed.
so I was a little bit disappointed that you did not address, say, like the sixth schedule per se in detail. As with mainstream India, mostly whenever there are talks And when we are being taught the constitution, we are never taught the sixth schedule at all. I think you can agree with me in
Absolutely.
that. Whether it's NLSIU or NLU Jodhpur, where where constitution is being taught, we're never taught that part. Um, so, we have JJM Nichols Roy, who was the architect of the sixth schedule. So, why did you not touch upon that? Because you had heavily criticized the constitution framers, the constitutional law framers, stating that they did not include a panchayati Raj system. They did not talk about decentralization. Okay, it only came about in 1993, and you highly criticized that, but you did not speak about the contributions of JJM Nichols Roy as you know a man, a hill tribesman from the state of Meghalaya. So
That's right.
yes.
So I think, first of all, as in you're absolutely right that the sixth schedule doesn't, or the fifth schedule for that matter, doesn't form a part of mainstream constitutional teaching. And the sixth schedule deals with mostly tribal areas in the northeast, and the fifth schedule deals with tribal areas in central India. And I think that criticism is warranted, that I didn't deal with those questions. And that's, again, there's a very simple reason for that, is that I wanted this book to be non-technical and I wanted this to be an easy read. So it clocks in at 216 pages, and now you've given me a good reason to write a sequel. So hopefully the publishers will agree to do that. But on the point of J.J. Nichols Roy, and I think this is a great point that you made. In and I may be getting this date wrong, but in July 1947 in Shillong was the final meeting of the Excluded and Partially Excluded Areas Committee. That committee had Mr. Nichols Roy, or Reverend Nichols Roy, as a member, and Gopinath Bordoloi was the chairperson of that committee. And there they took a decision that was, in my view, at that point of time, an extremely wise one, which is that they would continue the local tribal councils in most of the six scheduled areas. There would be some subjects which would be legislated by the state government, then the Assam government, but several subjects, particularly those relating to primary school, primary health care, would have to be done in consonance with the consent of the local hill council. So there's a great story there in terms of the Scheduled Areas Act, as in I'm guilty as charged, but maybe that's one for a sequel.
All right. On a light-hearted note, okay, you have received quite raving reviews from jurists and lawyers. I would just like to read that out. I know I could have done this at the beginning, but nonetheless, I want to read them out.
Always nice to hear it.
So your book, An Origin Story. So basically, it's about the origin of the Constitution, the constitutional law debates that happen, and the socio-political scenario of the time. You have gotten great reviews from, say, Justice B.N. Sri Krishna, who've stated an in depth survey of the evolution and development of the Indian Constitution. This book is a must read for serious students of constitutional jurisprudence. And then we have Harish Salve, who's a famous taxation lawyer, who says, an invaluable read for not just lawyers and students of constitutional law, but also those who are in government needing to develop a sense of constitutional values. So the words that are used here, they're quite heavy and they sound very academic, Mr. Orgo. So how can you say that this is not an academic book when you
Well,
have heavily researched, and I can see you have put a lot of thought into it, and you've come up with quotes from B.N. Rao to B.R. Ambedkar, and they've been beautifully mentioned in your book. So how can you say that it's not academic and it's simple, where even for me as an I'll call myself a law student still, it's quite heavy. Yeah.
Right. So first up is that I didn't write those lines. Justice Sri Krishna and Mr. Salve wrote them, and I'm very, very, very grateful for them. Also, I hope that those are the toughest parts of the book to read. But you're right. As in, I'll be perfectly upfront and say that I come from a legal academic background, so it's possible to take me away from academics, but perhaps not take the academic away from me entirely. Uh, So it's not as if this book is not making an argument. If what we mean by academic is that is it making an argument, yes, it is making an argument. And the argument that is making is a very simple one, that our constitution in several parts is a colonial document. And why do I say it's a colonial document? For three key reasons. One is that it continues colonial institutions. So if you take the let's take the Indian police service. The Indian police service was earlier the imperial police service, which was single-handedly responsible for most of the brutality of the British Raj. But when it came to 1947, and what do we do with the Imperial Police Service? There were many comments that came into the Constituent Assembly that you must abolish it. You must have local police. You must have community policing. These were ideas that were thrown about. But at that point of time, a simple decision was taken, which, as you can see, has a legacy that has continued to this day, is that let's change the name. So we changed the name from the Imperial Police Service to the Indian Police Service. Name changing is something that has continued for a very long time. And it was enshrined constitutionally as Article 312 of the Constitution. So we continued colonial institutions, number one. Number two, we must say this and we must not be afraid to criticize parts of the Constitution that don't work. I mean, there are many parts that work beautifully. You mentioned the fundamental rights, parts of them, but some parts don't work. So, for example, why is the Constitution so long? If you were to go back to our civics textbooks, it always used to start with this line that the Indian constitution is the longest constitution in the world. Now, I didn't know whether to feel happy about that or sad, because I don't know what exactly was meant except for a matter of fact. But why is it so long? And there is a deeper reason as to why it's long. Because framer after framer say in the Constituent Assembly that the Indian people are not ready for democracy. Now, whether that's right or wrong is a debatable point. We can discuss it later, but this is the view. So, what must we do? We must write out everything about governance in excruciating detail in the Constitution so that it is not left to the people. In my view, that is a belief that started with the colonists, that the natives cannot be trusted, and now we say the people aren't ready for democracy. And this is why we have such a long constitution where there are very minor details that are provided. So that's the second reason why I say it's constitutional. And the third is that we have tremendous fundamental rights that have been provided to us by the constitution. But at the same time, it's my view, as I've written in the book, that we have set up a law and order state. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that this is a state which has huge amount of police power. We till today, and this is no disrespect to any policeman, but the fact is that as citizens, we are afraid of the police. As in, I'm a lawyer and I don't want necessarily to have an interaction with a policeman. It's always seen as a hostile interaction. And why does that happen? Because the constitution itself preserves large amounts of police power. So if I were to take an example, Article 21 of the Constitution is the right to life and personal liberty. It's the most fundamental of fundamental rights. Now, that too has an exception, and the exception is preventive detention. Now, what do we mean by that? That the police can, if they suspect that someone might be committing a crime, they can pick them up and preventively detain them. So, no arrest, no FIR, no charge sheet, no charge, so no formal legal process. Now, this is provided for as an exception to the right to life and personal liberty in the Constitution. And this is not a theoretical matter. If you look at the data from last year, all over India, there were 58 lakh people who were arrested. By arrested, I mean under the IPC, there was some investigation and arrest happened. But in comparison, there were 86.6 lakh people who were detained. That is essentially the police comes, picks them up, puts them in, maybe for a couple of days, 2, 3 days, and then gets them out again. But essentially on the whims and fancies of a policeman. So I think that these are the arguments, which you may call an academic arguments, that the book makes in terms of why it's colonial. But I've tried to do that in as simple a form as possible.
In your book, you've also said that it's colonial because it has been borrowed from the largely parts of the constitution have been borrowed from the Government of India Act 1935. So the bare bones may be from the Government of India Act 1935, which is obviously colonial. But just because the bare bones are colonial does not mean that the flesh and the spirit, of the Constitution is colonial. So you have mentioned, of course, there are certain things such as preventive detention that's there under the constitution, and one may ask why is it there even though most of the framers were actually jailed and imprisoned, right? But however, we have to look at the political and socio-economic climate of the time. So, so that there is not a misreading of our constitution. I feel that the audience and, I can see my students here as well so that they know that. All right. And you've said that the colonial constitution is the story of why a group of freedom loving Indians who have liberated themselves after 2 centuries of colonial rule chose to compose this so called music of an English band and call it the Constitution of India. It is a tale of texts that they looked up to as models and contexts of the fluid nature of Indian politics at the time of the country's independence and partition. It features the most outstanding political leaders of the generation, displaying both exalted erudition and banal sentiment, dashes of originality, interspersed with episodes of cautious copying. It is neither a celebration of the Constitution nor a critique. It is an origin story that begins on the morning of April Fool's Day, 1937. In a way, you are saying that yes, the constitution has been largely borrowed. I will not use the word copying because I feel that it is not wrong to use best practices from other time tested constitutions. For instance, the United States of America was once upon a time colonized, and so was Ireland. And yet, our constitutional law framers, even B.N. Rao, had read over 60 constitutions in order to come about with the constitution that we have today, which is a protector of rights. So, how can you just, isn't it a little bit reductive to say that, it's interspersed with episodes of cautious copying when, so is it wrong to use best practices from elsewhere? Is that the point that you're trying to make?
No, not at all. Actually, I think there's a beautiful quote by Baba Sahib Ambedkar, which says that we are, and I'm paraphrasing here, is that we are drafting this constitution about 200 years after the first constitution was drafted. So if I've copied something from somewhere else, then I'm proud of that fact. And he's absolutely right, is that there's absolutely nothing wrong in borrowing things from other places, even copying them if something has worked. And there's nothing wrong in that at all. And as I've said, is that this is an origin story about the constitution, and there are things where there are dashes of originality and there are episodes of cautious copying. And the quote that Badabyang partly read out was a quote by Kengal Hanumantayya, who was the first chief minister of Mysore state and a member of the Constituent Assembly. Now, Hanumantayya was an avid Gandhian, and as an avid Gandhian in the Constituent Assembly, when he was making a speech at the end, he was quite disappointed. He was disappointed because the constitution, when he looked at it, didn't contain any Gandhian precepts. What were Gandhian precepts in the constitution? The idea of duties were not present in the constitutional framework. The idea of decentralization, of villages as units of democracy, was not present in the constitution. And there were other ideas in relation to prohibition of cow slaughter, cottage industry, which were prohibition, which were all Gandhian ideas, which were not present in the constitution. So Hanumantayya said that we came here, and this is a quote, we came here to hear the music of the veena and the sitar, but what we find is the music of an English band. And this was his quote, which was an overriding sentiment that was prevalent amongst members of the Constituent Assembly. So the argument that I've made is that by all means we can borrow from here and there, and wherever provisions have worked, if it has worked, if it can be adapted to India, by all means we can borrow from there. But at the same time, the fundamental question that we must ask, and we must continue to ask today, is what does India need? in relation to this matter, not what is the position in A, B, or C country, and how can I adapt that in India. And I've worked a lot with governments over the course of the last 10 years, and we often find that how do we make laws in this country? We say, oh, let's see what's happening in the UK, let's see what's happening in the US, and then let's try and adapt it to our situation. And that's where I have a fundamental problem, where I believe that we must first answer the question, what problem are we trying to solve in India? And I think that's where the key issue is. And with the constituent framers, as there is a reason as to why they chose the Government of India Act 1935 as the base draft, is because they were on a clock. Like we are on a clock, they were given a very limited amount of time to frame this constitution. They didn't have the opportunity to start off on a clean slate. So they started with the Government of India Act, which the British had enacted in 1935, and then they started making modifications from there. So there is a practical exigency as to why they did that. But when we, 75 years on today, think about the constitution and the choices that were made, I think we must not at all, and this is never my intention to disrespect or belittle any of the framers. They absolutely wanted the best thing for India. But today, if we want the best thing for India, then we have to think for ourselves as to what the constitution ought to be. If it is a continuation of what it is today, fine, let's continue it, but let's think about it. Because if we don't think about it, then I worry that it becomes a kind of holy book that no one engages with.
All right. Yes. As a law student, we do see the Constitution as a holy book. And very rightly, it is a holy book because without the Constitution, then we wouldn't have, we wouldn't have the rights that we have today. And like I said before, it is a transformative constitution. And for instance, in your book, you did mention, earlier under British rule, we were under a colonial government, and we didn't even have citizenship for that instance. Okay, neither did we have the autonomous district councils. And we were subjects of the British Empire. And at the same time, uh, you know we did not have the right to vote. We did not have many of those rights, but it was because of the constitution that we have the rights today. And because of the constitution, we are a secular state. And if you look at the our neighbors, for instance, I will not name our neighbors, but you know who they are. uh, their constitution and their government, it's failing, in the sense that now you have a military coup, and you have the military that is ruling these governments. But because of our constitution, we have been able to protect all of those rights, and to ensure that a tyrant does not come into power to dictate our everyday, right? So in a sense, the constitution has protected our rights in that sense.
Actually, this is a point where, with the greatest respect, I disagree with you. Uh, I think that if you look at the constitution, and we can name our neighbors, we can look at the constitution of Pakistan. It's a great constitution. It's very beautifully written. It's almost very similar to the constitution of India in many parts. The preamble, they've got a very similar kind of preamble to India. They've got fundamental rights. It's similar in many respects. But as you've rightly pointed out, is that the state, the governance machinery in that state is perhaps not doing as well. So the reason why that's the case is not because of a constitution. A constitution is the crystallization of the political culture. Why is India a secular country? It's not because of the constitution, it's because of a secular freedom movement. That's why India is a secular country, because of what Gandhiji gave us. That is why India is secular. The constitution tries to capture that secularism, and tomorrow someone might come and change that if the political culture changes. So what is critical is the political culture. So India is founded, and these ideas that you talk about, the right to vote, it was a resolution made by the Congress party as early as 1938, that irrespective of property qualifications or educational qualifications, every adult Indian would be given a right to vote. And remember, at that time, this was not the case in the United States or in the United Kingdom. And so this is something that, again, was a political decision that was attributable to the political culture of the time. So what is critical to note is that constitutions emerge out of politics at any given point of time, and the politics that it emerged out of at that point of time was one of an emancipatory freedom movement. So it has captured some elements of that, the elements that you rightly mentioned, of secularism, of citizenship, of everyone having a right to vote. These are parts that are captured, but other parts of the freedom movement have not been captured because they were seen as too radical. So let me give you an example. A good example of this is nonviolence and satyagraha. Now, nonviolence and satyagraha were Gandhiji's abiding slogans. This was perhaps the one uniting factor across our freedom movement. And and perhaps it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that this was essentially the tool that got us freedom. But when it comes to the constitution, if you look at the constitution doesn't even mention the word satyagraha or non-violence. Now, to a constitutional lawyer like myself, that is entirely sensible, because this idea of satyagraha is a political tool. It's not really a legal doctrine and not a legal concept. Fair enough, I get that argument. But the point is that there were certain ideas such as satyagraha which were seen as too radical to incorporate in a legal text. So these were ideas that were not incorporated. The idea of duties, this was the idea that not only the Congress party but several across the board was this was an idea that they all championed. Now, the idea of duties, was not brought into the constitution, then came in a very ham-handed fashion in the 42nd Amendment, which has given fundamental duties a very bad name. But these are ideas that we need to engage with, to think about how we can incorporate them constitutionally. Because, as you said, we haven't had a tyrant, but if God forbid there ever was one, the fact is that the constitution can be changed overnight. There's without any difficulty. But what cannot change is the acceptability of the political culture. And I think that's the breeding ground of constitutions, and that's the business for you and me and every citizen in the country, and not just lawyers and judges.
Okay, so for our audience here, uh, to simplify and to say that, okay, you have a problem, and not a problem, but you say that it is colonial. Okay. um uh, I just want to say that with respect to our constitution, like I said, we have had all of these rights that are there, and now you say that, okay, there should be duties as well, which we have, our fundamental duties. So isn't it difficult to say that, like 1 billion people to follow a certain duty? So what would be your reimagination of these duties of citizens, since you've mentioned a lot about duties in your book? So what is your reimagination and the alternative that you would have had with respect to the constitution that we have today?
So I think first up, I don't have an alternative in terms of what duties should be incorporated, but I can certainly say that what it should not. So, for example, the 42nd Amendment brought in some fundamental duties in the Constitution. Now, those were duties that are primarily seen as duties to respect the national flag, to stand up during the national anthem. Now, these are not these are duties from citizen to the state. Now, these are not the kind of duties that I have in mind. The kind of duties that I talk about are duties that citizens owe to each other. Because the idea is, as a nation, we cannot grow if we are always looking towards the state. We must look towards ourselves. And I live in the city of Delhi, which is a city that has particularly low on civic sense in this country, perhaps the worst. And I can see that we as a society, and I'm equally culpable, that we don't owe duties to each other. I mean, and I think that's, and as a constitutional lawyer, and I see where your discomfort comes from, is that it's very difficult to say that, okay, how can we put it into a legal text? How can we make it enforceable? I don't have those answers. But I think it's certainly time to ask the question so that we do work on this. If we were to look at it academically, why is there such little good, rigorous academic work on the idea of duties coexisting with rights? This is something that we know of from Western jurisprudence, but we don't do any work in India along those lines. So that is why currently, whenever somebody talks of duties, and I have written this myself in my book. So what does this mean? That does it mean that everyone has a duty to join the military, and if we don't join the military we won't have a freedom of speech? These are all very frightening, if we were to think of it this way. But that's why what my book is urging people to think about ideas like duties, like decentralization of power, because I think those ideas are ideas whose time has come in India, because the large state itself will not be the guarantor of our liberties despite its best intentions.
But the decentralization of power is already happening, and we do have a Panchayati Raj institutions, and our constitution has been amended in order to incorporate this. Like now we have the Ministry of Panchayat, and we do have our autonomous district councils as well. So in a way, even though these things like such as Panchayati Raj have not been enshrined under the constitution in its inception, but later it was added and transformed. So that means that there are flexibilities within our constitution, and our constitutional lawmakers have made sure that our constitution is open ended enough in order to allow more rights to be included under our constitution through the judiciary and through different political processes.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. The 73rd and 74th amendments brought about in 92 and 93 did introduce Panchayati Raj and urban local bodies in the constitutional framework. Now, in my view, this is a start, but certainly what we have now is not a genuine third tier of government. The reason why it's not a genuine third tier of government, with the exception, of course, as you said, of district councils and autonomous hill councils, is because A, there is very little or no legislative power. B, there is very little money that these bodies have, because the bodies are completely dependent on state governments for, except for one or two exceptions like the Bombay Municipal Corporation, they're completely dependent on state governments for their finances. So my basic point here is that now 75 years on, we need to think about how much we can bring power closer to the people. Because there was a sense in the constitution, and there are good reasons for it, that power needed to be centralized in Delhi. And the reason for that was that we were undergoing a partition at that point of time, and we were worried that if we don't centralize power in Delhi, then states will go their own way and India will cease to exist. I think 75 years down the line, as in much of that has been put to rest. I don't think there is a serious fear of secession in this country. So we can't keep saying that unity demands that large amounts of powers are residing in Delhi. So, for example, I mean, whether you talk about simple matters like you could see during the COVID-19 pandemic, as in that what should be done at the central level and what should be done at the state level and what should be done at the local level. Now we need to think about how to empower local institutions to ensure that basic aspects of everyday life of citizens are dealt with at the local level. You're absolutely right. The constitution does have flexibility and we have used that flexibility. But what my argument is that we must go much further down that line. This is not to say that denude the center of all powers, but let's try and see how we can bring power closer to the people.
So, what model do you have then to bring power closer to the people? What would be the ideal model for you?
One would be, and I'm talking from a city perspective because I've studied cities. One would be empowered city governments. We need to have elected mayors. We need to have accountable mayors. And I'm not even talking about the city of Delhi, which I live in, because it's just a complicated basket case, but any other city. Because if you look at populations, let's look at populations in this country. India has a population of what, about 130 crores. That's more like a continent, because like the United States, Europe doesn't have a population that's as large. If you look at a state like, say, Bihar, I think that has a population of about 13 crores. I think Germany has a population of about 8 crores and Brazil has 5 crores or something like that. So, basically a state of Bihar is like a country. And then if you look at a medium-sized city, like say Hyderabad, right? Okay, a metro city, but not in the top four, as in that has a population slightly short of a crore. I mean, that's little bit short of New York State. So that's more like a state. So what, and if you look at a part of a city, like say high tech city in Hyderabad, that is actually more like what a city is because it has about 20 lakh people. So what we need is that we need empowered governments in cities. I haven't studied the rural areas, so I won't be able to comment on that. But certainly we need to think about elected mayors who are more directly responsible to citizens of a city, need elect and need to be voted back into power. We can't think of having these powers far away in, I mean, and let me be perfectly honest. Devolving power comes with its problems. Okay. Again, coming back to my personal example, as in I live in an area where there's a residents welfare association, and the residents welfare association is as prejudiced as they come, right? So I can't think of giving more powers to them. So somewhere, even I am happy that this power is instead exercised by some unnamed bureaucrat in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. I'm happier with that because I don't know who this is, but I think this person doesn't have prejudice. But the answer really can't be that take power away and give it to someone you don't know. The answer, as we are maturing in our democracy, is that there must be better people in the Residents Welfare Association. If I think so strongly about it, my friends and I should become part of the membership of part of the secretariat of the Residents Welfare Association. We have to try and ensure that we have better elected local government.
Okay. So another thing that I wanted to point out is that you say in your book that we have credited B.R. Ambedkar to be the main drafter of the Constitution. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem very upset at the fact that he's been given that reverence of being.
No, I'm not upset at all.
You're not upset at
not
all.
upset at all
All
because it's
right.
true. So I made this is a slightly more technical point. As in, B.R. Ambedkar is undoubtedly the founding father of India's constitution, and there is no doubt about that. But what I meant to say, and it's written in the book, is that he is often credited as the chief draftsman of the constitution, and I think there are three myths here factually which need to be corrected without disrespecting Bhimrao Ambedkar in any way. The first is that he didn't write the first draft of the constitution. That first draft of the constitution was written by, as Badap Biang pointed out earlier, Benegal Narsingh Rao, who was the constitutional advisor, who traveled many countries, studied 60 constitutions, and drafted the first draft of the Constitution of India. Number one. Number two is that the chief draftsman of the constitution, and this is B.R. Ambedkar's own words, was a gentleman named S.N. Mukherjee, who was a bureaucrat in the secretariat of the law ministry, who was the actual draftsman of the constitution. So that's the second myth. Third, the reason as to why these myths have perpetuated is because Ambedkar was the chairperson of what was called the drafting committee. Now, that has given rise to the impression that he alone drafted the constitution. Now, the drafting committee was set up on the 31st of August 1947. First, there was already that first draft that was present. Secondly, what the drafting committee did and was essentially they got all members of the House to agree on a consensus draft. So they looked at various reports, brought it all together, and they edited that first draft, revised it, and made it a draft that everybody accepted. So that task was a very critical task, and that task B.R. Ambedkar did superbly. And I think, but we must be clear on what he did do and what he didn't do, because in our reverence for him, we should not be peddling something that is untrue. The analogy that I've used, and this is since it's a day of cricket today, I've said that this was essentially like an innings which had been just played about 7 months before the constitution was drafted. It was 1949, where India was playing the West Indies at the Brabourne Stadium in Bombay, not Wankhede where we are playing today. And there, the match was drawn. It was a test match. It was drawn. We were 8 runs short of victory, but we couldn't win. And in that innings, we had solid contributions from our opening batsmen. We had in the middle order, and this is who I compare Ambedkar to, a centurion in Vijay Hazare, and there were several who held up the rear guard. And that is what our constitution framing exercise was like. It was a team effort which required everybody to play together. And Ambedkar was certainly the one who hit the century, but he was certainly not the only one on the team.
course, you are not discrediting the fact that it was a team effort, and even B.R. Ambedkar himself had said that the credit that it gives to me does not really belong to me. It belongs partly to B.N. Rao, the constitutional advisor at that time, and he had also given credit to S.N. Mukherjee as
That's right.
well. So it's not that he said that I'm the only one who did it.
Yeah, he never
Was,
said it. As in, this is
yes.
something that has happened over the last 40, 50 years.
Yes, he was definitely a team player, and it's just like saying, okay, Mahatma Gandhi is the father of the nation, and but this is not to discredit and say that no, there aren't other freedom fighters. Of course, there were other freedom fighters. So I think you should have addressed this at the beginning, but I wanted to address the elephant in the room. When you know when this book came about, okay, before it was even launched, there was a picture of this book on Twitter. So I just wanted to address that. So when it came out, you received a lot of backlash because there's a picture of the Union Jack, or the flag of Britain, of the United Kingdom, and because you had named it the colonial constitution. So I just want to ask you, as an author, how did you deal with that backlash? And even for people without reading it, they had interpreted and said that you just want the constitution to be fully scrapped. So how did you deal with that, and do you really want the constitution to be scrapped, or what is your thoughts on
So
that?
first of all, I think this is actually a good lesson for people to spend less time on Twitter and take Twitter less seriously. Because I mean, if you were really bothered about Twitter, then I think you can't be an author. So most of the arguments that get made on Twitter are usually rubbish, as in they now are just provide some entertainment. So I think most of it could be brushed off quite easily. And in some sense, as in, this was expected, and also something that I entirely anticipated. And the reason for that is that people are quick to jump to conclusions in this day and age of social media. And but when this and while the cover was suggested by the publishers, as in, I certainly went along with the cover because of a very simple reason, is that I did want to provoke every person to think for themselves about the constitution. And if they thought that this was the best thing ever, by all means say that it's the best thing ever. But if you think that there's something wrong, then hopefully you will also say that as well. And as far as my own view is concerned, do I consider that the constitution should be scrapped? Not at all. I have written in the epilogue of this book that every generation has to think for itself about new constitutional ideals. So I certainly don't think that the constitution should be scrapped. I have said that we live in an age of polarization, and any constitution that comes out of a time that is so polarized will not be long lasting. So, this is not the time to write a new constitution. However, it doesn't mean that we sit pretty thinking that we've got a great constitution and our courts are going to protect us. I think that's also equally dangerous. So what I think every generation needs to do is that it needs to debate, think, discuss for itself about what constitutional ideals we need today. I have suggested a couple, like decentralization, reduction of police powers, and introducing the idea of duties coexisting with rights sensibly. But I think each one of us in this audience today should think for ourselves as to what is so important to us as being Indian today that should be in the constitution. If it's there, great. Let's support it. Let's reiterate it. But if it's not there, then let's try and push for it to be included. And let's not fall into these labels, because we tend, in today's day and age, and I live in Delhi, that everything we tend to see as to, oh, is this going to support Modi or is this going to be against Modi? Okay, I don't see the world like that. And so if this means that there are some things that might support somebody, let it support somebody. But as long as we believe that this is something that we think the Constitution of India should have, then we should be bold enough to say it. Let Twitter be damned.
All right. So, you know, I feel that it is also important to understand the thought process of a writer when writing a book, and to know the background of the writer, because most times when we read books, we are informed by the socio-economic, climate of the times. And so I would like to know, okay, in your book, in the last page, in page 216, you had mentioned the Constitution creates a towering state that stifles individual initiative. It creates big governments that diminish the role of local communities. It gives citizens fundamental rights but hedges them with a slew of restrictions. At the same time, it spells out a clear vision of a more equal, secular, democratic India with free and fair elections based on universal adult franchise. So, as the director of Vidhi Center for Legal Policy, I'm sure you were very much involved in the drafting of the Aadhaar Act 2016. So you talk about this towering state that stifles individual initiative, and at the same time, when it comes to the Aadhaar Act, it seems to tower over citizens' right to privacy. And the Supreme Court, in the case of K.S. Puttaswamy, Justice K.S. Puttaswamy, had declared that the right to privacy is a part of Article 21, which is the right to life and personal liberty. So, in that sense, you talk about this towering state, and yet then you had drafted, helped in the drafting of that particular act. So, do you have any comments regarding that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are certain things that the state has a role to play, and there are certain things that the state doesn't. So, in my view, as Padabyang said, as in I helped in drafting the Aadhaar Act, I also defended the constitutionality of the Aadhaar Act in the Supreme Court because I believe that the state has a role to play in delivery of welfare in the country. This is a role that the state has played, and this is a role that the state should continue playing in this country where there are people below the poverty line to the extent that we have today. And what Aadhaar was trying to do was to have a more efficient way of delivering welfare. And I think that if there are more efficient ways that are possible of delivering welfare, we must do it, because we remember Rajiv Gandhi's aphorism: for every 1 rupee that the government of India spends, only 15 paise comes to the citizen. So if that 15 paise can be increased to whatever number, even if it is by 1 paise, and if technology can do that, then certainly that is something that the state should do. While, of course, not in any way trammeling our constitutional rights in a manner that is not permitted by the Constitution. And so the Supreme Court, as you rightly said, both declared the right to privacy as a fundamental right and also declared that the Aadhaar program was in consonance with the right to privacy. And I think over the course of the last now, 12 years, the evidence speaks for itself. The welfare programs, particularly the DBT programs that the government of India and state governments ran during the COVID-19 pandemic, which allowed direct transfers to accounts of citizens, was seen as landmark anywhere in the world. And so I think that there is a role that the state has to play, and Aadhaar helped in playing that role. However, there is a role that the state need not play, and that is when I talked about preventive detention, when I talked about the law relating to sedition. I think these are parts of the colonial playbook that need to go. So it's not really always straightforward that the state shouldn't be there at all, and I can't be making that argument. But the state has its role, and I just think that delivery of welfare is a fundamental role of the state.
Okay, thank you for that answer. We are running short of time. We just have a minute left. And at least we can agree with one thing, that our constitution is time tested and it has protected the rights of citizens. Although it may not be a perfect constitution, and we must be critical thinkers, but at the same time, we must also know our rights so that we can stand up for ourselves, and we have the judiciary to, okay, not always protect us, but it is there to look after our fundamental rights. And we do have the power within us to question the government, to question this towering state, and we should not be afraid of that, because the constitution gives us that power. All right, so thank you so much. It's been wonderful talking to you. And now I will open this conversation to the audience if they may have any questions for the author.
all the questions you might have are answered in the book, so you can certainly buy the book.
All right, then we'll wrap this up. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending this talk. And I'm so glad to see and I hope we meet each other again to
Thank you very
discuss
much.
other, maybe, who knows, ventures or debates. Thank you so much, everyone. Good
Thank you
night.
very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Arge and Badapyang. The conversation has indeed been very informative and no doubt added perspective to our constitution. I will now like to present the speaker with mementos. We will begin the next program shortly.
Around the lake, you might want to attend this next session. It's a rather special session. I would like to request everyone to kindly take your seats. And for those who are sitting there in the back, you might want to come here, sit more in front. It's getting quite cold. We'll need collective body warmth so that we can survive the coolness of Wards Lake. We will now present the cultural history of the clinical photograph by Dr. Ambarish Satwik, a Delhi-based vascular and endovascular surgeon and director of the vascular cath lab at Sri Gangaram Hospital and professor of vascular surgery, Gripmer. He is the author of the critically acclaimed 2007 novel Perineum, Nether Parts of the Empire, a subversive and deviant sexual history of the British Raj. His columns, miscellanies, and opinion pieces on a variety of subjects have appeared in many publications, including India Today, The Times of India, Outlook, Open, Tehelka, Time Out, and Hindu Business Line. Ambarish's presentation will consist of the portraiture of pathology, morbid anatomy, and the physically anomalous, and thus the story of the photograph as an object lesson in clinical medicine. I now invite Dr. Ambarish Satwik on stage. After the presentation, we will have an interaction between Dr. Ambarish and Anis Norana and Don Skobar Junisha Kongwil. Dr. Ambarish, I hand it over to you.
Put it in my pocket here.
Oh, this one here. Sorry. Thank you. हाँ फोन इधर है बंद कर दें हम्म। Good evening. Am I audible? Thank you. Kublai, I'm delighted to be here in these very idyllic environs, and I thank Mary and the entire organizing committee for inviting me. I'm just going to issue a prefatory warning that this is a fairly graphic presentation and contains some medical imagery. So if you are in any way adversely affected by medical or surgical imagery, or perhaps the slight of a little bit of blood, uh, you'd be well advised to leave at this point. I saw a couple of children running around. I don't think it's suitable for kids, but otherwise, we're good. Thank you. There was a time when I was enthralled to a photograph of syphilitic noselessness. It was a late 19th century photograph of a young woman, quite clearly patrician, and I remember being bewildered by the operatic calamity that was a hole in her face. The external nose was completely absent following an ulcerative destruction. Most of the nasal septum had been eaten away. What could be seen were the triangular bony rims of the nares. Her noselessness marked her body as corrupt and dangerous. As a legatee and keeper of syphilis, it warned against the quality of her flesh, against her virtue, or that of her husband's. Nevertheless, her eyes were still lambent with the pride and assurance of the well-born. It seemed as though she occupied a world of Victorian moral fiction. The photograph was from the collection of the surgeon Jonathan Hutchinson, registrar of all things syphilitic. This is not that photograph. This is from a film series called The Nick. In the accompanying text to the photograph, Jonathan Hutchinson would warn that the woman's sunken nose would be transmitted to her newborn, who would, from infancy, carry the insignia of corruption in the form of peg-shaped teeth, saddle nose, saber shin, and blindness from clouded corneas. She was in an old book, crumbling at the edges, that belonged to a particularly misanthropic professor of surgery of mine. I can no longer be sure if the photograph was indeed a photograph or a picture of a daguerreotype or even a watercolor illustration. I remember her as a sitter in the great continuum of Victorian portrait culture. In my recreation after all these years, I haven't added features to her face or diminished them or changed the angle from which I see her inside my head. In the inner cinema, her form, structure, face, and personality are exactly what I first encountered on Hutchinson's plates years ago. What I remember like a mnemonic is her diseased noselessness. What tugs at the margins of memory is the traffic carried on her face. This, ladies and gentlemen, is perhaps the first photograph of a pathological condition ever taken. Woman with Goiter by David Octavius Hill. But this isn't a clinical photograph because he wasn't a physician. By definition, a clinical photograph is taken or commissioned by a physician, and it expressly concerns itself with the documentation of the clinical presentation of a patient. This man started it all, Hugh Welch Diamond. He made his first photograph in April 1839, only 3 months after Talbot's famed demonstration of the photographic process. Diamond was a pioneering psychiatrist appointed in 1848 as superintendent of the female department at the Surrey County Asylum. From 1848 to 1858, he made photographs to document the facial expressions of patients suffering from mental disorders there. He believed that a patient's mental state was expressed in her physiognomy, or facial features, and he claimed that these photographs would form a visual taxonomy of these disorders. Taken in Victorian England at the dawn of photography, this was perhaps among the first photographs of an individual with a mental illness. Did Diamond actually uncover physiognomic characteristics of mental illness? Physiognomy is the study of facial features, bodily form, external appearance, as indicative of a person's character and state. Was there some association between the dark, disturbed minds of his patients and their physical appearance? Or did his interpretations rely on long-standing cultural motifs and long-held narrations of mental illness? The photographer, according to Diamond, and these are his words, catches in a moment the permanent cloud or the passing storm or sunshine of the soul, and thus enables the metaphysician to witness and trace out the connection between the visible and the invisible. These photographs are not annotated, so it was left to the viewer to be the clinician or the metaphysician and figure out what this woman's smile and perhaps her stance reveals about her. Does her appearance indicate a state of madness, a return to health, or does it indicate a disagreement with society's parameters of stability and sanity? This man, wearing the highest French Order of Merit, is Jean-Martin Charcot, the world's first chaired professor of neurology. He's widely acknowledged as the founder of modern neurology and set up the department at the Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital in Paris. There he incorporated visual art into his daily practice of neurology. Photography was at the visual center of Charcot's clinical method. The Salpêtrière was the general hospital for women, or as they were considered, the feminine dregs of society. It was where the neurological detritus of society was admitted. The brain sick, the batty, the screechers, the catatonics too transfixed to know they were vomiting or had shit themselves. In 1862, this man, Charcot, was put in charge of the service concerned with epileptics and hysterics. And this is his team. Under his authority and tutelage, a photographic service at the Salpêtrière was established, and patients were regularly photographed as part of their neurologic evaluation. While those with fixed neurological findings were photographed only once or twice from different angles, the photographers became increasingly capable of documenting hysteria and epilepsy with sequential and time-lapse photography. Charcot often spoke of his enterprise in grandiose photographic language. I observe and I do nothing more. I am a photographer, he would say. The Salpêtrière photographs were printed on positive silver plates. Thousands of them were produced during Charcot's career. Charcot's spectacular studies of hysteria drew crowds to his Tuesday afternoon matinee lectures. It would be a lecture demonstration where hysterical attacks of women were witnessed, studied, photographed, and reinforced. In Charcot's salons such as this, all kinds of people would show up. Degas, the painter, was often there. A woman would be brought and hypnotized, and Charcot would strike a tuning fork and she would go into a catatonic state, or she'd scream or faint. The demonstration and the photographic documentation was central to how Charcot made sense of the disease and how he made a name for himself. The photography was restricted to the wards, though. One of Charcot's most studied and photographic cases was that of a 15-year-old girl, Augustine, who was admitted to the Salpêtrière for sensory loss in the right arm and attacks of severe hysteria, preceded by pains in the right lower abdomen. Augustine was the star model for Charcot's theory of hysteria. She figures prominently in the albums of this book. She was like a living work of art, and she was given special status and special attention by Charcot. Charcot catalogued 4 distinct phases of grand hysteria: the tonic, the clonic, passionate attitudes, and delirium. He photographed each spectacularly visible symptom: spasms and crises, paralysis and anesthesia, exaggerated emotions and hallucinatory fantasies. With photography and hypnosis, Charcot and his associates documented and reproduced these symptoms, bringing on crises with bright lights and loud sounds, prodding, electric current, and the administration of ether. His cures also relied on the same intense and triggering technologies: hypnotism, electrotherapy, magnetism, and ovarian compression, what in our times would make him a proper charlatan and a quack. Charcot's experiments are a fascinating entry in the annals of the construction of knowledge, and all of this has been properly photographically documented. Under his orchestration, women's bodies were treated as rag dolls for the scientific and epistemic curiosity of researchers dressed in suits. Therein lie the origins of neurology as a discipline. This was a strange book published in Paris in 1862. Few copies were produced, and the text was accompanied by about 100 original photographic prints, each of which had to be pasted physically into the album. The title of the book could be translated into English as The Mechanism of Human Facial Expression, or an electrophysiological analysis of the expression of emotions. This man, who was actually performing the experiment, Duchenne, was the other famed neurologist from Paris. His book, which I just showed, was a chronicle of the first experiments in the electrical stimulation of facial muscles to induce expressions. In his preface to the volume, he says, "Using electrical currents, I've made the facial muscles contract to speak the language of the emotions and the sentiments. It is a grand project. To study and discover the mechanism and laws of human facial expression, I will not limit myself to the formulation of these laws. I will demonstrate the art of correctly portraying the expressive lines of the human face, which I shall call the orthography of facial expression in movement." Photography was used to record the fleeting effect of electricity on the facial muscles, which Duchenne claimed was so transient that it had not been possible for even the greatest artists to grasp the sum total of their distinctive features. The terror on the face of this old man has been electrically induced. It was not associated with any other physiological signs of distress. Duchenne was not concerned with facial morphology, but with the semiotic meaning conveyed by individual and groups of facial muscles as they portrayed particular emotions. In his notes, Duchenne records that the emotion of frank joy is expressed on the face by the combined contraction of the muscles zygomaticus major, which is surrounding the lips and the mouth, and the inferior part of the muscle orbicularis oculi, which is on the outer aspect around the eyes. The first, the zygomaticus around the mouth, obeys the will, but the second one around the eyes, the muscle of kindness, love, and agreeable impressions, is only put into play by the sweet emotions of the soul. Fake joy, the deceitful laugh, cannot provoke the contraction of the latter muscle. That's one way of identifying a fake smile. Duchenne noticed that the isolated contraction of one of the muscles moving the eyebrow always produced complete expression on the human face. It was the muscle that portrayed suffering. This is again from his notes. As soon as I induced the electrical contraction, the eyebrow took on the form that characterizes this expression of suffering. But incredibly, the other parts of the face, principally the mouth and the nasolabial fold, also appeared to undergo a profound change in order to harmonize with the eyebrow and portray this suffering of the soul. One of the questions that Duchenne was trying to answer was the following. If the disparate muscle fibers merge into each other at least partly, then what spirit makes an individual muscle contract on some occasions, and then on others, what converts all the muscles of the face into a mask capable of exhibiting all the feelings of the soul? This is Duchenne trying to induce the spectrum of expressions encountered in Shakespeare's Macbeth electrically. In the end, he wanted it to be remembered as an aesthetic project, to formulate rules to guide the artist in the true and complete portrayal of the movements of the soul on the face, to correct, as he put it, the wavered course of French painting and sculpture so that they may never waver in their verisimilitude. Surgeons seized on photography for its diagnostic and documentary functions roughly around 1865, and then started framing surgical discourse around it. In order to explain what the clinical photograph has since become, I'd like to introduce Hoshadhar Tata, professor of surgery at the small provincial medical college where I studied. He was my lord and master for 3 years, but that's, and he was my lord and master for 3 years during my residency. No man is a hero to his valet, but that's not because the hero is not a hero. It's because the valet is a valet. He was probably the fastest knife south of the Vindhya Mountains. He could shell out a prostate in approximately 8 minutes. It was an astonishment to behold. But more importantly, he was a manic record keeper. Actually, his residents kept his records for him. He would photograph every lesion. This was some of the instances where he'd get everything photographed. Lesions of the tongue and the anal verge, great fungating tumors, fecal and urinary specimens in all sorts of merry colors, aneurysms at the point of rupture, unsightly fistulae, bony deformities, yawning wounds, congenital malformations, indeterminate genitalia, bronchoscopically retrieved foreign bodies from all kinds of places, extracted bullets, hernias where you'd least expect them, etc. It was a kind of portraiture for him, a portraiture of the physically anomalous, photographs of photogenic morbid phenomena, and of patients exhibiting characteristic clinical findings. In his private collection, the clinical photograph was the bastard child of the studio portrait. The patient's face was always visible regardless of the part or the condition being photographed. It was as though he did not believe in diminishing the sufferer to his or her photographed lesion. There were abstracted parts, but there was always one full-length photograph. No attempt was made to anonymize the subject. No white discs or black discs on the face. No need for draping or masking or concealment of genitalia. If a portrait is a gussied up representation of self that serves to present one's identity, Hoshidhar Tata, like his precursors, was making an allowance for the morbid anatomy of his subjects, the form and structure of their pathology. Their abjectness in that moment was part of their identity. Most of the chronic cases were photographed in the Rembrandt lighting of the far end of Ward 6, with the daylight falling on the subject through the window and the fill light coming in from the glossy wall tiles on the other side. Some of the photographs from his collection we'd seen on so many occasions that the sitters seemed like celebrities. The purpose of any description is to provide a shared easement, to make something knowable. The point of these images and the photographs in our textbooks was to be an object lesson in clinical medicine. This is again a photograph from Hutchinson's textbook. Any swelling on the lower part of the cheek has to be a lesion in the parotid salivary gland. The process of diagnosing surgical entities, we came to realize as students, was basically post hoc mother wit. What the old man, Tata, called the purple cow theory of education, which means if you know purple and if you know cow, then you know a purple cow when you see one. It amounted to a form of visual literacy. Harking back to a cardboard mounted old photograph from his acute conditions folder, I was able to diagnose as a first year rookie a case of Ludwig's angina in the casualty. Ludwig's angina, also known as morbus strangularis, is a rapidly spreading, life-threatening abscess involving the floor of the mouth. It has the potential of internally strangulating the airway if allowed to ripen unchecked. In the imperishable words of Wittgenstein, the limits of my language are the limits of my mind. All I know is what I have words for. For physicians and surgeons, those limits are laid down by what they've seen. And in many instances, it's from clinical photographs. Perhaps every clinical image I have seen is seared in my memory. Those anomalies have been stunningly made real in my mind. Reviewing the inner cinema, it isn't atypical that a photograph is a mnemonic or an aid to memory for a clinical condition. The eye cannot see what the mind doesn't know. My professor Hoshidar Tata has passed on, and I find myself consumed by the urge to prey upon his archives, his cabinet cards and his slides, private journals, surgical ward records, operative photographs, pathology records, etc. A harvest of a little over 35 years. Absolutely wonderful as objective documents and as aesthetic objects and as purple cows. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We now invite Anis Norona and Don Skobar Junisha Kongwir to the stage. Okay, you can offer your reactions to Ambarish's presentation and further interact with him. Anis Norona is a freelance photographer, filmmaker, and content writer. In her free time, she likes listening to music, stories, and sounds of the forest. Don Skobar Junisha Kongwir is an educator and a visual artist. She's an assistant professor at the Department of Mass Media, St. Anthony's College, and is also the curator at the Northeast India AV Archive. I hand over the session to you.
Can we do the session like this since it's just us? Or
Why don't you come on?
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want me to be here or should I step down?
We can start from here also.
All right. Okay.
Well, that was pretty disturbing towards the end. I think I hardly look at the screen because I think for me to, I don't know something about the human body. And one thing that I noticed is that, when you started first with the images from Shako, I don't know something about, I think because it was, developed in pewter plates, like, the old method of processing an image, that it gives it some kind of a softness to it. And, in terms of the image, let's not talk content right now, but suddenly we move into the digital form. And then where Professor, your guru, Professor Dr.
Tata,
Tata,
yeah.
suddenly, digital just make it so harsh in terms of the physicality of the image. And I think in the first the first part of your presentation with the images from that particular era of in the 1820s and 30s and 40s, or in the 1840s, I think that was correctly, I mean, if it's correct, that was when they started taking images of people with different deformities. So I think when I look at those photographs, first of all, I noticed that there's just a lot of girls and women photographs, and I don't know why there aren't any men, of a body of a man, because it looks like they're more eager to study the body of a woman rather than a man. So that's what I get. So I'll let Anise also now speak, and yeah, her reaction.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Well, first of all, I found it really interesting to see the shift from something that was focused purely on a psychological viewpoint with emotions, like literally a face, a muscle in the face representing a certain emotion of the soul. I find that quite interesting, and I find that I never thought it would be captured on a photograph. It's very educational for me. And from that to the shift today of physical anomalies, and I was just thinking of my reaction between the two, and the 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 emotional ones they did have an emotional impact on me, especially some with a stare and a gaze at. But the physical anomalies, they caused me to have a physical reaction, so I wanted to look away. A few I could look at, but most I could not. I found it very interesting that the physical anomalies caused the muscle of my soul to twitch in my face. So I found that the connection very, very interesting. Apart from that, it also made me wonder about the effects that these kind of photographs would have on the psyche of a doctor, of the photographer. And are there any ethics that that have to be taken into consideration, like regarding the patient and things like that? That's what I've got.
Thank you for your inputs. Well, I'm not here to defend uh, any of uh, the work done in mental asylums in Victorian England, or to defend any of Duchenne's work. Uh, I am sympathetic to the cause of documentation, though. And I think what is evident in the early attempts at creating a clinical photograph is that it violates perhaps almost all the salient features that were listed by many individuals who've been studying ethics, and particularly the phenomenon of objectification. So, the American philosopher Martha Nussbaum, for instance, has listed various kind of salient features of what characterizes objectification. If I remember correctly, the first is, and then you can then ascertain if it does comply with those features. The first is instrumentality, which means to use another person as an instrument for the cause or purpose of another. All right, and this is morally problematic because it, I think, takes away something that's fundamental to humans, which is, or should be, which is their status as an end in themselves. So instrumentality. Second is denial of autonomy. I'm not too sure if many of the women or many of the people in these photographs had any autonomy or sense of autonomy over their bodies. The third is inertness, which is partly linked to autonomy, which is, do they have agency? The fourth is fungibility. Fungibility as in, interchangeability. if two objects are interchangeable, they'll be fungible. Now, not for the early photographs, but for many clinical photographs, particularly surgical documentation of lesions and conditions and tumors and wounds and so on, the objectifier and the observer is not interested in the individual. He or she is interested in reifying the object here, which is the tumor or the lesion. And in that sense, they are fungible.
So,
Yeah, go on, yes.
so does that mean that you kind of dehumanize the human body in a way?
Well, entirely, and that's one of the problems. I think to denude an individual of humanity is greatly problematic, and consent comes into play here. I mean, so I'm just giving you the lay of the land as regards where objectification intersects with the clinical photograph. Then you've got violability, which is the idea that the objectifier, and in this case the photographer or the physician or the surgeon, is in a position to violate the bodily and spiritual integrity of the subject, okay, by interfering with the course of the disease in that sense. Next would be ownership, which is in a sense that you treat that the image as property to preserve and then pass on to future generations. And the final would be, I guess, a kind of denial of subjectivity to the individual who is being photographed, which is that you deny the fact that they might have a series of experiences. They are a sentient creature. They are, they can think and can act. And I think some of the early photographs and some of what we end up doing even now would satisfy each of Nussbaum's criteria for objectification. To add to a couple would be reduction of the individual to their body or their appearance or their body part, which is again a kind of objectification which would be satisfied by the clinical photograph. I forget the other question you raised. I'm sorry.
I know I asked about, like, when you talk about like your practice, you keep looking at these images. So does that make you, like, moved away from, having any kind of, emotions, or you just kind of dehumanize the
Yes.
entire
I don't
process?
think the physician or surgeon is necessarily dehumanized. They become jaded. They're numbed and kind of anesthetized to the suffering of others. It's kind of incrementally it happens, because if you keep encountering suffering, you get, in a sense, jaded to it. Yeah. Your response is sometimes can become the response of a jaded individual.
I just want to ask you one question. I mean, I mean, I'm a female image maker, photographer, and for me, even making a simple image, like consent and ethic, is like, the sensibility, like this sensitivity. I mean, it's always there, to kind of even just to photograph a person while the person is in distress. So I'm just wondering, in your, in most of the books that you've gone through, or the most of the photographs that you've gone through, are there in any female sorry, female photographers that you know of that have done this kind of work, clinical
So,
photography?
right. I think the role of the photographer has been appropriated by the clinician. I mean, you're doing this now on your cell phones. There isn't a designated photographer for the clinical photograph anymore. There hasn't been for a while. I mean, this is at the dawn of photography. Some of the archival stuff that I showed you is so. Correct me if I'm wrong. When was um, I think the photography was invented in 1920s, 1820s, 1830s. Yeah,
1826.
the first kind of wet film photography happened in the mid 1850s, I think. I do know that Kodak brings out the first mass-produced camera in about 1888.
Yes.
This is at the dawn of photography. This is the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s. Well into the 20th century, I think the role of the photographer is appropriated by the clinician. You see something, you'd want to capture it. Once, and therefore you'd have numerous women clinicians, physicians, surgeons who have been documenting images. Many of them ethically, many of them with consent. I think now it's mandatory to seek consent. It's mandatory to anonymize, to cover facial attributes that might accord any kind of recognition to the subject. I don't know whether that makes it necessarily more ethical, but allow me to submit that it's the nature of the beast. What I presented about the purple cow theory of education, that's how students learn. That's how medical and surgical pedagogy happens. There's no other way of learning. I mean, one has to realize that. And what is also clear is that more than ever, one is reminded of that incredible book and treatise by Sontag, Susan Sontag, where she has an imperishable line that an act of aggression is implicit in every use of the camera. How brilliantly stated that is. I mean, it is, and I don't think that's changed. It hasn't changed even in the age of Instagram. You know, what the social media photo stream has done is that it's a perfectly curated photo stream. The attempt by every individual is to control, frame, and package their lives in the most idealized manner, in the most beautiful manner, you know. Even there is an act of aggression because it's a manipulation of reality. Your self-framing is an act of aggression. But compare that with the clinical photograph. These are images where you're exposed, warts and all, the worst aspect of your bodies are put on display. Your deformities, your disabilities, your wounds, your lesions, your fear, you know, all of that. So it's the exact obverse of the framing of any other kind of photo stream. Yeah.
Yes, I think we have somebody with a question there. Can we get a microphone behind, please?
By the way, Janisha, I loved your book. I've purchased the book today, and you must give me a signed copy. Yes.
Good evening,
Right.
and that was stimulating. I'm a doctor, 48 years in practice, retired. I'm an anesthesiologist by vocation. My wife is a pediatrician. And what I noticed, this was very interesting because of clinical photography. And what I could see that some of these images that you saw, there were two types. One was the old images and the newer digital forms. And I could see people squirming. Now, you made a very rightful comment about you could see some of them, some you couldn't. But I think one must realize, as you had said, that clinical photography is a way of actually teaching our students. If you go to, say, the Royal College Museum in London or Virchow's, are you a surgeon or a...
That's right.
Right.
I'm a vascular surgeon.
Vascular surgeon. Now, if you go to Virchow's thing in Charité Hospital in Berlin, you find earlier pictures like Netter's illustrations of anatomy. That's how we learned Gray's Anatomy through pictures, through illustrations. But what I found so interesting after all these years, that those pictures that we saw, you looked at it from a photographer's point of view, both of them looked at it in a different thing. And then I began to say, wow, how clinical photograph could be so intrusive in things. But for the layman here, I want to tell you, we take clinical photographs. I do. All of us does. And with the advent of this smart little phone, we click everything. And but one thing is we have rules for it. We don't. We number one is consent. We cover the faces. He said the rules for that. Ethics are concerned. We have an ethical board in every hospital who clarifies those and consent. So there's a well laid out consent form for it. The other thing is about, as I said, as he said, mentioned, clinical photographs. We don't look at it whether it's a male photographer or a female photographer. My wife sitting here takes photographs of genitalia, but that's because she has a book which says the congenital deformations in childhood. Obviously, you'll have deformations in all places, but those are not for the art gallery. Those are for our students. And some of these pictures could be so rare. Some of them I could recognize. I was sitting, both of us, we were doing spot diagnosis. Doctors do that. And some of them are so rare that they would tell 100 stories to it. So that's my observation. When you look at clinical photographs, or when we take them, we don't look at them as in an objectified way. We look at them as a gem, as an apple, a fruit, which has a lesson, and that's how we take a photograph. But fascinating, after 48 years, me being a doctor, that you have shown the clinical photography in a different light, and to see both the media people here commenting. Wonderful. Thank you. It's been an experience. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have another question here in front from Karen. Can somebody thank you so much for that comment, sir. Thank you, doctor. Oh, okay, another one. Yes, go on, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be
please.
brief. Now we talked of two things. One is consent, and second is anonymity. But now we are having conditions where it is about eye gaze and expressions of the face. These are the problems. And now to teach and to show somebody what is a perfect eye gaze is very difficult. Because now, if I have to seal the anonymity, I have to blacken the eyes and I can't show. So, this is another thing now of clinical photography. Maybe we have to think how best can we express. So these things will be coming up now, that we cannot just stick to anonymity. How do we keep the child's identity and rights and yet teach someone? So these are the things that probably we have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, doctor. Uh,
Thank you. That was really interesting for me. It's really, to me, it's the first time I've ever interacted, engaged with clinical photography at any level in that sense. I was reminded of Foucault's work, The Birth of the Clinic, and how in the 18th century there was that epistemic shift in medicine, from clergymen to doctors, and to the birth of the clinic. And that obsession continues today. We pathologize so much. And one of the key things he talks about is what you spoke of how you separate the person from the body. I wanted to ask you, as a practicing doctor, is that a good separation, you think, to separate? I mean, is it possible? You speak about being jaded. I mean, I'm genuine, it comes from a place of genuine curiosity. Is it better to see your patients as, humans, or does it help more when you are able to separate that?
I think medicine is a humanistic discipline. And when I said that one is jaded, what I meant was that one doesn't recoil from those images anymore. it's they don't do anything to you. You don't react viscerally to it. I didn't mean that you lose compassion. Um, that I think is a prerequisite um, if you have to function as a physician or a surgeon. Can't do without it.
Uh, yes, we have Kong Mary there who wants to ask a question.
Hi, Amrish. Thanks for that. I think that was a rather brave presentation to do in a literary festival. And I'm curious as to, because I know you have written a book as well, and what were your motivations for showing us this presentation? Or is it part of a work that you're doing? Yeah.
It settles into a larger body of work that I'm doing or considering. But I think I wish to take um, the clinical photograph to the laity, to everyone. I think a proper introduction is essential, I thought. And it has to be a considered aesthetic, literary introduction, uh, which is why I thought I must do, do this.
Just following up on that a little bit, I think, over the last decade or so, we've had like really serious literature, like The Empress of Maladies, for example, that takes us through cancer, the history of cancer. And I'm just wondering, so like for me as a non-medical person to read The Empress of Maladies, having had, and I think a lot of us have people who've gone through cancer in our lives, it helped me to understand the disease, and I don't know, but it gave me a lot of comfort in this when you're putting it up for the laity, as you say, the clinical photography. How do you think the lay would, and how would it be helpful for us to engage with it?
Well, this wasn't clearly to assuage your your anxieties. It's not going to do that. It is meant to be a disturbing presentation. There's no other way of doing this. I mean, so I don't think it's an education of any kind. I don't think it's meant to. It's the idea is to just perhaps allow the two realms to intersect. And to also try and convey that, as Dr. Saab just said, that that's precisely how medical pedagogy happens. There's no other way of doing it. This might seem brutal and a violation of many of those principles that I mentioned, but there's absolutely no other way of doing it.
I didn't mean it that it was brutal. Honestly, I looked at all of it. I don't know if that's abnormal of me, but I was able to. But yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what that would look like when you come out with it. So yeah.
Yes, the book isn't entirely on the clinical photograph, but there might be a part of it that.
Well, I'm excited. Thank you.
Is it okay?
Can I just,
Samira, yes.
it's a short question. I just wanted to follow up on Mary's first question, actually, and I'm really curious about this because I also work with archives. In terms of who manages Tata's the archive that you've been speaking about, because it's really fascinating, and I actually find the way that you've studied it quite rigorous. But you're a surgeon yourself, so you're sort of going from within the discipline. But if it is something that you're interested in introducing to wider audiences, are you or whoever sort of manages the archive thinking about inviting possibly people from other disciplines to look at the materials? And I'm just curious about other ways of circulating. Yeah.
Well, about the private archives of professors and in medical colleges, I don't think they're meant for public consumption. I think that'll be inappropriate to open it up. This was just a sample, I thought, to present to you what contemporary clinical photographs would be like. And they're not managed by anyone, they're just handed down. They stay and sit in a cupboard in the Department of Surgery or whichever department you're part of. And residents are invited to open those archives and go through them, and periodically, particularly when ward rounds are happening or didactic sessions are happening, those are part of the slides that are used. But I don't think it'll be right to open it up to everyone.
I just want to flag some points. I'm a gynecologist, and my area of specialization is sexuality education. The problem about consent with photographs is always an issue because there's a doctor patient power dynamic where it is very difficult for a patient to refuse the doctor from taking the photograph for giving consent, because the question is, will I get treated otherwise? So that consent is probably not forced, but there is some level of coercion. The second thing is that I work in the area of POXO, child sexual abuse, and when there is things like physical injuries, there has been a lot of pressure on doctors to take photographs because they say it will convince the judges better. And those photographs, if taken for they're a child's, so the child cannot give consent. Parents may want to not give consent, but they give it for the sake of the case. And those photographs are part of the charge sheet. That means they are stuck in the court, in the rooms where many people will look at it. And that entire set of papers, medical report, goes to the accused, where they can sit and look through it again. So the trauma to the child can be excessive. So that is a big controversy right now. How can we protect the child's identity without photographs? And finally, a positive aspect of photographs, I have women who come to me who don't have a uterus, MRKH. And for them, because of the lack of sexuality education in India, they don't know what lies down there. And it's very difficult to tell a patient, put a mirror and see, because like, I don't know what I'm meant to see, so how do I know what's not there? And so I take the patient's consent to take a photograph on her phone and show her exactly what her genitals look like, what her anatomy is, so she is better able to understand what she has. And she keeps the photograph with her, it's hers. And it helps her understand much better. So, in a way, as a learning tool, it also enhances her ability to understand her body. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. Anyone else with a question? Okay, Adrian, I think. Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ambarish, Junisha, and Anis. I suppose that presentation was an epiphany of sorts for the most of us. So without much further ado, kindly please remain seated. We will have the final session of the day.
Good evening, everyone. Now, I would like to invite on stage the author of Choral Voices, Ethnographic Imagination of Sound and Sacrality by Sebanti Chatterjee. We also invite Donova Swear and our moderator, K. Mark Swear. I request the speaker to kindly come and take your seat, please. K. Mark Swear is a writer, filmmaker, and radio professional. He deliberates on cultural matters through word, sound, and sometimes images. His work as a writer revolves around music and its social context. Music not just as melody and harmony, but a history, politics, dreams, and resistance. Most of his work as a writer can be found in the webzine ride.in, but some of it has also found its way to scroll.in, oz.in, and the sleeves of vinyl covers. The bulk of his output in recent times are lost in the FM airwaves of Shillong, but perhaps you have caught a whiff of it in the music and programming of 98.3 Big FM Shillong. Documentary films have been another of his pursuits, assisting in the acclaimed and award winning series of films, Songs to Live By, and recently directing a series of 4 short films on biodiversity, traditional farming practices, and forgotten traditional crops. I now hand over the session to you, Mark.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The last session of the day, day 2, at least the last talking session. There'll be music after this. So I guess we're ready to start. The lake is ready, the lights are ready. Hopefully, we can bring the literature. So this session is called Choral Voices, Ethnographic Imaginations of Sound and Sacrality. Don't be scared. It's not that serious. And the reason why we're calling it that is because of Sibanti here, Sibanti Chatterjee. She's written this book, this beautiful, profound book right in front of you. Do get it. So that's why we're calling it Ethnographic Imaginations of Sound and Sacrality. And we have Donovan Swear here, who is an assistant professor with the Martin Luther Christian University. So he'll be helping us deliberate more on matters of sacredness and music. And Sibanti, of course, apart from being the author of this book, is also a cultural anthropologist and a reluctant mezzo-soprano. So let's see if we can get her to sing something before the show is through. Okay, so ethnographic imaginations of sound and sacrality. So what is, Sibanti, let's start with you. Sacrality, sound and sacrality. So is there a thing called sound of sacrality? Does sacredness have an arrangement of notes? Is there a music that embodies sacredness? If so, how would you define it? How would you define the sound of sacrality?
Right. Thank you for the kind introduction, and I'm very honored and privileged to be part of a literary festival. I'm used to classroom talks and academic sessions, and especially following the previous talk, which was quite heavy. Also, I hope I will be able to answer how can we imagine sacrality of sound. So I'll just quickly give you a brief intro to how I approach fieldwork, and that will help me contextualize if we can have a sacrality of sound. This was part of my PhD dissertation at Delhi University, which is now a book, and my reason why many people ask why have I chosen 2 localities, Goa and Shillong, and I'm neither from these places. I don't speak Khasi, I don't speak Konkani. And then what do I make sense? How do I put these ideas in these contexts? Now, one of the ways when I was just having a chat with Donovan also before this, that one thing was, usually Goa, the way Bollywood makes us imagine Goa, that it's a Catholic, heavily dominated Catholic Christian community. But That's a very small percentage of Goa. And but there is a very uh, you know uh, Goan sacred music is also somehow found in Rush Hall Seminary, which becomes one of the sites of my ethnography. Ethnography is a methodology that we use in sociology and anthropology, where we immerse ourselves in fields for about 6 to 7 months. And I spent about 6 to 7 months in each of these places. I call it imaginations because every ethnographer have their own ways of interpreting a place and its people. I used sound as a way to understand the community. I don't know if there is a sacrality of sound. Uh, being a Hindu upper class person trying to engage with a Christian musical belonging, for me, how I found myself understanding the sacrality of sound was through the performance rituals while I did participant observation with Goa University Choir and singing under the baton of Santiago Lusardi in Goa. But in Shillong, it was through observing rehearsals of the Aroha, Aroha choir, and then the Shillong chamber choir. I've also visited Martin Luther Christian University and had chats about why we need categories like regional, Western, and you know, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
come to that.
yeah.
Sorry, I
Sorry,
let me
I
take
don't
this
know
to
if I just
let
digress.
me take
Yeah,
this to Donovan.
yeah.
What I very briefly in musical theory, we have this thing called diabolus in musica, right? Which is in layman's language the tritone, the flattened fifth, which is called the devil's note. It's supposed to embody this sense of chill and foreboding. Is there such a thing called a God note? Perhaps the secret chord that David played to please the Lord? Is there a series of notes that you can arrange to embody, say, piety and sacredness?
Well, that's a tough one. Anyway, before I start, thank you so much, Mark, for the introduction, and Sivanti. Of course, when you see us talking here, first time we're just meeting each other. So all of you also, thank you so much for coming and listening to our talks. Looking at the we call it diminished, no? Diminished fifth, yeah, the devil's note or the blues note they call. Uh, God note, we actually don't have, so to say, but there's a God frequency.
Uh-huh.
You could look it up.
It's 98.3, is it?
No, not like that. Well, you can look it up. There's a frequency, a God frequency. Before this 441 hertz was standardized, there was a God frequency before that. But I'll just leave it to you. You do your research and find out. It's the frequency of the universe together. After, I think some research says that it was during the Hitler times where he changed the frequency.
Okay.
But I'll leave it to you all so you can find out the God frequency.
So there is a God note. Go find out that God note. So I don't mean to trivialize this, but this is of course a discussion about the intersection of music and faith. And Sabanti will come back to you. So Donovan, as part of the Martin Luther Christian University, does faith play a part at all in your everyday imparting of lessons to your students? Because you're imparting lessons in a variety of styles. But how does faith come into it at all?
Um, well, I can think of that answer to for you is in two parts. From the university perspective, we do have values. So we have honesty, we have tolerance. All of these values are there in the university, written in black and white. We also have a Christian values where compassionate is really spoken about, right? That is the university part of the answer. Individual part is yes, we are taught the biblical way of living, the right way. I won't say right way, but the biblical way of living, where we follow that. So it's an individual part of that answer, and you have the university part of that answer. I would.
Okay, we'll come back to that. When you talk about faith and imparting lessons, Sivanti, of course, a lot of your This is your research was more aimed at choral voices. Of course, sacrality in music is more than that. We know that. But in terms of if you compare the choirs of Goa and Shillong, of course, Goa is a more Catholic sound, and Shillong has a very strong Protestant culture. So, is there a difference in the choirs of Shillong and Goa based on denomination, and perhaps certain aspects of regionality?
Yeah. So I talk about this in my book also, that this was never a comparison of both the sides, but how each region has they have their own distinct signature styles, and that depends on the colonial encounters, and like the Portuguese rule of 451 years in Goa, and the parochial schools, and then how I again go back to the Rochelle Seminary. When in Shillong in 1841, when the Welsh Presbyterian missionary came to both Lushai and Khasi Hills, and then you know how tonic solfa was set up, and there was a distinct way of teaching and learning. So those are the foundational ways in which um, choral music became a foundational aspect of the culture. But um, having said that, denominationally different, I have also not focused on church choirs. I have mostly focused on non-sacred, uh, not non-sacred but entertainment choirs who have a
I
sacred
like that,
ethic.
non-sacred.
Yes, in the sense, the intention. So what I have understood, and although my chapters, my Goa and Shillong chapters do take on different trajectories. There's a chapter in the book which is called Mapping Choral Voices, where I have in fact spoken to a lot of people, even Karen is there in my book. One of her quotes is there. She doesn't remember, she says now. But I have spoken to a lot of people and how they visualize music and what happens. Now, distinct difference, I would say, um, Vatican II, after in Catholic churches, it was decided that there will be some kind of vernacularization. So more than instrument, it was more about the letters of the song, the rhythm, and it was also how mandos and other folk music in Goa was introduced. In Presbyterian, Maukhar Presbyterian Church, for instance, you have the standing choir, and you have a particular way of having, these levels of singing for sacred intention as well. And
Should
yeah,
we listen to a demonstration? I believe we have some clips, right?
I do have a clip, but they are not, they are entertainment choirs, but maybe we can play the Goa number two, that is first, and then will play a little bit of the Aroha and the Shillong Chamber Choir clipping.
So perhaps a little introduction before we play the clip. Goa 2,
Yeah.
track 2.
Track two is that's us performing Sanctus, Carl Jenkins' piece in the Mont Festival, and actually the Ketevan World Festival in Goa at the Capella de Mont. And yes, yeah, I'm also singing there. Yeah, I will talk about it after that. Yeah,
Yeah, so you'll hear the reluctant mezzo soprano there somewhere.
it's a collective. So. Can we stop this? Yeah. So, can we play the second one by Shillong Chamber Choir and then Aroha Choir as well? I've given two songs.
Would you like to talk about this first before we go
Okay,
ahead?
yeah. So actually, I played this song because my book begins with this song as well. It was part of the Ketavan World Festival, which was curated by Santiago Luzardi. Unfortunately, we lost him during COVID. And I mean, in the sense that he was part of the Goa University visiting professor chair, and Goa University also has these different kind of uh, weekly courses that introduces different kinds of engagements with cultural possibilities. Now, what happened in this, and as I say, was that it was for the like I'm presenting for the first time in a literary fest. That was the first time I sang in a church, and it was different. One of my professors from DU was also there. I mean, somehow he was giving some other course, but it felt like when I talk about that sacrality of sound, it was more about watching the baton of the conductor and trying to understand when to fade in and when to be prominent, when to step away from the mic. I do talk about recital voice, microphone voice. So those kind of things I learned. And also, yeah, I
Now
think.
that is a style that is steeped in Western classical tradition, right?
Yes.
Which means that there's the rigor that goes, the rigor and the regimentation but it also comes from perhaps a different Western classical tradition, and perhaps maybe what the Welsh Calvinists would have introduced in Shillong. So in that sense, can we trace a difference between that sound, which is steeped in that sort of Western classical tradition, and perhaps a sound that maybe the Welsh Calvinists brought to Shillong? Is it possible for you to delineate that?
So, for example, when I attended, church reciters, worship masses here in Shillong, especially in Sunday special, I could see some Duitara coming in. And it was also, there was, if it was informal, there was some gospel sort of tendency of singing as well. So, yes, there was difference also. This was very formalized. Like I say about each region bringing in certain signature style, the conductors also bring in their set of ideas about how they would want a certain repertoire to be represented. So he's an Italian, Argentinian, composer and also an ex-seminarian, and he's used to teaching in in Seville, the Seville choir, and so he has a certain kind of,
Right,
so yeah.
right. So
This one, no, this is called
Donovan, let's come back to you. Now, when you are imparting education in Martin Luther Christian University, and you talk about faith as being important, but the sound of that faith is not that, is it? It's a different kind of sound. So, what is this kind of sound that you impart? This is Christian, very Christian sound, perhaps that we inherited from the Welsh Calvinists. It's still tonic solfa, it's still the same notes, but what is it that's different about the way that Martin Luther Christian University imparts its musical education, even if it's faith based?
Uh, just to a little disclaimer, it's not just church music that we have there. We have regional music.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, we have regional music. We have Indian classical, Hindustani music, vocal and uh, yeah, vocal. And we do have Western music as well. Church music is part of a paper, but not a specialized one. But it would be nice to venture into a specialized one. But yeah,
Outside, see, even outside the university, because you are very active within the church music scene. So church music scene as a whole within Meghalaya, how would the sound differ from that?
well, you have to look from one denomination to another. You cannot paint with one brush all of it. This is just a general outlook of all of this. So I completed my research, my thesis research last year on a study on church music of Khasi and Jaintia. So I got the opportunity to venture to all of these churches and to see. And that time it was during Corona times, and everyone were uploading their church service YouTube. No, so from there we could use again non-participant observant as a form of data collection, and I could see one of the major major music style that Catholic Church are using is singing chant, right? Chant I use they use a lot of the church mode, Dorian, Ionian mode, and all that. And you can also find in a secular point of songs where they also use that. If you say this is church music, for me it's, oh, what mode is he using, right? Going to a Presbyterian church, we talk about a lot of Welsh music. Welsh music is more of a Celtic music, more of a uh, pentatonic scale. So, are we talking about the pentatonic scale? Let's go a little deeper into Khasi traditional music.
I was coming there, but go ahead. Yeah.
What is that, right? What is Khasi traditional music or Khasi Christian music? So, all of these comes in. I would just like to share from the research that I found. So, I went and asked a bunch of questions to a lot of musicians. What would define as church music or the sound of church music? So I sent in using of traditional Khasi traditional musical instrument. The percentage was high. Using of attire, Khasi traditional attire, percentage was high. The tonality, how we pronounce English, how we pronounce Khasi word, the using of the tonality of the Khasi word, Khasi song, percentage is high. But the highest I'll tell you is the use of vernacular. And that in itself, as a public acceptance, is the sound of using music in the vernacular language sounds sacred, so to say. Yeah.
Now, I'll come to you, Sabanti, but first, I mean, the the Presbyterian Church actually has. It took a long time to incorporate indigenous Khasi instruments into church service, and in fact, instruments like the xing are still, still it's difficult to introduce even now. So when we talk about this traditional sound of church music in in the Khasi Hills, Khasi Jayante Hills, is it accepted now? Are indigenous instruments accepted within the church? Is it or do you is it played outside the church? Because a lot of people take offense at indigenous instruments being played inside the church. So what's going on there?
Ready for stories?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So if we look at 40 years back, 40 or 50 years back, traditional instruments is a no-no, right? This is according to research. After 40 years back, then another 10 years back from now, the acceptance was there, the acceptance of traditional instruments, right? And then today, right now, it's there. There's no restriction of any sort. But I'll tell you stories that, I just want to the flip side of it. Even drums were, forbidden to use. I went into some programs where we even get letters, right? Just to be controversial a little bit. Don't tell anyone. So we even get letters for drums not to use in the church, right? Forget about traditional instruments, just drums, Western instrument, guitar. I hope some of the Khasi people here can relate. Guitar was associated with festivals. So all of these instruments, with due time, I feel the acceptance came in. But what I want to bring this picture is, in choir music, traditional music and instruments is highly accepted. You'll see a lot of incorporation is happening in choir music. Praise and worship music is here and there. They'll have like recordings here and there, but hymnal still not there. Regular Sunday service, you won't see. So you have different layers. I cannot answer in just one yes
Yeah,
or no,
yeah.
but different layers and different music
So,
background. Yeah.
yeah, thanks, Donovan. So he's laid out, delineated the whole thing for us there. Of course, yours is a study mostly in the choral tradition, right? Is it more difficult to bring out indigeneity in the choral tradition, mainly because the choral tradition itself is very is like we said, steeped in the Western classical thing tradition. I mean, it's the separation of voices, the classification of voices to alto and soprano and all that is itself a very Western tradition. So, in the choral tradition, is like taking the example of Goa and Shillong to a certain extent, is it more difficult to be indigenous?
I'll just play the clip by Aroha. Can you play that? I think then I'll talk about it. That's okay. So this was one of the, transcribed uh, choral arrangement by Pauline Vajri, and this also came out in uh, a version of Silent Night in Khasi language. Also came out in Shillong Chamber Choir's 2020 Christmas album. So I think the kind of choirs I looked at for my kind of study, especially, which was not based out of church per se, but entertainment choirs, maybe trying to take the genre of singing Western style choir music and experimenting with it. Uh, they have sometimes used indigeneity in the form of placing the language, the Khasi language, rather than other forms of experimentation. Because I mean, in my conversations with Auntie Pauline, there was a time when they had tried to do something with tangmuri and trying an opera, but then the form of the instrument did not really lend support to the Western imagination. So there are also some musical sort of uh, difficulties when it comes to imaginations of trying to bring folk instruments or indigenous local instruments with a certain kind of Western imagination. Now, of course, then I do talk about something called sonic interculturality, where there is a dialogue between how we have made sense of the colonial encounters and we, in the sense, the different regions that I'm talking about in Goa and Shillong. And with their complexity, how do they curate and cultivate consciously a different kind of uh, sacrality? And so I guess indigeneity in the agency that I see amongst the choristers in Shillong, especially Shillong Chimbapwaya and Aroha, it has been about bringing the language to the forefront. Maybe there will be a time where we'll see more of other things as well. Yeah.
So, Donovan, I mean, for example, do you remember the Pantera Orchestra? So, like an example of the Pantera Orchestra, which is an indigenous orchestra, totally revolving around, say, Khasi sounds, right? Traditional sounds. It's not Khasi sounds. Now, something like that is how do you measure authenticity in a choir like that, or other indigenous choirs?
Uh, when you talk about Pinter, it's more of a uh, yeah, it's a group of it's a band, so to say, and it sings a lot of folk songs.
Yeah, it's a folk choir and a
Yeah,
folk orchestra.
yeah.
So, in terms of when we're talking about indigenous or indigenizing, say, choral music, is that perhaps more of a better example of indigenizing choral music and orchestral music?
You can say you can say that can be an image, so to say, a sound and image of the traditional element using at its full capacity, attire, dress code. I mean, dress code, attires, then instruments, folk instrument, and the language that they're using. But when you go deeper into the musical aspects of analyzing what are the scales that they're using, there's a high chance of using pentatonic, which is highly influenced by Welsh. Because we are all influenced by something or the other, right? Dui tara, dui is Hindi word, tara is Hindi word, right? Two and strings. So somewhere, somehow, you can say that that is a full image of the choral indigenization. But if you look into it like deeper and deeper, well, us as music scholars and all that, we have a tendency of going into that. But as a as an image point of view, as a general point of view, I feel, yeah, you can say that. But I want to add another, so say a band or a choir band that just came up, Surna Nongkendong. Yeah, yeah, Surna Nongkendong. I gave that audio to one of my friend. He said, "Oh, that's bluegrass." Oh, I was like, "That's Surna Nongkendong, man." So yeah, obviously.
Yeah. So it's complex, right? Trying even to locate the indigenous, even in a choral tradition, or a lot of these traditions. Attire, for example, is that a measure of the authenticity, or is it not? For example, the choral tradition in Goa itself, when it was first introduced by the Portuguese, it had this engagement with. But also with the Brahmanism that the Konkanis were practicing at that time, right? So even at the outset, choral tradition itself had this very interesting encounter with some of the maybe the music that the Brahmins were using. Could you talk about that?
So I would say that Mando is the folk music that is talked about, and it's basically because we are in India, even though it's like caste remains, even if religion undergoes change sometimes. So now Mando has been used by all groups, but initially it was mostly people from Kutuli, Lutoli villages who were Brahmin converts to Christianity, and that was initially their folk music. So I wouldn't say it's just the Brahmin music, but yeah, I mean there were a lot of these ways in which some folk traditions got, found a place, and then it did not. So, yeah, it is complex. And to talk about indigeneity, um, and what is vernacular, what is authentic, we start with categories. I mean, even to think of an example like branding, like any kind of like Hillsong, the Australian gospel band. Now, it's their brand has been incorporated by most church choirs, and even in Mizoram you find many translations of Hillsong songs, and you will hear the music and you will go back. So it's very complex, and there is not just one way of looking at anything. Yeah.
And to further muddy the waters and
Yeah.
further complicate matters, you have the success of the Shillong Chamber Choir, right? For example, which you in your book has described as a sort of a mixture of Bollywood and Broadway. Now, Bollywood and Broadway in themselves are these hybrid genres, right? Bollywood, example, their orchestration, they learn their orchestration from the Goan arrangers, and Broadway, of course, has always incorporated, Motown and all the popular styles. So when you look at something like the success of the Shillong Chamber Choir in the, as you put it, the choral tradition outside the cloak of faith, and that complicates matters more. Is it? Do people see that as a sellout? When they become popular like that and they win a reality TV show, is it seen as a corruption of the choral tradition or an extension of it?
Well, like I would like to call it as like in my book I call both the ways of looking at choral approaches to choral singing, as in case of Goa through the lens of nostalgia, and in case of Shillong through the lens of novelty. So I guess I would say they brought medley itself at the forefront as a genre in itself through this idea of Bollywood Broadway. Can we listen to the clip of Shillong Chamber Choir? I'll just quickly talk about it after that. 1 minute of that. Yeah.
तू नहीं तो ये बहार क्या बहार है गुल नहीं खिलेगे तेरा इंतजार है तू नहीं तो ये बहार क्या बहार है गुल नहीं खिलेगे तेरा इंतजार है कि तेरा इंतजार है कि तेरा इंतजार है दिल तड़प तड़प के कह रहा है अभी जब तू हमसे आगे
I'll just quote
Right.
Neil.
Try to
Uncle
go and
Neil.
find the
Yeah.
authenticity in that
Yeah.
you just saw.
So the thing is, when I had asked him about what he thinks about experimenting with choral music, he had said, and you think of this whole arena of Bollywood music, why we did it is because by accident we ended up on this TV show, which I was never keen on in the beginning, because I never thought choral music and mainstream TV would go together. That was my perception. But it just shows that life doesn't go the way you think. We are going to harmonize, we are going to give every song we sing, even a popular Hindi song, a treatment of the choral style. And somehow or the other, this has struck a chord with the nation, this has struck a chord with the people. So I guess that's the answer.
Okay, I'd love to go further into that, but I think we're running out of time. So I'll just touch upon one more thing. You've seen all the singing. You talk about in your book about this very interesting chapter on voice, right? On voicing sacredness, and you say that the soprano is generally seen as this embodiment of virtue. You cite the example of, you even take the example of Lata Mangeshkar, for example, where you say that her adolescent girl falsetto is seen by people as an embodiment of virtue, right? And so, in the same way, the soprano is seen as the highest form of the voice, reaching worship, for example. Now, is it always? Do you always have to sound like that? Does sacredness always have to be soprano or an adolescent girl falsetto, or do you see changes in that tradition in voicing sacredness?
So that was actually something Sanjay Srivastava wrote about how Lata Mangeshkar's voice becomes the voice of the nation or the ideal voice of the feminine Hinduized idea. And I drew that parallel because I was speaking to some of the soprano singers and how it's more related to the anatomy and not about being soprano as a diva. I think I'll just it helps to read out from what my
Yeah, you mentioned about how,
yeah
yeah, because
so
of opera and the divas sing in soprano, so that imagination.
yeah so like I'll just say something that one of them had said that let us start with the general stereotype of soprano as a diva. It's hilarious. The voice type depends completely on the fact that you're born a certain way with certain physical structures, and that's the voice you have. You can extend your range, but the main aspect of the quality remains. It's not about singing high or low, it's about singing well and singing with good technique. For the soprano voice, you have to keep letting people know that it's not about singing high, it's about maintaining the evenness of the tone throughout. Um, Also, I feel that soprano is the melody line, and I think for not always are all the songs we listen to with all the four voices in mind, and even we miss the harmonics or so I also spoke to why I was interested in this hierarchization of voices, as I call it in this book, is because talking to some of the singers, I realized that singing in the alto voice gives you more suppleness and it makes you comfortable with singing other genres and not just a particular kind of music. Whereas if you train yourself in the highest range possible, you will be fixed with singing a certain kind of song. That was the way I had brought it up. But yeah, I mean, not I wasn't really going at the virtue bit in that sense. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, the embodiment of piety in that way, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
soprano embodies piety and sacredness more,
yeah, yeah.
more than the alto. Donovan, I mean, that's how it's perceived. Donovan, outside the choral tradition, is there a perception among people of a certain kind of voice that embodies, sacredness more than the other? A soprano embodying it more than the alto, or the bass being devilish and soprano being.
Well, let me think a little.
So no, I think that
I don't
no
think
is an
so.
answer.
There's that image, but I would also agree with Shibanti over here. Soprano is a very important part of the song. Generally, the soprano will be singing the melody part, right? So when you have the melody, then all these things will fall into place. Say you harmonize the bass, the mezzo, the alto, and the tenor, right? So this concept of harmony is very, I feel it's one of the best to explain of the diversity that we have, and having a soprano as the main part, then you have different voices, but they sound sweet. So I'd say that.
Is that a prerequisite of sacral music to sound sweet?
I don't know. I think one thing that is expected is the intent. I mean, if it's a devotional song, it depends how seriously, how solemnly you are partaking it. And especially if you're, I mean, that's why when I am not from the faith, then I have to follow the performance ethics of how to be solemn, how to understand in that sense of the
I
term.
just want to add one thing there about the solemnity of church music, so to say. I had once sat on a church service, I won't say which denomination. I go a lot of to many denomination. They give a special item of a metal song. So I was like, how do we measure all of that? A metal song. They were all throat like that. And by the end of the song, then I think the pastor or someone said, I appreciate you could express your faith through that type of music. So yeah.
Yeah, outside the choral tradition, of course, there's so many different styles like Christian metal, Christian hip hop, and all of that. What I just one final question before we wrap up, I wanted to ask you, as you were talking about solemnity and and achieving that as this Brahmin girl, how did you achieve that when you were performing Christian music?
So only with the Goa University choir that I sang with, I did participant observation, and it was mainly because we had we had certain notes. I mean, it's like you are using like your body as an instrument, and you are singing it out, you're belting it out, and you are part of a collective. It's the sound of the collective. Nobody is shining more or less. So it was just that following and knowing when to fade out and when to come in. So
So just to wrap up, would you say that it's true in terms of like the centrality of faith in the choral tradition? Perhaps Shillong has moved away from not all of it, of course. There's still great choirs that thing, but it's not necessarily that one has to be steeped in that tradition, right? In like you say, it can be performed outside the cloak of faith. So have you been following any choirs from Shillong, apart from the Shillong Chamber Choir? Any new choirs who are performing outside the cloak of faith who are very interesting? Or Goa for that matter?
well, not like that. Not recently. I haven't been following that, but I would say when I say that moving away from the cloak of sacredness, I also talk about how faith is every day in it's also embedded in our everyday ritual, and that comes across even though it's not always through, say, a choral rendition. So because sometimes people do encounter their first, at least the people I've spoken to in the course of the book, they have encountered faith at the church, but then they have moved away from it. And yeah, I think it's not about who is doing what or more or less, but I look at it as experimentations, as creative processes. And as Donovan and I were also having a chat, and he was talking about some EDM music being performed as well. So I think within the point is that how do we think of genre and possibilities of genres, and uh, how do we place sacrality amid all of that, if that is central to being who we are or where we come from. That became important, I guess. Yeah. Thank you.
So I think as is clear through our conversation that Sibanti is more profound than I've allowed her to be. So please buy the book and read it yourself. I've barely covered or touched upon 10% of the book. So please go and buy it. It's a wonderful read. A little difficult, but it's still at the at the end of it a wonderful read. So thank you very much, Sibanti and Donovan, for participating in this discussion on the sound and sacrality and ethnographic imaginations. And thank you for your insights on the God note, the frequency. So that's it. If you have any questions, I think Sibanti and Donovan will be more than happy to take them.
Um, okay, thank you so much, Donovan, Sevanti, and Mark. Now I'd like to present.
Yeah. Thank you. I did not say thank you, Kong Mary, for inviting me. And I'm very happy to do this talk in Shillong because I've not had a talk about my book in Shillong yet, and it is based on Shillong. And thank you so much, Mark and Donovan, for facilitating this conversation. And thank you so much.
Now we would like to present you a small remembrance of the. We've now come to the end of today's program. We hope that you've gained some food for thought as well as for your soul. Don't miss the last day of Shillong Literary Festival tomorrow, which starts at 11 a.m. For now, stay tuned for a musical evening. And now Anise will take over.
Hello, mic check. Check. Good evening, everybody. My name is Aman. I come all the way from Himachal Pradesh, and I'm a student of MLCU Department of Music. And I'll be performing my originals, like one of my original. The title of the song is Ashk, and it's Ashk is a Urdu word which translates in English to tears. So yeah, and just a quick notice: I am an independent artist, and my new single "Kasam" is out on all streaming platforms and YouTube also. So you are most welcome to please go and check it out. It will be my artist name is AMXN Music. So I'll really appreciate the support. So right now I'll be performing Ashk, and I hope you'll like it. मैं लिखूं शायरी में दरिया लिखूं दर्द में शायरी बिन प्यार के ये दुनिया का है कि लोगों से घुल मिलता नहीं बना घुल के पाने की जब सांसें थमेगी तभी शायद ये दुनिया सुनेगी सुनते तो बहुत लोग पर समझते बहुत कम गरजते बहुत पागल पर बरसते बहुत कम एक सफर है ये जिंदगी उसके मुसाफिर हम खुदा देता है सब फिर क्यों बने काफिर हम कहने को बहुत कुछ पर बयां करने को अल्फाज कम है इसीलिए अक्सर चुप रहता हूँ किसी से न कहता हूँ क्या कुछ सहता हूँ बेटे से ज्यादा तो बोझ बन बैठा हूँ देखा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट देखा मैंने फेलियर पता लगा देख रहा था खुद को इन द मिरर शेड किए टीयर काफी चीजें अनक्लियर काफी रब मेहरबान मेरे हर गुनाह की तेरा माफी ज्यादा और शाबाशी को कम, जमाना देखे खामियां ज्यादा पर खूबियां कम। क्या हमारी इतनी औकात कि खुदा को बांटे हम, मांगे चीजें बहुत पर क्या करते दुआएं हम। कष्ट के वक्त बहे जो अश्क ये सब के सब दिखता ना अब, लगता ना डर से डर, अब लगे सब absurd, लगता ना घर अब घर, होता है सर बेदर। खोया हूँ बेखबर, खुदा तू ले सबर, खोया हूँ लौटा दे घर। मैं लिखने बैठा घर, बन गई शायरी अब, मिलेगा चैन कब, थक गया हूँ अब। तू ले ले सब ए रब, तू ले ले सब ए रब। याद मुझे सब जब दोस्त यार साथ थे, हाँ खो गए सब, बची बस यादें ही पास में। हाँ वादे टूटे, टूटी है आस भी पास में। अकल का अंधा मैं, मुझे खुदा दिखाए रास्ते। Yeah. अकल का अंधा मैं, मुझे खुदा दिखाए रास्ते। Yeah. Yeah. Everybody give it up for Ben. अकल का अंधा मैं, मुझे खुदा दिखाए रास्ते। Thank you. I hope you all liked it.
Whoa, that was amazing, right? Yes.
Hey Risa, are you feeling cold?
Yes, I'm feeling a little bit cold. I don't know why.
Maybe the crowd is so quiet.
Yes.
We can't hear you.
We can't
Louder,
hear you all.
please.
Louder.
Louder. Yes, lovely, lovely. So, wasn't that beautiful? Louder.
Louder.
Yeah.
I can't hear from that end. Come on, louder.
So now we're going to the. So now we're going to the next one. This song is going to be a little bit different. This song is going to be a mashup between two beautiful songs. So I guess you guys are ready for this. Are you?
So let's welcome them on stage and let's give them a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Good evening, everyone. We are from the music department of MLCU. We'll be performing a song, and I hope you all will enjoy it. when I think I am weak. And you say I am held when I am falling short, when I don't belong. Oh, you say I am yours. And I believe, oh, I believe what you say of me. I believe the only things that matters now is everything you think of me. In you I find my words, in you I find my identity. Ooh. You say I am loved when I can feel it then. You say I am strong when I think I am weak. And you say I am held when I am falling short, when I don't belong. Oh, you say I am yours. And I believe, oh, I believe what you say of me. I lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Thank you.
Whoa, that was amazing. Did you all enjoy the performance? Louder. Woo! Yes. So, where's my co-host? Where's he? Oh, he's performing now. So, now we're going to have a song for you, which is a Garo song. And I hope you all like it because it's very, very beautiful and it has a powerful meaning, which will be explained to you by my friend Moni. And I hope you all will enjoy this performance. Here we go. Let's give it up for all of them. Come on.
Good evening, everyone. Yes? No, yeah, yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Moni M. Sangma, and here on Dama, Ramiki Rami Master, and on guitar, we have Evel A. Sangma. Now we are going to perform a Garo folk song. It's a cover song from the band Ahoy. The This song is all about a girl who is crying out when her parents died. She was like deep in sorrows, crying out like if her mother is still alive with her, nothing will happen to her like that. After her mother died, her father traded her for one gong, which is the music instrument of Garo, and two handful of rice. And then for the kotep, which is this I'm wearing right now, this is all this about. This is apa de angko. Bri a chu sum dum I wanna cut the pan ama angko achio a song ring ding ring at damn ayaw Mama ada dong jama agang skira jama nok ni di ma chikowa wa nok na nok rong don jama ayaw ama siang ngana ang ichoneng matengo apa angko palana ama siang jamano ayaw Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing, right? It was so beautiful. And I really wish that I would play the flute, but I'm not really that gifted. But he did it very well, and it was so beautiful, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so now all of us here, we're all here with our friends, right? Is it? Friends and family? Yes. And we're here with our friends and family. We all need each other, right? We all help one another, isn't it? During times of need. So this song is a song called Count on Me, and I hope you all will like it and you can sing along with all of them. Okay, let's give it up for all of them. Come on, real round of applause. Sorry, huge round of applause. Yeah.
Good, good evening, everyone. We are students from Martin Luther, and we are going to perform a cover by Bruno Mars named Count on Me. This song is about friendship and us being there for each other. Hope you guys like it. If you ever find yourself lost in the middle of the sea, I'll sail to find you. If you ever find yourself lost in the dark and you can't see, I'll be the light to guide you. We'll find out what we're made of when we are called to help our friends in need. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3. I'll be there. And I know when I need it, I can count. you ever forget how much you really mean to me. Every day I will remind you. We'll find out what we're made of. And we are called to help our friends in need. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. And I know when I need it, I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah.
You'll always have my shoulder when you cry. I'll never let go, never say goodbye.
Count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. Count on Count on me 'cause I can count on you. Thank you. Whoa, did you all enjoy that? Woo! So now I have Remy back here.
Hi,
So
Risa.
you heard the song, right? I can count on you on this one, right? What?
Yeah, you can. So for the next one, we are gonna change it up a bit. We're gonna have someone who's really, really, really good in the guitar. His name is Mick. So he's going to be playing a piece. It's gonna be a lovely one. Won't you say, Risa?
Yes, it's going to be so lovely and you're going to enjoy it.
So now we have Mick.
Hello. Good evening. So, uh, this is an original piece of mine. It's called Everyday. So basically, what it describes is basically what I do every day. And it's really cold up here, and my fingers are freezing. But let's hope I won't mess this up. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this. Also, can I get a little bit of reverb on the guitar, please?
Wasn't that warm? Warm and beautiful. Yeah. Let's give it one more time for Mick. Louder. So, since we've heard a beautiful instrumental, now we're going to go back to singing. This is something I think so. Let the music speak for itself. So, I won't say much. So, these are my seniors. They'll be playing all traditional, from. Let them explain on their own. I think so. That's better. It'll be much more clearer. So, let's welcome them again with a big round of applause. Ooh, they look like they're gonna take a little bit time to arrange everything, all the mics. Since you see there are a lot of people here, a lot of students here, waiting to sing the beautiful songs that they are gonna sing. So, anyone who's a traditional fan here, who listens to traditional music, anyone, any musicians? Yeah. So since you are all here, give them all your warmth, all your support, so that they can sing properly for you all.
Thank you, Remy. So now we're going to perform a mashup of 3 songs, and we have worked really hard on it, and we have fun performing it also. So I hope you all will like this song, will like our mashup. So here we go.
Hello, check, check.
Hello,
Hello,
check.
hello, check.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check.
Hello, check.
Hello, hello, check.
Hello, check.
Hello, hello, check.
Hello, check.
Hello, check.
Hello, check.
थोड़ी थोड़ी है सबकी सुनी, थोड़ा कुछ तो सबने कहा, थोड़ा थोड़ा समझा भी मगर दिल ये मानेगा, बस इसकी जिद है दिल बेफिक्र लापता। ऐसी ये धुन है होकर भी कुछ ना मिला, इस दिल की आदत यही है, फिर संभलता नहीं है, जालिम समझता नहीं है ये कोई सवाल, ये दिल बेपरवाह, ये दिल बेपरवाह। Lên tia đọc trình nhà lên màu trong sắc thăm thân ta, sắc nhạt sắc đây nam đi chu miên chắc surga trình kosniu tertawa jambat karisa trình thăm bên xiêm hanta cái sông sơn ta. Option kada ki parong kamen way, siya sa hitinsan ki krod. Siyan bagin ya talaga po lasni, birdo patak jingsok, bat ba shay. Rimbas kempo halaram bay, hakli hajing long shisha, lado kapot da shin. Pero ekam das mutu, kapon kan sa ayom lanang gala, yay kit siya day siya piat, kakip arso. Option kada kibarong kamen way, siya sa hitin san kiklod, shen bagin yad haraka por lasmi, kirdo patak jingsok, bat bashrei. Siri siri nogo ka bhaima samong ho mange angsa. Ai siri siri nogo ka bhaima samong ho mange angsa. Nokola pare nokola sirgoi sanguno suai mani. Nokola pare nokola sirgoi sanguno suai mani. Ai siri siri nogo ka bhaima samong ho mange angsa. Ai siri siri nogo ka bhaima samong ho mange angsa. Hoi 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 hoi. Hoi go! Kublai Shibun.
You want more? We have a lot more.
Risa. Wow. Let's hear it for Risa again. Louder, louder, come on.
Well, it's not only me. Let's give it for all of them. Come on, all. Woo! But thank you, Remy.
So now we have something really interesting. Risa, why don't you take it? You know who's next?
Who's next?
Little country boy from MLCU.
Oh, country boy with his wonderful song. Let us welcome him on stage. Ben, come on, Ben.
Ben, are you ready, Ben?
Are you ready? Okay, let them just shut up. Yes.
So, what do we have next after the country? Should they wait or should we just give them spoilers?
I think they should wait, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's better.
Yes, it's better
okay.
that in that way. Any country music fan over here?
So the
Yeah.
fans come forward, please. Please come forward. Fill up the spaces in the front.
Oh, you feel shy.
Why are you shy? Come.
Well, it's all good. You can enjoy in your own place, but then if you wish to come forward, you're welcome to come forward, okay? So let's give it up for Ben. Okay? Come on, everyone.
Louder, louder.
Hello, check, check.
Check, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Zeldun, and the one who's going to accompany me is on my right is Dakir, and the one who's going to play the cajon is Jumui from Tripura. And I'm from Manipur. I can see a lot of country fans around here in Shillong. And right now we're going to sing 90s country. Did you guys heard called Vince Gill? Yeah, if you haven't heard it, check it out. He's a best country singer and guitar player. But for now, I would like to give tribute to my favorite guitarist called Vince Gill, and it's called Liza Jane. You got my number. You got my name. So why don't you call me little Liza Jane? Yeah. You got that body. You got that frame. No. So why don't you call me little Liza Jane? Girl, I got it bad for you. There ain't nothing I won't do. Just one kiss and I'll never be the same. Little Liza Jane. You heard my story, yeah. You got to know my name. So why don't you call me little Liza Jane? Girl, I got it bad for you. There ain't nothing I won't do. Just one kiss and I'll never be the same. Little Liza Jane.
Little light, a little light.
only little last day.
Girl, I got it bad for you. There ain't nothing I won't do. Just one kiss and I'll never be the same. Little lies to change.
Thank you.
Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the event.
Whoa, that was some country music, right? Yes, they can't hear you. Are you feeling cold? No, then louder. Woo, come on. Let's give it up for them. Come on. So let's welcome the next item on stage.
So this song is gonna be a Bodo song,
Hello,
sung by Stanis. He's our junior, but let's just
hello.
keep him warm with your, with your support and your
Hello,
cheers,
hello.
because it's feeling a little bit cold.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
So here we
Hello.
have Stanis on stage. Here we go.
Hello. Nice work. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Okay, you guys are looking so good today. Yeah. So thank you for giving us this time to perform in this beautiful stage. The song I'm going to perform is going to be a Bodo song sung by Himalaya. The song talks about a person who is struggling in his life and needs someone to be in his side. Okay, and maybe in this crowd there are people who needs. Maybe in this crowd there are people who need someone to be with them in their struggles. Yeah. So later. Okay. The song. So this song is going to be about that person. Okay, goes to you guys. Sinilam nagir andai nang senama boha tangke boha gemaku ang जेबो खौनो बुजिला राहाखौल' बियै yang आद्रा जालांगोनसो नामा देरहानोल' सानै आं जेनफिननांगोनसो नामा सोरबा आंखौ आखाय हमफैदो मेंनाय गोसो जिराय होफैदो सोरबा आंखौ आखाय हमफैदो मेंनाय गोसो जिराय होफैदो Gabungkulo neयै आं सिमां नुनो बावगोनसो नामा सोरबा आंखौ बिलिरना होफैदो गेवनाय मेगन मिसिबोदो बाथ्राखौनो बुङै आं
ओंथिखौनो बावगोनसो नामा अननाय नोंनि बियै बियै आं गावखौ अनो बावगोनसो नामा सोरबा आंखौ आखाय होफैदों मेंनाय गोसो जिराय होफैदों सोरबा आंखौ आखाय होफैदों मेंनाय गोसो जिराय होफैदों Thank you.
Wow, that was so beautiful, isn't it? Yes. I don't understand, but then that was really, really beautiful and I really, really enjoyed it. I hope you all have enjoyed it as well. Yes. So now we have a next performer, that is my dear friend Elizabeth. She is going to sing a song, The Joker and the Queen, and I hope you all will like it. She's singing it in her version, and I hope you all will enjoy it. And you can sing along if you know the song. Okay? Come on, let's give it up for all of them. Come on. Woo!
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check. Good evening, everyone. Today I will be singing The Joker and the Queen by Ed Sheeran. I hope you like it. How was I to know it's a crazy thing? I showed you my hand and you still let me win. Who was I to say that this was meant to be? The road that was broken brought us together, and I know you could fall for 1,000 kings and hearts that would give you a diamond rings. Where I fall, you see the best in me, the Joker and the Queen. I've been played before. If you hadn't guessed, So I kept my cards close to my football vest, but she called my bluff. So through all my tells, and then you went all in, and we left together. And I know you think that what makes a king is gold, a palace in diamond rings. But I thought you see the best in me, the Joker and Queen. And I know you could fall for 1,000 kings and hearts that would give you a diamond rings. But I fall, you see the best in me, the Joker and the Queen, the Joker and the Queen. Thank you.
Wow, that was really, really amazing, isn't it? It was so beautiful, Ellie. Such a great voice you have. And let's give it up again for Ellie. Come on, everyone. So I was trying to be so hot from the start of the program, and now I'm feeling so cold. That's why I'm wearing like this. And you might be wondering why am I wearing like this? Because we're going to have a surprise for you. We have a musical play, and this will be our last item. And I hope you all have enjoyed all of the items. Yes? All of our songs and musical performances. Yes? Yes. So I hope you all will enjoy our last performance. And thank you all for all of your support. And you all have been so wonderful. And let's give it up for Bala. She will be singing the song, and all of us will accompany her. And I hope you all will like it. Come on, let's give it up for Bala. Woo!
Check, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. 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 Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, Dad. Hello. Hello. Acha. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. 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 Hello, check. Hello. Okay. Hello. Your lost one. Hello. Mẹ lại chăng? Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Lại chăng? Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello, hello, check. Hello.
Check.
Hello, hello, check. Check, check.
Dang shida jing ye dang sakita ni ka perthei ki lu thei samla nai khat sao sanya na kwa ban phai bia shaki jok ngala has ngap ki tu ki por badang ya lu samla ja ayu ya unai khat sao sanya wadla uya pat panjan shakawatlat ubadla kadustur umdei banne rumah uburum latulei namar jongka udat jokin melau kajungin shakini kisan kikli kikbaban wan shongkai hada param hanin jongka Shatrai osyam shatnyar kilung kenjang ngawat ngawat shanu bhadan ngawat ngawat shanu bhadan ki sneng ki kerku ki ongko khunda ka monjong ki hi tu chit ya u ben shong kun lakannya tang tabiriakan lajeng kasir anda pipoi ka Ran sayang jungkapan say lagi kana manpinyap madya kasap uklay hangka jing ita udan hakam stan panong Pengot kita husyat kita pen Shimha yudi yuri syukur Boy sang kama Anda kasyok jingin Yunay sao senya Kasong buay makti Kita kishin ya ugaman Boy kauplay Katway bantin Kinget kita smile Bakil ian Hado siang tawai Dao kuai jing ian Kisdang bantay Hado kita poi bam kuai Hado waru blay Blay shuwat